Okay, hello everyone. It's kind of woke up, so I was supposed to start at 5. For anyone wondering, that's 5 Eastern, and it is currently like 5:38 Eastern, so already off to a great start. I took a nap, then I forgot to wake up, and here we are. So, we're going to play some Nebulous Fleet Command today. Nebulous Flump Command, according to this smudged handwriting I have. Ooh, Killboard has some slots on, but let's see, is Killboard going to be on here? Oop. Yep, okay, we do manage to get it. Alright, so, hello! Say hello to everyone. We're gonna go off here and see what we do. What do I want to play? I have no idea what we've got going on here, but looks like we got some spectators. We can 5v5. Let's change voting map to the Sailor. Sailor is a good map, so we're gonna go with that. Yeah. Alright, so this is Killboard, so it's a bit of a sweaty server. I say a bit of a sweaty server. It's kind of the place where people have like a leaderboard thing, so they try a little harder. I think you should always be trying to win, because, I mean, that's putting in effort and improving yourself and whatnot, but see how it goes about. Yeah. Okay. Nice to see Pyro kind of out in the wilds along with Miscellaneous, two people I've had encounters with before in the Neb community, and they're fun people, so just gonna have to chill and hang out and see what the rest of the team brings. I think I'll just load up, let's show this for my fleet originally. Actually, I don't want to show that. I want to show or something I want to actually play. 450 on OSP isn't in the greatest state right now, but I'll just show that I'm playing this kind of thing to start with. You got saw containering. Interesting. He's getting tea. He's the most British. Alright, Miss, get your tea. Well, I've learned never to play against Miscellaneous when he's on the OSP side, because it means that literally every rock is going to have a nice little nest of barnacle mines underneath it, and that is just going to be, pain. What do I want to play? Well, I could skill issue myself playing one of these cheese builds. I could try and play one of my cap fleets. I do like the great value setup that I had here. I might try this. So the idea behind the great value fleet, I will explain this briefly for those of you who want to know. It's an Acello, which is already a pretty good single platform. I wouldn't recommend taking more than one Acello in your fleet. You can do it, but I think that the main benefit from the Acello is non-stacking. It's because you get the soft kill suite from the golf ball here, the interrupt E70 jammer. You can get the bullseye fire control radar, and then you can get things like the floodlight illuminator and the lovely CR75 in the nose. If you get a second Acello, you don't really get like a double up on that. Like, sure, you get 2 of them, but you already have those assets in your toolkit, so it's better to spend the other half of your fleet's budget on stuff. So in this case, we've got a little bit short staff, but they're okay. We've got some multi-mission tugs, just kind of what you would expect on these. Went for some ACT CMD missiles, bunch of the 100 mil gun, very good in the nose right now. So 2 multi-mission tugs to try and play backline sweeper. The idea is that the great value, as the name implies, is exactly that. It is great value. I'm trying to centerpiece this in formations. That way I can provide buffs to my team and soft kill and whatnot. I've got the multi-mission tugs to kind of act as my cleanup. I've got 2 radar scouts here. These just are cheap and have a bulwark huntress apiece. So the idea being that these are my kind of offside scouting. I could go and take like an early warning tug and stuff, but I kind of like the omnidirectional nature of these and the ability to jam. Also the fact that they are very cheap, and a early warning tug would cost me like 200-ish points. These each cost me about 116, so it's roughly the same amount of budget, just invested in 2 separate areas instead of 1. Then the rest of the fleet is literally just the naked cheap cappers that I could manage. Just having 5 throwaway shuttles is very handy, so that way I've got something I could just chuck onto a point and go from there with. So I'm just going to show this off as my fleet. That's the rest of the team. We've got our, I believe that's direct fire container, so Pi Reckoning doing something a little cheeky, a little silly on that. I do kind of like seeing people experiment with container stuff, because containers, as they currently are, I'm not calling them bad. I'm just saying that the changes they made where they lost the EO Seeker and they got the triple Seeker combo instead, that's definitely shifted them around a little bit. So I think that people still have yet to figure out exactly what to do with triple Seeker container stuff. People are talking about how ANS's soft kill is much stronger now because they don't have to deal with the unsoft killable EO Seeker type. So I do agree with that. You can't just throw a dozen EO decoy spewing containers at somebody and then hope that it all works out. Instead, you have to be a little more tactful with it. So I'm going to be playing sort of with friends here, sort of against friends. We're going to see what they give us. So yeah, we've got a couple people who I played with, a couple people who I played with on the other side as well, and it should be a good time. Yeah. So, pew pew. Pew indeed. Yeah. All right, we're just going to wait for Bob1212 here to go ahead and get themselves into the game. So taking a look at our team, Bob's bringing along Plasma and Dazzlers and stuff. And I see a Railgun Acello. All right, fair enough. We've got a little rocket shuttle. Always like seeing a rocket shuttle. Just honestly, on OSP, I think that if you're not taking a shuttle in every one of your fleets, unless you're doing something very specific, you really should be. Because, like, take a look at these. Like, these little naked cappers are 86 points, and that is a steal in terms of value. So, see, we got some. Okay, so this one's got T30, so a lot of little pew-pew. This one's got C65s, which are the 450 casemates, so nice little combo there. They've got Plasma on this one, and let's see, this is a mass driver setup, and then we've got direct containers. Okay, so we're just going to see how we go about with this. My goal is to kind of play centerpiece with my Acello. That way I'm able to provide soft kill, locks, and what other goodness the command cruiser provides to my team. I've got a bunch of little assets to guard the various caps that we have, kind of our natural points. And then I've just got a whole bunch of shuttles that I'm going to throw into a point and hope that it works out. My goal is to try and threaten a back cap, because these shuttles, of course, they do not really have an offensive weapon besides their ceremonial arming missile. Shout out to you, Misk, for coming up with that name. I still find it hilarious. Yeah. So the A point is going to be kind of neutral. I'm going to favor deploying the Great Value to the top left here, along with, I think that I want something threatening down here. So we're going to put the base fuel over here. And then the Cleft Grasp is going to go probably down here-ish. This way, I'm able to threaten 3 lanes, so to speak. The sort of central A point is going to stay mostly neutral. I could put the Cleft Grasp there, but I'm pretty sure our mass drivers will be overwatching A, so we don't have to. As for situational awareness, I think that I want some scouting on this side. So we're going to put the Scan and Look up top with us here. That way I can send it over the rock and get some scouting off there. And I kind of feel like just keeping situational awareness up is going to be important. So we'll put this one down here to overwatch that point. Besides that, then we just have all of our cheap shuttles. So I'm going to make the Glad of Rosmada? Called it Rosumba for a second there. So we're going to send that one down mid. And we're just going to send some stuff off to cap various points if we can. This way we have a bunch of cheap cappers going to their respective directions. I'm expecting there to be a beam here. I might be able to race 2 shuttles down, but instead we're actually going to have this one go down this side and then just hide under there. I'm going to say that I'll be the one to YOLO cap A and go from there. About 7 shuttles. Oh, yeah. All right, so that's the plan. We're going to deploy our assets on basically every lane, kind of being the weird, like, omnidirectional vision granting and just otherwise threatening fleet that we are. My main micro is going to be into controlling these 3 ships, and then the shuttles are just going to be there if I have the opportunity to, like, throw something onto a cap point. I'm not going to win a fight with them or anything like that, but they are going to hopefully do their jobs. I'm just waiting for everyone to ready up here. I'm expecting the enemy, they're going to deploy low, get the E point. They're probably going to rotate over and try and threaten the D point here. That's what typically ends up happening on this map, just due to the sort of layout of this. Unfortunately, I cannot type and talk at the same time. My brain only works so fast. I mean, I could be wrong on both avenues of communication. Anyways, so I'm going to try and set up here. We're going to hold kind of that line there. I'm going to act as centerpiece. I'm expecting, I think it's Ross's fleet. I forget which one they had. The Ross fleet was the Bob. I want to say they had the Plasma monitors and Acello. That way we have enough tonnage kind of devoted to guarding the D point. We should be able to hold it. We can see some drive flares popping in there ever so briefly. Going to rotate ourselves over and try and deal with that. You do see that I have a railgun on the nose. I've had a lot of issues with the nose of the Acello, like the front turret there, kind of getting masked. So instead, I just decided, you know what, I'll just invest in a gun that only fires like every 30 seconds or so, and it ends up working out very well. Because, 1, I can also punish bow tanking ships, and 2, it lets me just kind of be, like, well, not as screwed when it decides it wants to be randomly masked. All right, so we're going to change this thing's heading here, set it to flank so it goes fast. Radar is going to go here, so that way I'm able to keep track of things, and then you are just going to YOLO burn onto the point. You are going to be capping this point here, like so, and then we're just going to go from there. So, multi-mission tug, this is our sort of home guard fleet, and then you are going to be the B point YOLO capper. This is probably not going to work, given that that is their natural point, and they will be favored for it. So, I might just actually have you sneak off somewhere. Yeah. Because there's a possibility that I end up getting the point. There's also the possibility they correctly will cap it first. So that's why for the E point and the B point, I'm not directly running my fleet there. I'm just going to be trying to hide under a rock so that I can threaten it later. Yes. That's the intention anyways. All right, we're going to set you to tight fire order. That way you don't just randomly fire your guns at anything that tickles you lightly. Yeah. That's kind of the idea for what we're going for. I'm going to move our radar ship up here, treating it kind of like a... it's... The intention behind this is it's roughly like a spyglass sprinter. No, not a spyglass. Well, actually, that would probably be a close comparison. Yeah, spyglass sprinter. It is very cheap at only like 100 and I want to say 12 points. So, quite happy with that. Burning flank onto the points here, trying to cap these in time. They will cap the E point first. Part of the reason why I burn flank onto these, even though they are not really contested, is that I want to get the cap first. That way, if we have a slight point advantage and the A point stays neutral, then we can end up just waiting it out. Initiative will fall to the enemy, and then it's their turn to do something. So, I'll explain initiative a little more as the game kind of progresses here. I'm just getting my my command piece here lined up. See the Ross fleet kind of deploying with me. We've got 2 SLOs here, so if one of us gets jammed, the other one can still provide a bunch of useful assets. That is a benefit to running dual SLO. That said, if you are running dual SLO, I don't think you're getting the full OSP toolbox. Like, for example, all this stuff I have around the map right now, all these green things, these could be another SLO.
What are our orders, Commander?
I am pretty happy with the way that things have worked out for that case. I've got the multi-mission tug here, which I kind of want to push up, actually. All right. Well, we're going to just grab our stuff anyways. None of our stuff is on track, and we are trying to manage 10 ships. So you can see that if we had decided to burn there, we would not get to Boxer in time. Instead, we're going to just peek out around this corner here, like so. And just provide some jamming here. We're going to jam not on the track itself, but instead on the area over there. Then just hopefully get ourselves a hit here or two. Could order the shots out, and we will see. Yeah. So with any luck, we can clear up that B point. We don't see anything else particularly going around. Everything looks good on the various points we have. This thing is burning flank towards the A point here. Gotta tell it to skip its altitude a little bit. There we are. So we kept our jammer firing here, although we did not actually see them, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to try and get a little bit closer, playing it a bit risque. We'll move up towards this rock. So I would love to throw out a missile there, but I do not have a track on them, so my command validator will not work, meaning that it will probably cause issues. I'm gonna switch to battle shorting for a brief bit. That lets us keep our jammer firing a little bit longer. I want to make sure that whatever is over there is masked and does not see my approach. They just know that there's something with jamming here. Keep them kind of questioning and guessing. Gonna have you move underneath this rock like so. Gonna turn you off flank. There we are. So it is good to use flank when you need to get places quickly. In this case, we have done that. We're just gonna move you up here. Part of the benefit of these as well is that even though they don't have a radar, because I'm just being that cheap, they still do provide me with kind of like awareness of where the enemy is. Hang on, I'm gonna sneeze. Anyways, so they'll provide me with some awareness. You see I'm able to get to here. The radar is going to go over here. This multi-mission should have probably been over there threatening, but in this case, we're able to correctly threaten this. So as you can see, they did the same thing I did. There's a sacrificial sprinter here that is not armed, meaning that I am armed, so I'm able to do something about that. All right, let's see. So we can see there's gunfire over there. Going to signal that marker here now. Boop, boop. There we are. So now we have a rough estimation of about where we are going. Gonna just try and juke and dance my ship, and hopefully we'll get the A cap here. I may have ended up accidentally going outside of the bounds here. We're gonna find out. If we do get the A cap, that is very good for us, because that means that we are then able to do a bunch of things around there. Oh, we see number 10 is gonna get missiled here in a second. Yep, whap. Took it right on the nose. That said, a whole bunch of missiles in return. So as long as I'm able to keep on this cap with my missile launcher, again, ceremonial arming missile, totally paying its worth here. Quick, just try and fix the CIC. Just keep us alive for that. Yeah. Need to dive and dip and dodge. We have now gotten the A point. So as long as this sacrifice sprinter goes down, we can hold on to that cap point, and that is going to give us a lot of power. So in this case, I'm going to keep moving my radar assets around, trying to scout out the enemy. I didn't see anything pushing the D point like I thought there might have been, so that is a issue. I'm going to quickly go down here, because I forgot to turn off the jammer's battle short thing. It's a bit of an issue. Going to just put attack marker pings on the various things we see around the block here. There we are. So we see that there is, in fact, something down here. It's firing. I believe that's mass drivers. I'm going to call that one out. Or, no. Let's say it's rails. Because I saw when I briefly looked in, there was 2 bright blue flashes. That's the muzzle flare of something or other there. Anyways, A point is going to go into our hands here. And then I believe that the sacrifice here is going to live up to its name. I don't hear if it is, in fact, dead or not. Ah, there we are. So I was right. There's going to be stuff over this away. Going to just keep our situational awareness up. Trying to literally keep it up in this case. Let's see. As for you, you've been detected by something. But again, I can't actually see what. So this just tells me that there's something up in this direction. If we take a look at these tracks, they are not in line of sight. So it has to be something else out and around there. And it does have a lock. So there we are. Now we can tell roughly where the fire will come from. And then that will tell us what we are facing. Alright, so I'm going to have you move up over to this direction here, acting again as one of my scouts and whatnot. As for you, you are going to be facing this direction. So I believe that that is a... I want to say that's like a... No, they had a sprinter on the point, but I don't want to say that that is it. I could move up potentially with the masking here, but I am also hiding pretty decently under this rock. I'm going to move you back ever so slightly. You can see that we lost our number 10, unfortunately, but hey, that was not expected to come back. It is the A point, and it got us the cap, which means it has already paid its 86 points. So, I'm going to just be firing on things over here, making myself an attack ping, just in case they end up blocking me. Just switch over and start locking on my guns and stuff, and then just, yeah, go for a bit of a fight here. We're able to engage very effectively at our range, so I'm also going to try and stay close to these guys. I don't know if they have a soft kill suite. They've got little guns on this thing, so they do not. Okay, so that means that I want to be over here, providing the best defenses that I possibly can. Also going to expose myself slightly here so that I'm able to get some shots off. I'm going to mark this one as priority since it is the one that we are shooting at, and that should encourage our teammates to as well. We have our little offside scouting asset here, providing me with some nice radar coverage. And they are being jammed as well, so everything's kind of going good. I could move this multi-mission tug up, and I think that I will, yeah. So I haven't seen anything threatening the top side here. I've seen bottom fleet there, bottom fleet here, mid fleet here. Nothing in this top quadrant yet, so if they are going to detect me, they are going to detect me, so I'll just accept that. Oop, did not, oh, that was weird. It doubled the count there for a second. Interesting. Anyways, we're going to be firing plasma into this thing as best we can, because they are jamming us. We are going to counter jam with our Illuminator, and then we're going to battle short as well. There we are, trying to hold a lock here, please, and thank you. Fortunately, double jamming is proving that it is pretty darn good, so we're just going to burn ourselves along like this, trying to align our heading accordingly. Still can't quite get a lock. We're going to try locking different targets, see if any of them go through. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so we'll just try and fire on this thing as well as we can. In this case, they do have pretty good jamming with 2 of them. They have an offside asset here, which I am able to lock onto. Hello, you.
They're gonna learn today.
So just going to try and adjust according to that. That should be one of their little scouters. I'm gonna put a warning on that one so I know where it is. There we are. All right. Let's take a look. What are we engaging at? So this is just a bunch of frigates and whatnot. All right. So we're just going to group up with the fleets here. Oop. Uh-oh. Ah, I can't click it. No, it won't let me click it. No. Quick, turn off the... Dang it. Well, that provided me the awareness, so I'm going to say it was already worth it. All right. Let's see. We can burn through successfully now and actually shoot that thing, so we're going to do just that. Multi-mission tugs are doing their jobs here and here. Let's see. Anything that I can trim. Keystone. I'm going to mark you as a priority because you are, in fact, the Axford. Want to signify that. The multi-mission tug is going to be going along here. Let's take a look-see. Okay, so I'm going to have you go after the point because I'm expecting that their fleet is going to be busy. Just do this now, like so. Because they've got themselves occupied doing the frontline fight here. I'm going to say that they don't have anything they can really intercept the sides with. All right, anyways, what is going on over here? So let's take a look. So we're going to just fire the green blanket in this direction. Battle shorting enabled. Locking on, and we're just going to fire for effect as best we can.
Roger that.
Commander, we're at critical failure. We have to abandon
Okay,
ship.
what just had to abandon? Okay, so you up here got hit by missiles, so they're just sweeping and cleaning up our assets. Sorry if the frame rate's going a little bit low. The game is being very choppy right now for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why.
Standing by.
All right, let's take a look-see at what we can then threaten. Because this is an Axford, I'm not expecting my missiles to get through. No, I briefly saw that thing had defenders, so it's going to be trouble for us. I'm going to move over here and actually jam them for a little bit, I think. I can actually provide some fire into this thing, so I'm going to switch over to these. This keystone is heavily crippled. I can probably finish that off, actually. Yeah. Unfortunately, missile probably going to clobber me here. Yep, gone Jabbar. Yeah, they had a scouting or a denial asset there, which we're going to have to engage against. So, yeah. Anyways, as for you, we're going to turn off the battle short because I can't actually see anything, and just instead fire on whatever that is, because that is big. There we are. Sticking close to our battle group here, trying to provide support. We can see they have a couple of size 3 hybrids. We're going to actually flick battle short back on in this case. But additionally, we're going to activate our comms jamming device. That way it should be able to prevent some of these. We can see a bunch of them firing at us, but we have Auroras, and we're just going to pew-pew our way through that. This is something of sizable tonnage, so we're actually going to switch over to our armor-piercing shells, trying to pierce through their heavy armor and whatnot, keeping my allies alive with my stuffs here. All right, multi-mission is good. You are good as well. We are just going to fire off volley onto this thing. Jamming is a go. Just going to battle short here briefly to keep this thing jammed. And with any luck, I don't believe that that thing is close enough range to provide cover. So, yeah. All right, let's take a look. So we're getting hit a little bit here, which is not pleasant, but we should be able to handle that. Our multi-mission 2 is good on target. These things should be validated. Surprisingly, their defender is still up. Okay, we did get one hit. Cool. So, able to fire on that. Turn off battle short. Unfortunately, do end up cooking our jammer pretty good because we had not microed that correctly, but still, we're making it happen, Cap'n. Gonna move ourselves downwards a little bit here. Gonna turn off the balls device, as we affectionately call it. Gonna keep firing on this thing as best we can, because I know that there's other assets trying to move around and threaten our flanks. Just need to swing down a little bit. Since I know that there's nothing threatening this avenue, I'm going to instead start pushing my fleet over this direction instead. I'm gonna have you as a back cap asset, I want to say, over here. I could also dive it down onto this point, but I think that I'm better off suited here. Yeah. So we're pushing multiple different avenues. They do get the A point, which is rather unfortunate. So we might actually, yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have you come down over here like so. Yeah. Doot, and then doot. Down onto the A point. There we are. Set your flank speed ahead. As for you, you are just my radar. I need to try and get down Mr. President Bees, because I don't know if I can. This is going to be really bad for our container line or otherwise. So fingers crossed, I can maybe intercept these. Looks like they're going into our container ship. Yo! So my goal here is that if these are axe seekers, then I will intercept them, and my body will shield our containers. Go! Go! Come on! So those are from a, what do you call it? It's from a sprinter, I believe, that just decided to flank us. We're still getting some good hits out here. Unfortunately, we are losing some of our assets, particularly the floodlight and antenna I talked about earlier. So we're just going to mark this thing as priority and just keep shooting it for now. Anyway, it is suffering heavily, although our battle group is kind of, well, I won't say that we're winning our fight exactly, but we are holding our ground. So that is good for right now, defending the D point. Initiative is in our hands, so we have to do something soon. We do have a point lead, so we're able to make use of that fairly effectively, but we still, again, have to get the points back. B point is still held securely. We need to have our team kind of move up here, start threatening their assets. They've gone low. See, that's the Ruby fleet here. They've got some Vauxhalls and an Axford in that grouping, so I'm going to mark this one as the priority as well. That way we know which is the big threats and stuff at a glance. So we're doing pretty well in our little duel here. Going to turn off the flank thrusters because we don't really need them. We're not going top speed right now at all. Gonna try and keep ourselves moving along, repair the guns and whatnot. Large locker 2, please. I could start restoring things, but I am still taking fire, so I don't really see the point in doing that. All right, let's take a look-see around. So we know this thing exists, and I want to clean up some of the backline that we've got. So we're going to just go ahead and do that. Radar here is just going to chill, hanging out, and sitting. I think our container liner might be a little bit toasted. Instead, we're going to keep radar available in our backline sort of sphere. Try drifting it this way. I might get interceptor there, but I also want to threaten with my multi-mission tug here. We'll go like so.
Moving
There we
out,
are.
Commander.
You're good to
Standing
go,
by.
and you are good to go.
Gotcha.
As for
5
you,
by 5.
I want you to be
On the
kind of
way,
like
Commander.
around here. See another one of the no, that's a bloodhound actually. There you are.
ready,
That's what
Commander.
we were after. That's our
Copy that.
target.
Moving.
So
Taking internal damage. Send your traffic.
try and signal an attack marker here so I can point of reference it. Roughly there-ish. All right. I have you lock your gun towards this direction. Thank
Understood.
you.
Engaging.
Taking quite a bit of fire here. Yep, gonna make sure we got our stuff on. Command jamming in that.
Hi, Commander.
Railgun is taking heavy damage, so we need to focus on repairing that. Also, hopefully get our DC lockers and stuff back up. Gonna restore into this
Send it.
as soon as we can. There we are. I'm providing point defense for this fleet here, and we are
Taking position.
not exactly winning this fight, because we are more or less just trading fire evenly with this, but we're keeping them back off of the point. So, we are holding our ground as best as we can.
Taking position.
Gonna take a look around. Hello, you.
Receiving.
You are a problem that needs to not be a problem.
Understood.
Gonna fire our devices on this thing, like so. Missiles are out. Lock is good. This thing, I don't believe has any missiles left. I'm pretty sure it just dumped entirely on the container liner. But if it does, then we might end up eating a missile here for our trouble. Oop, that is quite a bit of jamming. So they have instead come over the rock. That is a big problem. Oh shit, hi. Yeah, okay. That thing is going to be a... Yeah, that's a beam ship. Cool. We are successfully making a bunch of their stuff suffer. Our Auroras are getting taken out, so we desperately need those. Let's see. Missiles for our troubles are being fired out here. I believe that none of those hit, right? No, unfortunately they did not. All right, fine. So we'll just clean this thing up the hard way. So be it.
Send your traffic.
Gonna have you going up here.
Moving.
Grape shot, very effective against a Corvette like this. We have inflicted a bunch of criticals, as you can see. As for you over here, I want you to actually swap up over to high explosive shot now that we are in close enough range.
Target
I am
acquired.
going to turn off the battle short here for a
Awaiting
brief
orders,
second.
Commander.
I am going to reissue the fire orders. That way, if I need to, I can just flick the battle short on, and that will make it start cooking it. So, if they fire a missile, I can always counter that.
Gotcha.
As for
5 by
you,
5.
you need to be taking out this thing anytime
Understood.
soon, please. Thank you. Fire what missiles you've got, because I just realized I'm taking RPF rounds here. Owie, owie, owie. You are go for launch.
Missile racks are looking pretty small.
Have you fire your jamming as well. So, I might need to upgrade the evasion on these missiles, because they are unfortunately not getting done what I was hoping they would. I am taking a lot of RPF from the side there, given the angling. We see some missiles in return going out here, but luckily I have the jammer active, so it's messing with all of their intercept. Ooh, maybe not, actually. All right, well, unfortunately, we are reduced to just shooting it with a gun, so that's going to be our thing there. Back up side here, we know that there's a... Ooh, that Axford is super dead. Excellent. Okay, we're going to keep firing shells where we can. Out of AP rounds, so I'll just switch over to HE. Going to go off that. Turning off battle short briefly. Turn off our comms jammer. Flick battle short back on because, again, I do want to keep the Auroras going. I have not encountered a lot of comms jamming, so we don't need the antenna quite yet. Have you lock on to that there and just focus our fire. We are still holding the D point, but again, we are falling behind on the initiative side of things, so we need to make something happen. The fights are kind of progressing as one would expect. Let me see, where did you go? You are somewhere. There you are.
Receiving.
So I know that that shuttle is down there, or Corvette rather, excuse me. I always get shuttle and Corvette mixed up, so instead we're just going to aim ourselves down there and try and clean that thing up. That is a super critical going off there. Nice. There's a sprinter trying to make its retreat. There you are.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
There you are, you little shit. Come here.
Target acquired.
I will run you down to the ends of the earth. This is now trying to make its retreat. It did get a bombing run off that I should have been in place to screen, but unfortunately could
Go
not.
ahead, Command.
Trying to micromanage quite a few things over
On the
here
way,
now.
Commander.
Do. Right, so they are doing a very good job defending their B point. We're just trying to progress the battle space a little bit. We're defending the D point, they're defending the B point. Really, it's going to be who gets the A point. I did try and YOLO a shuttle onto it, but as we can see, they still had assets watching it, either in the form of missiles or beams or something else that I did not see. So we're just going to try and clean up some of their stuff around the various areas now. Take a look through our fleet, see who is doing what. As for you, you're not really engaging anything right now, so you're going to instead go after that ship, the Yeti. It is fairly damaged, but still, again, not quite dead. We're going to try and hug close to the rock here and also get ourselves a angle. I'm being detected here, so okay, there it is. That's a sprinter we need to go after. So annoyingly, they are very close to us, and we can't see them, but hey, whatever. That thing is... Let's see, it has a little pop gun on it, has anti-missiles, as we saw before, and we're just going to engage onto it here, firing our EWAR like so. Whoop, whoop. That way it can't see anything.
Aye, aye.
Shouldn't have anything that it can do to get through that.
Understood.
I'm going to fire our gun, trying to act as a backline cleanup. There we are. Now, it was down there, and unfortunately we have lost sight of it now. We might be able to do this, actually. I've had this asset sitting here for a while, and may or may not have forgot about it. Instead, we're going to try and threaten a back cap here, like so. And there we are. So we're just going to tuck ourselves into the rock there. This ship, again, was deployed there at the match start. I probably should have threatened sooner, but hey, whatever. I was doing other things. I'm down to half of my original assets now, but I'm also kind of keeping myself good here. This thing, I believe, took a couple of hits. At the very least, we have warded it off. Not sure what exactly it has left, but shouldn't be too much. You see that Keystone the Yeti was being taken out here by the kind of blob of the blob of monitors we have pushing up on that angle.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Let's take a look around and see what we can do. I'm going to try and move you out a little bit. Sprinters have a very slim return radar profile, so unfortunately our Ithaca is not able to pick it up here. I might be able to drift over onto this rock here before I'm intercepted. You see them moving away here now. Yep, so I am outside of their range. We should be able to get onto the point, I think, here.
Ready.
Yep. Just going to keep firing on this Axford. Oop, was I taking flank shots there? Thought I saw some shots flying onto me. Okay, so let's take a look at our stuff. I'm going to get the... I don't think actually we need the antenna. I've not been comms jammed this game, and I'm assuming that if they had comms jamming, I would have suffered already from it. So we're just going to adjust our heading slightly here. As you can see, once we dip the nose ever so slightly, the railgun is able to actually fire because the masking is just such that the front of the ship kind of gets in the way. Are we winning? I just looked over at chat now. We are winning. Yes, kind of, sort of. It's pretty much a toss-up right now. We're trading fire as well as we can, trying to maneuver ourselves accordingly. The radar here needs to go somewhere else. We have a play moving towards the E point, so we're going to try and make something happen with that. I'm hoping that they are out of missiles, and I'm going to sacrifice another one of my radar ships here, trying to find out where their various little light assets could be left. Let's see. We still have some missiles left in our multi-mission tug, so we can do something with that. As for you, okay, they do have a sprinter guarding their point. Well played, Mr. Miscellaneous, with your close-range point guards. That said, I don't really have anything I can do. I'm gonna call that one out, so we're gonna have to threaten our stuff here somehow. Gonna try and see. Let's see. We need to get the B point, although I'm not entirely sure how to go about doing that. This ship is still technically alive, so we're gonna put some rounds into it just for good measure. I know that they have a sprinter down here. Yep, they were playing well. They had one. No, they have two. Okay.
Component disabled.
I'm gonna call out that they have two of them guarding the B point here, and we're gonna try and get out of here. Let's see. So, A point is no bueno as it sounds, so we're just gonna have to adjust accordingly. They've got beamstones covering that. Anyways, we're actually gonna lock onto this thing and start rotating our fire onto it. Split our heading between the two of them so that we still get bow tanking potential, but we are able to also do stuff in the rest of the battle space. That might be my target there. If I move my Ocello down lower, then I can possibly threaten that. I'm also going to have you push over here. So we are still holding the A point. I say holding the A point. We're still threatening it here, relatively speaking. They've got a couple rains going. Oops, what did we just lose? Okay, so we just lost... Yes, okay, so the ship that we had on this point. We weren't going to have that anyways. Going to switch you down to number 4. That way everything is handily on the keyboard like so. All right. That is going to be a problem coming around the rock there, so we're just going to zoomies our way over here like so.
On the way, Commander.
Have to hit the flank thrusters. Yeah, they are pulling ahead. Initiative has been in our hands, and we've not yet gotten it back. Or, well, we've not really done much with it yet. We've still chewed up a bunch of their assets pretty well. Our bulk freighters are pushing out here now. They're clobbering these things from the side. We are winning these fights. It's just going to take us a little bit. So they're also getting the C point because I did not have anything back there to threaten and clean that up, unfortunately. They managed to evade me. Well played. I'll have to rotate one of my assets back to cover that. I can do that angle a little bit better. There we go. Yep, now we are doing just like so. See some missiles coming out here after our container liner. You are my prey of choice. Da-da-da-da. All right. Gonna turn off flank thrusting because we don't really need it right this second.
Aye, aye, Commander.
So I want to know where that beamstone is because there's a beamstone covering the A point, and I do not see it, which I don't like. I could potentially go onto the A point with some of my other stuff like this. Just going to be threatening the area. If I'm able to draw out the beamstone, that is very good because it means that I can then shoot it. But unfortunately, We are getting back capped here, and it's a 4 cap. It's going to take me a while to get over here, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. Yeah, 5 minutes to get back to cover that cap. Darn. All right, so we are having a little itty-bitty gunfight over here. My C-30 versus their Mark 61. I feel like I am favored in this fight, trying to keep them jammed as well, just providing all the inconvenience possible.
Got you 5 by
They're just
5.
firing high explosive shells here. Hopefully I've knocked out their missile launcher. I don't know if I have or not. Just going to try and glide up this angle in pursuit, since I feel like I am the favored one in this fight. There's still other assets around the map, though. All right, let's see. Where are your beam stones? We can still fire on this thing over here for a brief bit. So we'll just dip our altitude like so. There we are. Ooh, that's a reactor det. Yeah, this Axford looks pretty toasted. It's been getting smacked around from the flank for a while here. All right. I might be able to get the A point here. We're going to find out. If I have to hide under the corpses of my allies, then that is a thing. Potentially could end up blocking myself here. So let's try and do this in first-person mode. I say first-person. Technically, it's like... I guess it's not first-person, but you kind of get the idea of what I'm going for, right? Like, I just want to actually, like, camera in here instead of in tactical view where I'm trying to get all this information and stuffs. Yeah. You just keep your fire order going on that thing. Yep. This thing's trying to burn over there. We're trying to contribute where we can. Intel is still pending on a lot of our stuffs here. So they're gonna threaten A point with something or other. What are you? You're just a sprinter. All right, not a problem. We can handle that. Yeah, just gotta try and see what we can clean up here. That's over there on the E point. I don't know where that keystone went that was guarding the A point. It's kind of concerning me now.
Go ahead, command.
We are winning our little fight back here. Trying to maneuver around and hopefully get the B point eventually. Kind of surprised we haven't taken it. I'm not sure if the Summer Rose here does... No, it does not have a beam, just chaff box. Okay, cool. All right, what have we got? We have... Oop. Number 4, you're going to turn off your radar, and you are going to instead turn on all your stuffs. And with any luck, we'll be able to move over and engage those things. Let's see. Will you get hit? Yes, no, maybe so. We're just going to have you hold still. Hopefully, it will be seduced into one of the dead bodies here. We will see. Yeah. Gonna burn through quickly, see if there's anything else we can spot. We do get the A point back, but that said, we are falling behind heavily here. I'm kind of annoyed because that sprinter that I was hunting over here, he must have juked me and then gone around the backside. So, oops on my part. Just gonna keep firing shots into this thing here. I do need to make a play like pretty quick, so we're gonna instead swap over to firing Grape, since Grape is surprisingly actually better at killing shuttles like that. The reason being is that you can use the very high crew lethality of Grape Shot to then kill off their crew instead of their stuff. Oh, actually, never mind. It's dead. Would you look at that? Yippee! Alright, gonna switch over to firing AP rounds and then ceasefire, because I am expecting to face heavily armored targets here. That is marked as killed. We're gonna just try and burn for the B point here. We are falling behind, and again, we did not take full advantage of the situation that was presented to us. We do have to make sure that we don't get royally toasted here. That thing has decided it wants to come out in place. We're gonna fire some shots at it. I don't believe that they'll get the D point here. It's possible they could try and sneak a back cap in, but I don't see them doing that. So we just need to move around. Oop. What did we just lose? Okay, so we just lost our radar asset on A. That said, we did get the point, so hey, we will take those. I believe that is going to be the keystone, so we're going to fire on that thing with everything we got and dive the point here. They're just going to, yeah, they're just going to send everything they got, so this is going to be the game. We need to get this cap back because we need a 4 cap to win at this point. I'm actually going to have to burn over this way because I can't fight all of that at once. Still, with that said, since they are going this direction, they are not engaging us. Yep, I can hopefully get onto the B point here. To try and do this. We're going to trade the A point for the B point. I'm going to keep myself in motion going this direction, trying to turn and burn. Yeah, we can see little assets trying to rush towards the A point. I don't have anything to do there. As for you, where the heck are you? Oop, I'm heading to the wrong one. Okay, so you are over here. Turn off your jamming, I guess. There should be a little capping asset here that I don't see. Anyways, as for you, we're just going to turn on our omnidirectional jamming and just keep zooming our way over as best we can, keeping our nose heading down and whatnot. Ouch! Need to make sure that all of our stuff is more or less still alive. Ooh, we lose the railgun. So yeah, in this case, crap. I was hoping that we would have taken this thing out. I was shooting it with everything I got, but unfortunately, it did not look like we got very good hits. So this is the case where I had to make a bad call where, Well, I had to make a bad move where I push over, and then I get a combination of beamed and hit by the incoming fire here. So could have been better, could have been worse. This thing is just going to fire until it cooks me down here, so I can't unfortunately do anything more with my Acello, sadly.
Incoming. Send
Let's see what I can do about the rest of the map here. There is still an Axford here. Hi, buddy. How do you do? We might be able to get the cap here.
Commander, they've opened
What the
fire.
heck is shooting at me? You. There you are.
Initiating attack.
All right, so I don't actually know how that locks
Get it
me.
done,
I assume
Commander.
that is just a, like, huh.
What can we do for you, Commander?
I don't actually know why that's locking me. Is that got a parallax in it? That's very interesting. I would doubt it has a bullseye. It looks like it's just a little sprinter or something. Okay, well, so be it then. Weapons, oop.
Enemy secured zone Atlas.
I guess fire for effect.
Initiating missile launch. We're running out of missiles. Opening fire.
Just gonna fire off what we got. There's that little
Commander.
sprinter that wants us.
Understood. We're en
We have
route.
secured zone
And instead
Eclipse.
fire our jammer at them. Oh, crap. So yeah, unfortunately the Acello does go down here. Not much you could really do about
Standing
that.
by.
Trying to play cleanup here. Another sprinter coming at us, so we're getting sandwiched here. Little gun sprinter with a... It does have a bullseye. Wow. Okay, it's got Mark 62. It's got flak. That's an interesting little gun build. You don't see that very often. Okay, so our main reactor unfortunately goes down here as we are getting shot from both sides. So I think we might have eaten a missile there as well. I wasn't quite looking.
How can we help today,
I
Commander?
don't think that we're going to win this one even with a 4 cap. They should be able
Aye,
to
aye,
like
Commander. We're
recap
moving.
this here. Going to turn off our flank here. Do a little bit of Orbulus as it's called. Just rotating around. Because they're going to get the C point back, and I don't think there's anything I can really do about it here. You know,
Commander.
we're taking big ouchies. Ah,
Yes, Commander.
trying desperately to fire our guns here while I can.
Now. Aye, aye. Moving out.
Turn off battle short. Not that it's really going to matter. Yeah.
We'll get it done.
Just trying to shoot at this thing with whatever
Aye, aye.
shots we got. It is pretty plasmaed, actually, so we can switch over to using HE rounds, I think. That might get us some better luck.
The enemy
Um,
securing zone Comet.
We have no damage control teams because it looks like they ended up getting
Go ahead,
cooked by incoming fire or thrusters or something else like that.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Just gonna
We're moving.
try and keep ourselves moving here. I want to try and stay on the point as best I can. I have just enough power to fire my gun if I had a gun. So we're gonna instead switch over to like fixing our gun. We need to keep ourselves armed here, and that's gonna be a struggle. I don't think that we'll be able to make it in time. They might be. Yeah, this thing's limping towards the D point, so I think that's gonna be GG here. We did have potential to win that, just we didn't properly play when initiative had fallen to our hands. We had a 3 cap to begin with, and that was very good. Just then they managed to get back the A point and then flip it around on that. So that will, in fact, be GG, as we're calling it here. So yeah, initiative fell into our hands. I should have coordinated with my team a little better and then pushed a angle or avenue. In this case, we had a pretty good fight all across the battle space
Scopes
here.
out.
I was trying to clean up multiple of their assets. They played very well, keeping a sprinter or 2 in reserve to guard their E point, which I tried to back cap. And over here on the B point, I never could quite kill that sprinter in time. It was just built very tough and didn't manage to get it. But you let us have the C point, yep. So I am pretty happy, though. We held the D point with our Acello like we intended, and our team rotated well around there, doing a pretty good fight there. Yeah.
Orders, Commander.
As for us, though, we ended up losing quite a few of our assets, and the enemy just had much better backside protection than we were able to provide. I got successfully baited, where I left the C point open because I wanted to go hunt down that sprinter. So my multi-mission tug should have been here trying to guard this point from exactly what ended up happening to us there.
How can we
So,
help today, Commander?
oh well. We lived, we laughed, we loved, and all that. I'm not too torn up about it because I felt like I made some mistakes and I can correct those in future. And yeah, that's kind of the way we're going with it. Although our command ship did get beamed, which was a little sad. I was hoping that that thing would be able to kill the Beamstone's gun in time, but unfortunately it was not the case. So I'm just gonna wait for them to cap out here. The game is basically over. We're just finishing off the last little fight, seeing how it goes. Yeah, they did have a Reigns finally make it to the D point, so I can't say that this thing was uncontested the entire game, but we did a very good job of guarding this. Me and Bob over here were doing our jobs here, trying to hold that angle. Yeah, it looks like Misk just has a whole bunch of little assets everywhere. Very good player, that. Yep, that is going to be game in a second once they tick up. I think it's, yeah,
We're a little
should be
banged
2 or
up,
3 more
Commander.
ticks, and then that's it. You can see we had our fleet kind of going around here. Nice little 450s. I do hope that the 450 gets a little bit of tuning. It feels like it's a little bit lackluster compared to some of the other guns on the OSP side, so I hope it gives a little bit of love. The main problem with it seems that the 450 AP rounds, they just don't seem to do very much against a lot of the ANS Capital stuff, even though that's kind of their intended target. Like, if you point your bow towards the enemy with a Axford or a battleship, it just seems to kind of plink off. Like, by the numbers, it should be able to penetrate in and like
Commander, we're
actually
taking
burrow into
damage.
the hull, cause some damage and stuff. But
Commander,
it just seems like it doesn't quite do that. So a little unfortunate.
We
That.
lost a module.
That said, I don't think that's what would have cost us the game. In this case, it was our decision-making and whatnot, so we could have played a little bit better, but we also gave them a good run. Fairly close game, all things considered, and hey, we are playing against some good players. But happy with how things work. So yeah, Pi was trying out something else interesting here, semi-active containers. Again, I won't say if it's good or bad, I will say it is different. It's an experiment, and, you know, if you don't experiment in this game, you won't ever know if something is good or bad. See, what's that? Polymorphous over here got some respectable damage on their little array here, mass drivers and stuff. Maybe not as much damage as like you'd get out of a mass driver liner, but these also do carry plasma, so they can strip off armor there. Let's see, uncalled for over here. Yeah, respectable 20k on that. So yeah, T-30's very good against softer targets. As for the 450 and stuff, you see a lot of it was done with the AP shells, expending a whole bunch of them compared to the HE. So in that case, AP shells struggling a little bit to inflict some damage. Bob over here, maybe not the highest damage numbers, but at the same time was doing some respectable hits. They were using railguns in that case, so you can't really judge by damage numbers. Most of that is the critical debuffs they inflict. Fires, atmospheric leads, and stuff like that. And I believe some of their stuff just ended up getting jumped by missiles. Yeah, so as far as that goes, I'm pretty happy. Let's see, where was our ship? It was the Great Value. Yes, the Great Value, not dealing the most damage here, but it's not expected to. It's kind of meant to be more of a command ship, providing a little bit of supplementary fire and its electronic warfare package and other assets and stuff. I shot down quite a few missiles here, which I'm very happy about. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with how that worked. They just had some assets that threaten us. Where is that cap fleet? Yeah, so Misk had a destroyer here. So this is a very good ANS cap fleet. You start with a destroyer, probably put an intel center in it. That way you can quickly identify various tracks. You get a bunch of little threatening assets here, like all of these little sprinters and stuff. I believe that it was the Sacrifice that ran A. Yeah, so this thing's just a naked ship, 130 points. Then this one, you've got a bunch of little torpedoes and missiles and other stuff. The obligatory ceremonial arming missile. So yeah, you can jam some of these and counter others. This one, I actually used this missile myself, and I'm quite happy with it. Got a little pop gun in it, too. So yeah, just a bunch of corvettes around the battle space. We did clean up some of them, which I'm pretty happy about, although there's just a lot of stuff to deal with here. They also had a little missile launch platform. I kind of like this inclusion, because like you've got this to guard a certain point. You've got this as sort of a way to reinforce your capping assets and other stuff, because it's just a handy little missile platform. The CMD and SAW combo is really good. CMD just makes it so you can fire on a command. Well, you can order it to fire on a certain track. And then the SAW Seeker means that if it does get its command seeker jammed, then it will just fly straight and true. So yeah, pretty happy about how that went. Let's see, what else did they really have? Pyrope bringing out a super EWAR device here, I think it was. Yeah, just all the EWAR on a CL using all of the mounts possible. So technically, there are 10 surface mounts on a CL. I'm not sure which ones went where, but I'm pretty sure that I got... Oh, okay, this is what was 120 RPFing me. Got it. I thought that the CL was just a 250 CL, and so that's an EWAR package along with this, so I was getting hit by RPF at one point on one of my tugs, and I was wondering about that. See, I think it was Smoo who was down low. Yeah, they had the Keystones and stuff, so the Keystones ended up getting shredded by the fleet that we brought down there, but this Axford lived to the end. You can see, again, front side of the Axford kind of gets cored out, but then the big gun mounts and the pancake stacks here are able to survive very well. Nice thing about the bottom gun is that its hitbox extends into the hull deeper than this shows, and it means that these three compartments here are very safe. So yeah, Axford's very good hull. I won't say it's necessarily my favorite hull on the ANS, but I will say that in terms of like the amount of effort I had to put in versus the reward I get is certainly one of the better ones. I do quite enjoy my pair of Axfords, so I might end up playing those next game. Let's see. I think this one was the ship that had reactor detonated and cooked off. Yeah. Overall, pretty good game. I'm very happy to take that loss because I know that I can do things and change around my comp and improve about it. But yeah, it was good fun. We're going to pop back to main menu here. I'm going to run our little 1 hour on the hour intermission. So then we can go ahead and get into another lobby. So I will be right back. So I have to get myself a drink. And yeah, we'll go from there, okay? Okay. Be right back, chat. All right, chatty catties, thank you for waiting. It took a little longer there because I went and got myself a water bottle, filled up nicely, and then I went to take a sip, and I realized I did not screw the lid on properly as I kind of dumped it all over me, so that was fun. Anyways, hi Crystal, I see you there. Oh, asking for meow. Okay, hang on. There's a sad meow of a very wet cat now, but anyways, we'll just say that I'm sweaty playing the game. Yes, totally. Did not skill issue myself trying to, drink water. I'm just very securely making sure that this lid is actually on. Stay hydrated, chat. Nice. Hour 30 to your job interview, panic that. You've got an hour and 30. That's not that bad. Plus, I mean, like, hey, you just go over there, you talk about your stuff, say, hi, yes, I do these things. Hello, would you like to hire me, please? And if they say yes, they say yes. And if they say no, they say, yeah, whatever. You just go about your business from there. Yeah. So we're just hopping into Banana Nebulous modded maps. I believe this is hosted by, what's his name? Killer Banana, I think it was, had the server up. This guy who's making the Ruby Shelf map right now, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but I want to say with Banana Nebulous that's kind of it. Oh, it's for a government agency. Oh, that's kind of cool. Nice. Oh, so you could be the, spy agent who has to listen to all of my Discord calls and stuff. That's kind of cool. All right. Finally got another one in here. So we see two Rear Admirals on the enemy team, so very big rank. I'm pretty sure that Rear Admiral means that they played more than twice the games I have. Like, I'm still a captain, but I'm getting pretty close to Commodore now. I think I'm like 80% of the way there, so I've sunk quite a lot of time into the game and gotten some gameplay in that way. Then once you get to Commodore, the grind to Rear Admiral is pretty sizable again, so yeah. That said, we're going to see what we end up playing against them. Ultra Cringe here, HR. I want to say this is Herman. Herman's a character in the Nebulous community. Bit of a funny guy. Don't trust anything purple he gives you. That's just my advice. So yeah, we're just chilling here, waiting. Good old Pillars gaming, just gonna see what we end up getting here. I played a cap fleet last game, and well, I was a little bit taxed there, and I think my it might have just been because it was Sailor and there was a bunch of missile strikes happening, but I noticed a couple frame drops here and there, so I'm hoping that didn't carry over onto the stream. I try and keep the same standard of quality. You see, when I go about doing the stream, I try and make it so it's like, it's suffering, but it's like enjoyable suffering. But if it's just a little bit of a picture slideshow for everyone, it's not exactly that fun. We've gotten into a Canuck no mode now. You can thank Crystal for that. Anyways, so over the next 5 minutes, I'm going to talk about like this because I'm eventually Canadian now in it. All right, anyway, so we're just hitting in here, just sitting, looking for stuff. We got Rear Admirals on the enemy team. We got some Commodores in the old peanut gallery. So this means that the lobby does show up as a 9 out of 10. So most people probably not going to hop in and join on the assumption that, hey, 9 out of 10. Game typically takes 8 players. You got 4v4 on Pillars. We might end up getting one more. I could put out a call to looking for groups, see if we get that or not. Anyway, so we're just going to be chilling here. I'm going to show you all actually what I've got about in this fleet. So this is kind of latest interpretations of my kind of gameplay. So originally this fleet was, where is it? OSP broadside. So originally I had the idea of a 250 broadsider fleet, or something like this a while back. So this was the first iteration, just a whole bunch of the guns on the broadside here. Take a look at it. You can see, yep, I got like 9 barrels of love here. Technically C-53 and C-56. I'm pretty sure the C-53 and C-56, their relation is just that you took 2 of them called a C-56 because you strapped them together and that doubled the autoloader capacity and all that. Anyway, so these things are pretty good. I ran them in a little stack like this. So if you take a look at our formations, you can see they're all stacked about like this. So you get a big old wall of fire coming at you at 8 kilometers, give or take. So that's the idea behind them originally. I was struggling to kill some of the larger ships now since they're getting pretty good at being tanky and you can't just flank all the time. So instead, I can see the lobby's filled up now. We're just going to have to go quick on that. So instead, what we've done is we've taken the same idea. We got 1 with 250, 2 with 250s and that. Although I have swapped over to running T-20 turrets instead of point defense because I feel playing a little greedy since a bunch of people think missiles aren't that great right now. Anyway, so we've then got a C-53 and a bunch of plasma on this. So this thing flips over sideways and then I can belch out 64 rounds of plasma onto somebody. Anyway, that's the original idea. We got Fight Frog coming in with a whole bunch of rocket shuttles and stuff here. So good stuff. And we got a pair of the, this is one of the starter fleets actually. And then lastly, we got, let's see, 2 Ocellos with respectable loadouts to that. So we got ourselves a handy bunch of frontline there. So focusing a lot of our comp on the big guns. Hopefully I'll pair up with some of the Ocellos there. And then we can use those as our sort of electronic warfare guardian package. We saw a bit of that last game as I was able to kind of stick close to the rest of my team with my Ocello, using that big old golf ball jammer and some of the Aurora point defense turrets to really shoot down incoming missiles well. It's very nice having an Acelo in your comp. Like, if you have an Acelo center in your formation, you're always in for a good time because it means that you've got this combination of soft and hard kill. So missiles just basically can go on and get fucked. Anyway, we're going to load in here now and see what we end up getting hit with. Whenever you see like a gold rank on the enemy team, it's always a toss-up about whether they're doing something incredibly silly or something incredibly serious, and you're never quite sure in that regard. I kind of like to be unpredictable with my fleets, by which I mean I'm completely predictable because I'm not creative enough to run more than like 2 assets at once, apparently. Plan? In this economy? Anyways, I'm thinking I want to play a tight angle here, so probably electing to drop over this way and whatnot. Let's see, where can I fit the plasma? Plasma can go about there-ish. So the idea is that we get our rocket fleet to go about capping up points and stuff. I think it was Fight Frog, yeah, with the sunglasses emoji. It's kind of funny you can put sunglasses emojis and stuff in these games. I have been hit by a missile that I think was an eggplant emoji, and I'm still not sure how I feel about that. So we're just going to go ahead and see what we got here. Usually not for the 2 ranked up gold economy Mirror one. Yeah, so there's going to be stuff we'll have to fight off and face against. I'm fairly confident with my killing ability in that like 8 kilometer or below bracket. Though that said, I only get a pinpoint lock at 6.5. So ideally I want to be 6.5. Problem is with that, 6 kilometers is beamstone range. So I've only got 500 meters to play with there. Anyway, we're going to stack up on the left side here. I can see a bunch of other stuff going on the right here. Cat fleet was piston miner. I want to say that that is the pair of Acelos, so we could play heavy there. Not really much for me to do on this angle with my 250 and stuff. It's just a big old whack of open space here that I could go for. I think instead I'm going to hug on the left side here and just going to say it. Just discussing. We're just making our plan, doing our things and that. So anyways, I'm going to hold off on it deploy button until we're all set and ready and happy with our stuff. I've got my fleet deploying on the left side down here. My plan is that if anything goes to the A point, I might be able to shred it, and if something decides it wants to push underside E, I can do that as well, kind of hold off this angle. I play tight and close and cagey to the rocks here, so that way I'm able to hopefully threaten something before it comes down hard on me. That's the intention anyways, because they could always just like cap the D point with a little sprinter and then just send all their stuff around here, really threaten our assets that way, and we'd have to rotate this way and such. This is an interesting map. We're just going to go ahead and lock in now, start the game up, since I think that we've got pretty much everything figured out. Fight Frog got all these smiles going around the place, so they'll probably end up pairing 3 rocket shuttles together here, a little attack wing to go on a flank. We're going to be holding down this side as best we can and just trying to play off of that. We're a little lacking on situational awareness and whatnot, because I don't believe any of us brought an early warning radar or nothing like that. Alright, that's Canuck mode worn off, but as I was saying, I don't think that we have a whole lot of SA. SA being situational awareness, that comes in the form of either little cheap scouts that you can send off to the side that then get shot and you can see what shot them. Or you can have like early warning radars kind of scattered around the map. That way you can detect incoming enemy flanks and stuff. In terms of that, we're going to have to just try and rely on getting ambushes and doing well with that. So rocket shuttles is most of our stuff here. I do want to play ambush style because, again, my fleet is very crippling below that like 6.5 kilometer range. But it does also put me at risk of getting hit by beams, and I need to scout that out first. So, as you can see, the Halt A key just burning its retrograde thrusters here. We've got a whole bunch of Daka on this thing. You see a little pinpoint radar on top there. I might change that mount because I find it gets shot out a lot. It might just be that the module itself is kind of fragile, but oh well. Anyways, we're going to go into our tactical view here, change the heading of our ships around. Along with this one, we're also going to change the roll, like so. So we know that they have stuff around the place. We'll switch over to loose formation, holding fire here. So the idea of hold fire is pretty simple. We don't want our shots, because our T-20s are dual purpose. They will shoot incoming missiles randomly, which can give away our position. Additionally, we like to do what I call ghost fire orders, where we just select our guns here, and then I told them to fire on a position. This means that the ship will adjust its heading and roll accordingly so that the guns are presenting the best broadside possible for that angle there. We're just going to cease fire on that one so they don't do anything silly. So that is a trick that you used to have to do to get the bulk freighter to actually do what you wanted. The bulk freighter was a little bit weird back in the day, by which I mean like a patch or two ago. It just wouldn't obey the heading and roll commands when it was moving up and down. So you had to basically just move it back and forth, and that was it.
At the ready, Commander.
That said, we have now had them, well, we took away the swill that they were drinking and the same stuff that was going to the Keystone Gunners who just would shoot their beams all over the place and never seemed to hit anything. So now things are a little more stable and consistent. I'm not quite sure where I want to go yet. I think I'm going to set up my formation so that I'm roughly in the same shape as these asteroids kind of going here. This way, if I want to quickly move over here, I don't have to play around with formation much. See our little rocket flank here just kind of being grouped together. Probably going to go off in some direction here once they decide where they want to be. We do have a early warning radar, so I like this as a little command vehicle. You have enough power to run an early warning radar and a bloodhound if you invest heavily in generators and plant controls and stuff. Plus, you can put a intel center in it, so it's very good for us identifying things. As you can see, there is a keystone, I believe it was, up here, so we're going to just marker ping that like so. See a couple of scouting missiles going off there, anti-missile missiles doing their job, so our little asset will be able to cap there. Yeah. My plan is to see kind of where the enemy is, what they intend to do, and then go from there. I want to, again, play close angles and not get myself completely jumped on here, because if I do end up getting jumped, then there's not really much I am going to be able to do. I'll be able to get off some shots, but again, I want to be the one doing the jumping, so... Again, with Nebulous, you always want to be taking a unfair fight. So to add on to that a little bit, we are going to be sending our containers over this way. The idea being we're going to make it look like we are pushing this lane, like so.
We have secured zone eclipse.
You should appear here, like so, and then we're going to fire off another one. I could keep this one in reserve, but I do want to make it look like there's two bulk freighters pushing over this direction, and that should work, ideally. I'm thinking of maybe bringing more container decoys. I've only got 2 of them in the fleet, just because I thought, hey, you know what, these can be useful. I'll keep them around. Anyways, that said, I see some more missiles coming down low here. Because there's only 2 of them, I'm going to assume that this is just a little missile, like, cheap package put onto a frigate or something. Unfortunately, one of those AMMs just kind of veering off into the abyss there. So, let's see. Does it have a last-second shot? No, unfortunately. That said, this has capped the E point. A bunch of their stuff probably going to be knocked here. Hard to say, actually. It doesn't look like it's sparking, so maybe the thrusters just ate all that damage. I know they can do that sometimes. It's quite handy. Alright, anyways, let's see. We'll just adjust formations again here, because we have time. So, we do have an advantage right now. As long as the A point stays neutral, we are good. This means the initiative now falls to the enemy, so they have to make a game happen. Well, basically, they have to make a play happen to get them into the game. Because otherwise, if we just wait for, you know, however long it takes to fill up the bars, we are going to win. So, recognizing that the enemy has the initiative, we are going to be trying to react to that. That is the plan anyways. We can see that they have a Vauxhall here. I'm going to adjust our attack ping accordingly. We can call this out to the team. So, even though it does have the intel on it, I like to do callouts and pings like this. The ping tool is very good because you can keep awareness. Ooh, hello. You are a thing. Okay, so that is going to change matters. We're going to flip over our map here like so. So now we know what the enemy's plan is, or at least what they're going to be trying to do. We're going to make an attack marker here. Bit of a mistake, actually, going after the Solomon there with the missiles, because you don't really have a way to get through its armor. That said, this is probably a panic dump. This shuttle has already paid for itself. We are aware of the enemy's positioning like that. That is a beam battleship, so we need to adjust to that accordingly. We are getting scouted out here by, I'm betting that Vauxhall with a spyglass, given the range. Okay. We are going to quickly move ourselves back down like so. We know where they are, so we're going to tell our gunners to just aim in that direction, like so. I need to flip over the map again, like this. Sorry if this is a little disorientating to people. Don't worry. It is disorientating for me as well sometimes. But here we are. We're going to order our gunners and stuff to just basically point the guns right at that point that we had there. So yeah, we know that they have stuff over this direction. Looks like they got a asset up high. If I had to guess, I'm betting this is something big. I call it just like that. Just given the way that it's moving and stuff, never mind, it's a destroyer. Okay, so this thing is going to be pushing its way across here. We might be able to actually get that in firing range. Not sure how I feel about that. Anyways, we have a Celos on this side, and we've got some bulk freighters here. So again, we're waiting for the enemy to make a play, make a mistake, and whatnot. So you can see them trying to fire a missile off, assuming that that rocket shuttle was still there. One of our missiles kind of going off here into the abyss. Oh, this is interesting. It's got EO Seeker with a Wake Seeker as well. Huh. I feel like the Wake Seeker is not great for hybrid missiles because it can kind of make them just scream off into the abyss after, like, well, just kind of like any random spaceship fart trail. But currently stands, we're just going to be chilling, waiting for them to make something happen. Because we scouted them out, they are most likely not going to be actually pushing that angle. It is possible they will, but when the... Yeah, they're still actually locking onto this, so we know that there's something still down here. When the enemy has been scouted out like this, a smart play will be, okay, we have the possibility of going to the E point. They know we are there, so you're already on the clock ticking. Like, as soon as you've been revealed, you now have to deal with just, like, how long it is until the enemy responds. In this case, I, being the enemy to them, am aware that they are down there, so I'm going to have my guns pre-aimed and locked and ready for whatever they're going to do. I have the counter to a battleship, which is a whole bunch of plasma and gun, and their little escort as well. So, instead, they're going to go for the A point here, so we're just going to poke out like so. Gonna try and adjust according to this. These should counter this thing, I think. One pop. There we are. So, they do scout us out there, unfortunately. We are going to have you hide close to the rock because I want you to be a surprise. And actually ceasefire here and then adjust our headings accordingly, like so. Da-da-da-da.
On the way, Commander.
Actually have your heading angled a little higher. Okay, so they're firing a bunch more EOs. These are just kind of their cleanup missiles. They're trying to go after our shuttles here, and they're going to successfully hit them in the drive, which is rather unfortunate. We are going to have to reveal what we have here this moment, because otherwise they're going to get the A-cap, so pew 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 time. With any luck, we will kill this thing and like snipe the CIC very fast. That said, we have been a little too slow in this. I should have overwatched this a little better. Crap.
What are our orders, Commander?
Alright, so we are going to clean this up, but unfortunately this means that initiative has now fallen into our hands to do something. So we know they have a battleship down low. That battleship being down low like that, I'm going to marker its area again, give or take. Flip over here, actually. So we knew it was like roughly around here. This is just so we can get like a kind of sense of where it might be. So we're going to clean up this thing. This is a sacrificial corvette. We're hitting with grape shot and 250 right now. There's no way that it is living. They know that I have at least 2 bulk freighters, but I have kept the third asset in my fleet, the plasma bulker, a secret, or at least I hope I have. I'm just going to hide close to the rock here. The intention being that if they don't know that I have a whole bunch of plasma, they might think that I have more like light capping assets or other useful tools. Trying to listen and see if there's alarms. I'm not hearing any. So initiative now in our hands is up to us to do something with it. Let's take a look. So we know that there is a Vauxhall over here. We know that our friendly fleet is just kind of hanging out, chilling here. So they'll be able to rotate over and hit them as well. We have our Acellos trying to make a play happen. I'm going to marker this thing, whatever it is. Not sure what that would be sitting way back at that point. Probably something with 450 if I had to guess. Kind of can see the cat fleet over here. Very nice name, actually. Ooh, it's got a little ghost thing. That's cute. So in this case, holding fire because we got a bad track quality on this thing.
Command's on the line.
I'm just going to order my fleet to actually reload all their guns instead. Yeah. All right, so let's just move back into cover. This thing is pretty toasted, but I don't think it's technically dead yet. So yeah, if it wants to limp off the point, that's fine. Honestly, we have better things to do right now, so we should be trying to think about how we want to make a play. You can see here they are electing to go for the violence option. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and answer in kind. Yeah. Looking over to AP rounds at that range should be good. I did just order my guns to reload, so we will be cycling through there. Instead, move up high. I'm trying to bait the beam battleship over into the E point, since I am confident that I will end up actually winning that fight. So I'm going to adjust the heading of my ship here instead. Actually, I think I want to be like this. I want to have the heading facing that direction, and then the gun to face down low. So yeah. We will be adjusting accordingly here. The Senator here is going to be a priority target. I'm going to call the lock. Asking for teammates to kindly lock onto that, please. We can see in the distance it is, in fact, a Vauxhall with a whole bunch of missiles. So, very spicy surrender seal, that one. I'm not sure if it's trying to do a torp run here or what. That said, we do have it in gun range. Fire for effect, I guess. Yeah, let's go. Pew pew. So, in this case, we see the Sprinter has now popped life pods, so these are just going to pop out there. We're going to try and shred this thing before it causes any major problems. The VLS are very fragile, so we should be able to take those out pretty handily. It is in our gun range, and we are managing to do something about that. Again, keeping our assets kind of secret here, or at least hoping to. You'd be so kind. Thank you. Bulk freighters sometimes behave a little bit silly, so you have to adjust for that accordingly. Yep, in this case, I think this thing might be just flat out dead. It is. Yeah, you can see the puff of magic smoke there, so that is a neutralized target. We are going to order our ships to adjust fire accordingly. Switch over like so. See a bunch of Keystone Destroyers trying to come out and play. We're going to switch over to high explosive on these as well. So, now that we have no longer been tracked on radar, we need to do something, and soonish. Gonna ask if our buddy here, Fright Frog, can threaten the D point or whatnot. I don't know if this thing has a working radar or not, so we're gonna have to play around the assumption that it does not.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
Planning and playing here with what we got. So the Keystones are over there. I'm going to instead hold my fire order here and swap my angling down this way. So I know that that battleship is somewhere down there. They don't have to push right now, which is why I'm not expecting them to take the E point. That's also kind of my tell for if they're trying to do something. This is odd. Why are you behaving like this? Okay. You should be trying to adjust your heading so that you will point downwards, but you don't appear to be. Why? Strange. Roll, please. Thank you. Huh. So we can see the beams going off there into one of our shuttles, unfortunately. Just gonna actually clear this thing's roll order. That might be making it play silly. We'll just have it adjust accordingly. I do almost, you know, I might actually just have this thing boop into a rock to make it so it adjusts quicker. That is one way you can make your ships roll and turn and bank and stuff faster. You just slam them into a rock. That way it smacks the ship into the correct orientation, kind of flush to that rock, and then you go from there. Anyways, off the assumption that there is some stuff around the place. Let's see. So there's the keystone over here that we are unfortunately not able to get a good lock on. This thing needs to move over there. Just signal a move marker there. And call out our little questioning here. So, like so. We could get the A point, and that would drag out the battleship or a missile strike again. You can see my line ship container decoys here. They were not shot at by anything, so I'm assuming that the D flank is in fact empty. I am tempted to actually push over the rock and go here, but I know that they will then in turn take the E point because we don't have anything to threaten that battleship. So, in this case, just kind of sitting tight for the moment. We do have to do something, but at the same time, if you are impatient and you do not properly respect what the enemy is doing, then you will encounter a whole lot of problems with that. You can see we're getting jammed by something down there. I don't see what is jamming us, though. Let's see, what is... Okay, so we are being jammed from down there. Okay, so we know that they are down there and going to be peeking out and presenting and stuff there, so we're going to adjust accordingly like so. We're going to set our angling and roll since this thing is kind of done being drunk now, sort of. It's still angled a little bit weirdly. So because we saw that the enemy had jamming going that way from down there, we are expecting there to be a little frigate there. So if I peek out now, I should be able to find that frigate. I'm going to angle with my guns like so, and also going to load high explosive like so, So, the casemate guns will override my heading and roll commands, meaning that I am able to keep the ship kind of pointed where these are.
Course laid in.
My plan is that there is a battleship, and I want it to make it die, and I'm just going to keep my fleet in position to make that happen. This is, again, a rough estimate of where I think they are. I don't know for sure, so I have to play kind of close to the rock in case I need to hide, but I also have to play in a position where I'm able to ideally find out what the enemy is doing and then react to it. So I have to be close enough to get locks and then also far enough away that I don't get beamed. So see here, a keystone taking a whole lot of fire as they are pushing up very well here with the rocket shuttles and whatnots. A bunch of those little, what are these, phase 7 missiles. Don't know what the phase 1 to 6 happened with, but anyways, rocket strike is out and it is good. One defender only firing. I don't think that's going to be enough. We're keeping an eye down on that H sword location. Let's see if these missiles hit or not. So a couple of them, yeah, a couple do get shot down, but that is a very hurt keystone.
We hear you, Command.
All right, let's take a look. So I'm gonna order my ship to burn through in case we spot something here. I'm gonna take kind of like a long route out. They might have just poked their little scouts, kind of like a periscope on a submarine, to take a look. So we're just going to be holding ourselves around here. I'm not doing anything at the moment, but we have communicated what our play is. We're doing a big old rocket strike here, killing off a bunch of their keystones. We are already 3,000 points ahead militarily, so we have the opportunity now to really punish that. You can see our fleet's moving along here. I understand what my team is doing here, and I trust in them. Oop. Okay, couple shots out. Was that friendly or enemy? I want to say that was friendly shots going out. Looked like it anyways. Yeah, they probably were trying to hit that keystone and stuff. Yep. So, with that said, I expect the beam ships to come around this angle, and I am in position to do something about that.
Awaiting your
And
orders,
yeah,
Commander.
that is the plan. I am just playing defensively. I want to guard the E point, and that is my plan. I have my assets in position to do just that, and it should be good. See, I've crossed over here now because, again, I know where the enemy is roughly going to come from. It's possible that they may have double crossed onto the, like, A rock here and are going to try and come up on this angle, but I'm just going to play patient and hold here. Again, you can decide you just want to, like, rush off to the A point, and you can get panicky and think, okay, we're falling behind on points. We need to, like, make a big play and, like, go cap all the points or we're going to lose. No, you just need to get a slight advantage over your opponents. As you can see here, they do have a keystone again. So a lot of keystones on their side. They are firing beams. These rockets probably not going to go down. I count 1, 2, 3 defenders here. I'm going to call that out. Yeah, that is just a situational awareness thing we can call out.
Command's on the line.
They also do an attack marker for its approximate location. Spinning. There we are. Yeah, again, I know there's a beam battleship, and that is what I am primarily doing stuff against. So I know it does look like I am not doing anything right now, but you have to understand, there's an enemy asset here. They have 3,000 points sitting there. I have 3,000 points sitting here. They are down 3,000 points, and some more now because their keystones are getting cleaned up. Our rocket shuttles, we've lost a couple of them, but they are making stuff happen. They crossed over from here, realizing that there's no threat on that angle. We are good. Oop, I forgot we had spectators. Anyways, just chilling, hanging out, relaxing, all cool, shooting b-ball outside the school and all that. You can see more shots flying into this keystone. This thing should be dead any second now. So the accuracy is a little bit poor at that range, even with the lock. But I mean, hey, what are you going to do? It's 450. It's kind of a ballpark area anyways. I don't expect that battleship to be down there anymore. It could be, but I'll tell you what. We are going to try and check that. So we're going to instead rotate down like so. We know the range the beam battleship has, and I also have a bulwark huntress so I can burn through in case it jams me and then lock onto the battleship. There's a 1.5 kilometer window where I can get pinpoint lock, and it cannot fire on me with its beams and stuff. It could have missiles, which is a threat I have to consider. But anyways, we're going to be starting to move our way down there. The idea is I'm going to try and poke my head down there. This ship will go off and cap the D point. I doubt that that beam battleship is still going to be there, but that's the best point of reference I've got. If it's smart, it's probably moving underneath, so we're going to just take a look and see if it is or not. The idea being we kind of hug along this rock and then go downwards, like so. This way, if we have to, we can disengage behind the rock here, provide some cover in case there's something else there to threaten us with gun. Yeah, overall, it's just going to be a good time. We can also tell when we are scouted because the little yellow kind of X's will show up. See, they're getting disco balled over here, so a bit of bad luck for them. Some rains here. So again, we are cleaning up pretty well. My team is coordinated. They're moving towards the C point. That will get us a cap back in the game. We have fallen behind a little bit, but we took the time to just kind of recognize the situation, adapt our play accordingly, and now we're just going to go from there. See the ship down here. This thing died. I don't remember how long ago. We've been playing this game for a little bit now, but so I'm just moving my fleet down like so. I can probably honestly go flank speed because I want to actually get a bit of fighting in. That said, sometimes the best move is to do nothing. You can be in a commanding position. You don't have to always be like. Don't get me wrong. In Neb, you should always be trying to do something. In this case, what
are our orders, Commander?
So in this case, I could be like pushing up very aggressively, trying to work this flank, but I know that there's something that will threaten me here. So I am just deciding, okay, I'm going to play reactionary. The enemy has chosen to make a move. I am now the counter to that move. While I am staying here and kind of anchoring this E point, they are also kind of anchoring the D point because they could double back and cross over, or they could threaten the A point. But my team is then able to maneuver around that because this flank right here is static. This is very fluid, very mobile. They are going to go for that C point and get it in a second. Shuttles will push up and get onto the point. These guys are going to go after that range that is just getting peppered with 450 at this range. So this thing will go down pretty fast. I'm just going to go a little bit like kind of more aggressive here, hunting around because I doubt that they're going to stay static. Ooh, hello, you. What do we have here? I'm going to point that out. Call that one out. Let's call this out to our friend here. So I'm betting that this is the little... Yeah, it's a Corvette. Okay, so that is something else we need to kind of be warding against. They might be able to rocket them. I don't know. You can see the rockets there trying to lock on now. So there we go. Oop. We are being jammed. Okay, cool. We're going to burn through and see him. There we are.
I don't think we can hit that one. Sensors are all over the place. Yes,
So we know that there's the enemy asset there. We can see them.
Sensors are all over the place.
That's rather rude.
Commander.
Sir, please stop.
We're underway.
All right. So you're on track as well. I'm expecting there to be some incoming fire now. Because we know that they are jamming us and such. We're just going to pull it back like so. They can only jam for so long, and once they finish their jamming, I am going to shred them absolutely. So, yeah. That beam battleship is out there somewhere, and I'm just going to deal with that. Gonna ask for a cross fix here. There's that Solomon. Aha.
We hear you, Command.
There we go. That is a shootable lock, so we're instead going to lock on like so, and like so.
You heard the order.
Burning through with what we can. We have high explosive, which is not going to do anything against this. However, the plasma turrets, that is a perfectly shootable lock, and that thing is approaching us, so we're going to instead hold up here, instead getting ourselves a little bit of range. It's possible this thing will just decide to die for E point. Gonna have you move like so. So we did scout at the enemy asset. They were threatening the underside here like I expected. And we're just going to hold up and wait.
We have secured zone comment.
Our angling is a little bit off here. I think we might have nudged the rock or something. Trying to burn through. And I don't see... That's very strange. I can't actually see their sprinter. Or not their sprinter, their early warning radar. Or what am I saying? Their Raiden's class frigate. Okay. So we know it's out there. We just can't see it, which is rather annoying.
How can we help today, Commander?
So they are, again, cycling their jammers. I know pretty much exactly where they're at. I'm just going to do another attack ping here. So that battleship has not gotten any damage done this game. It's just warded off us. This said we get a 3 cap versus their 2 cap. We can then also threaten other locations since we cleaned up a lot of their military assets. See, they still have quite a few like little sprinters and Raiden's frigates kind of out there in the abyss doing stuffs. I think that this thing is dead, actually. Yeah, this thing, I am going to signal is dead. Okay, that said, they are also comms jamming me, which is rather rude, honestly. I would much appreciate if you would not do that. Thank you.
At the ready, Commander.
So, in this case, they are trying to backcap the C point. That is fine, not our problem. I know roughly where they are, and I'm going to keep myself at range here. They don't have anything they can actually hit me with here, so I'm just going to be sitting pretty and comfortable. Have our pre-angled gun go off there. There we are. Yep, they've locked onto us with that. That said, there's the Solomon. Of course, because they are comms jamming us, we can't actually see that right now. There we are. That should be fireable, I think.
I don't think we can hit that.
Okay, we're going to actually get a little bit closer. Oop, crap. Messing up my anglings here. All right.
Understood.
Going to play it just a little bit tight and low. There we are. So this thing, unfortunately, again, comms jammer is being very effective. There you are.
What are our orders, Commander?
God damn it.
Quiet. Command's on the line.
You, yes, you, die.
Tracking target.
Open fire.
Target lock achieved.
So we have just barely managed to actually get a lock onto this thing. With any luck, this will knock out their comms jamming, and then this should be a cakewalk. Come on, hit them.
What are our orders?
Firing everything we got now. There we are. Now we have it. All right, so we're going to fire our guns on these, or our guns on these. They're going to take the E point here, but that is fine because we are going to get a big military dubs for us.
We can take him.
Fire everything. In this case, we have managed to play our ranges appropriately. They will be able to get here, and like they've kept the rock between us nicely. But with the velocity they're going, I think they're just going to zoom into the E point, and there's going to be a very big plasma belch waiting for them. At least that's the plan. I'm going to again have my team hopefully getting me cross fixes here. We're going to have the locks set on you with this, you with this. Actually going to have both of you locked here. Come on. Just need to get around the corner and wait for it. Come on.
Yes, Commander.
There we go. Fire, fire, fire. Pew, 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 pew. Because I've kept this hidden the whole game. They don't know what I actually had here, which is why this is about to be a very bad time for them. Switch to high explosive. Yep. Our first shots are going to be impacting here, stripping off all of the plasma. I'm actually going to fire the small rounds onto this thing, I think. You're going to lock with that. You're going to keep locked on that. So they will take the E point, but it will come at a horrible cost for them. They are getting a little close for comfort, so we're actually going to be pulling back here now as best as we can. Their main move now is to just burn towards us and try and beam. And it's going to be a very painful thing for them. They will get the cap here, but I'm certain that I can actually end up capping this back. So See, our initial plasma volley worked very well there. We're just going to be firing on the reins here, trying to clean it up.
Quiet. Commands on the line.
Small little guns should manage that handily. See, now this thing is trying to get itself out, so we're going to instead advance this direction. Yeah.
What are our orders?
So this thing, yeah. I did let them cap, but I am confident in my ability to countercap. I pulled them into a poor situation. As you see now, just pretty much all of this thing's side armor is getting shredded here.
What are our orders,
So.
Commander?
We're just able to keep this going for a little bit longer. Should be able to move forward. I'm confident that its guns are pretty toasted by now,
How can we help
so we can
today,
handle that in a second. So we do want to clear up this thing in a second here, so we're going to fire off whatever shots we have.
Commander? Solutions locked in.
Goal now to get back onto the point, and yeah, that should be that. Going to move up like so, and that'll be good.
On the way.
This is what,
Commander.
because I had revealed earlier on that I had a pair of
Go
250
ahead,
bulkers
Commander.
with a whole bunch of DACA. It meant that the enemy played according to that. They did not know about my plasma bulker here, so the plasma bulker in turn was able to seriously mess up the blob Solomon here. And because they're now moving off of the point, I should be able to push forward aggressively and take it back. So we just need to get there in time. Oh, hello, you.
Target lock achieved. Track
Perish,
target.
please. That should be the Sprinter Corvette we saw earlier. I'm going to actually fire the gun at it here, because I think I have an angle. No, we'll just fire on this.
Engaging.
That should be in casemate range. There you go.
On the way,
Yeah,
Commander.
we just have to get there in 2 minutes, which is perfectly achievable. This thing is going to be eating a lot of fire in a second or two. Pew, 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 pew.
Go ahead, Command.
So that is like a annoyance, but we can handle that. Yeah.
How can we help today, Commander?
So you're going to actually plasma dump this thing because I don't have a reason not to, really. It might get a kill, it might not. The beam battleship is hurting bad, so pretty happy with that.
Aye, aye,
I would have ideally loved to engage them beforehand. Oh,
Got you,
never mind.
5
That thing
by
is
5.
totally dead.
Got
Okay,
you, 5
cool.
by 5.
Boop, 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 boop.
Understood. Engaging.
So in this
Go
case,
ahead,
I'm going to
Commander.
split off one of my
Aye, aye,
assets to
Commander.
go here.
Moving.
You're going to go over this direction.
Turning up the engines.
I think we can get it anyways. What's happening up here? Oh, okay, that's not good.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
We might have actually done an oops here instead.
Quiet. Command's on the line.
Okay,
Yes, Commander.
you're gonna hold fire on that because I'm pretty sure that's dead. Are you dead? Yeah, that's dead. Okay, so
Engaging. Go ahead, Command.
fire on you, fire on
Be done,
you, mark
Commander.
you as killed. There we
Awaiting your
go.
orders.
And yeah, that is the
Missiles are
plan.
heading low. Target lock achieved.
Okay, you have a shot
Understood.
here and
Engaging.
here. You're gonna open fire and just plasma the shit out of this.
What are our orders?
That's the plan anyways.
En route.
I'm gonna go for the A point.
Aye. Full power.
Go for D. So I thought that this was a lot more one than it was. I didn't realize that they still had some keystones and stuff left alive. I thought they had cleaned up here, but
Quiet.
this
Command's
is
on the line.
this is less good than I expected. Okay, crap. You're gonna fire now.
We hear you,
Oop,
Command.
wait, hang on. Plasma?
At the ready, Commander.
Oh, okay, you rolled on me. Oh, crap. Brought your stuff back. This thing is so much less plasma than I thought. What the hell? I thought I cooked this thing. Damn. Okay, screw it. Yeah, just open fire, I guess, then. Everything you got.
We
Owie.
lost a component.
So luckily, its plasma is not doing... Well, plasma is going to do great against it. The beams and stuff are getting messed up here. I swore this thing would be, like, totally cooked. I mean, the left side is, but...
Receiving.
Okay. Unfortunately, it looks like we might end up losing this. I thought that we had achieved a big enough victory, like, by killing off their surrender CL originally and then cleaning up all the stuff there. I thought that we were much further ahead than we were, and,
What are our orders?
well, this might have been an oops. Still,
Moving out.
what we were doing there, trying to bait out the enemy, I think that we just ended up
ahead,
waiting a
Command.
little too long to make our thing happen. I should have decided
On
to
the way,
drop down
Commander.
sooner and take a look and scout them out. Them hiding under the A-Rock there is what kept us from capping, so they did a better job of warding, because they were warding off 2 points essentially, versus us warding off 1.
Yes, Command.
So yeah, I can fire HEHC, I think,
sighted.
now. Should be able to get this, ideally.
Let's move quickly.
We are capping the E point. This thing is probably going to try and drift onto the point. That said,
Center
we are
traffic.
just hitting it from every angle that we
Gotcha,
possibly
5
can
by
now
5.
as I burn my way towards A point.
Aye, aye,
I think
Commander.
they're actually going to end up capping out, so a little bit of an error on our part. Oh, meow. Okay.
Securing zone eclipse.
Standing by.
We do get the military dub here. The beam battleship was able to live long enough to actually get onto the point here. We did do the correct move of like trying to bait it out and get the ambush on it. Although with that said, is that thing dead?
We don't have a lot of ammo.
I can't tell if that thing's dead or not. I don't think it's dead. Its lights are still on.
Yes,
Yeah.
Command.
We're just going to... We do get the E-cap here, and we're just going to be blasting everything, so GG. Unfortunately, we were not quite able to get the C-push that I thought we had. I was fairly confident that we had that, because I thought they'd just cap with the shuttles, and then the Acellos would just kind of mop up everything else here along with the bulk freighters, but I guess there must have just been more beamstone and stuff there. As far as I was aware, they had one fleet that was a Vauxhall with surrender CL. There was this beam battleship. Then there was like a bunch of destroyers and sprinters and stuff. So that's kind of like
Orders, Command.
2-ish fleets unaccounted for. We did knock out like 2 beamstones up over in this area, so I thought that would have been it, but oh well. Yeah, that'll be GG. A little sad about that, but oh well. I do end up getting to toast a battleship pretty well. I thought this thing was far more plasma, so yeah. You can see our cap fleet, as expected, does kind of get wrecked. That's kind of what they're there for. It's a rocket shuttle. It's a one-time use package. We get some respectable damage against the battleship and whatnot, but hey. Yeah, that was Blubcat's battleship, I believe. Yeah, so this thing, as you can see, heavily cored out. We got a bunch of that. No curve the caps. Yeah, so they were able to get some of the caps. They got the A cap, which I was very surprised by. I didn't think that they were actually going to send a sprinter there. I thought we had Overwatch on it. We just didn't actually have the early warning. I guess that's a asset we didn't take into our planning phase. We had a early warning radar, but it was more focused on checking the top side of the map. So did their surrender CL actually get any damage? 8 damage. Yeah, that must have been like a single shot with this defender. So I am a little sour that they were down like one fleet completely and we didn't manage to capitalize on it. Yeah, just 3 beamstones just kind of hanging out here. One of them got like 10,000 damage because it just didn't get killed. These other 2 pushed up with the surrender CL and died. Beam Battleship managed to properly threaten the E point and get that cap, which set us a little further behind. I think that I could have handled the Beam Battleship on the E point if we just had a little more time, but they didn't give it to us. So there's that. They had, let's see, over here, yeah, capping fleet. So beam, yeah, so they had a lot of beamstone, which was just something we didn't really play against. I mean, are you expecting the enemy team to bring like 5 beamstones? Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, wait, yeah, 5 beamstones. So that's a lot for us to have to try and like figure out. So there was that factor. A bunch of the little corvettes that go around here. They've just got torpedoes and stuff, so good package there. Yeah. I felt pretty good in that fight I took against the battleship, but unfortunately we did give up the cap. So maybe if I'd played more aggressively sooner, because there was a point in there where I was just kind of doing nothing. Not that doing nothing in that case was bad. I was in a point to defend, but my kind of elastic defense should have been a little more aggressive there because I could have gotten the plasma belch sooner. If I had, like, say, 5 minutes ago, rotated down and gotten that scout out, and then they had to try and jam me and find them under the A-Rock, I think that would have been better. But again, I didn't know what the battleship was exactly because we lacked situational awareness, so we end up losing because of that. But that's mistaking incorrect. We did well, yeah. All right, anyways, gonna go ahead, see if there's any lobbies up. Area official on Canyon. Ew, not big on the Canyon. Maybe we'll go Honeycomb. Okay. All right. I've been playing a lot of OSP today because it seems like they just end up getting full on the ANS team. I kind of want to play ANS. Okay. What do I want to have for Honeycomb? Well, okay, tell you what, chat. We're going to do a little intermission thing, so I'm going to run ads for 3 minutes. That way we don't get anything interjecting in the next game, so I will be right back. And yeah, if the lobby fills up in the meantime, it fills up, and I will catch you in 3. Yeah. Alrighty, chat, we are back. Just hopped into a lobby and was messing around with the fleet, so had an idea for a kind of missile delivery fleet that I think is going to be a little funny. Just was toying around with my latest torpedo design here. I think it should maybe work. We'll see. Is that enough? Geez. Maybe not. I might have to increase that a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, so we're going to change this around to size 3 warhead. Trying to play with our budget here. Increase the maneuverability until it pops. There we are. Go for exactly 12 points like this. Come on. There we are. It gives us 3.5 Gs at 4.6. So, should call that accordingly. Drumstick. We're going to call it 4.6, representing the range. And call it a drumstick 2. Why not? There we are. Just making sure I've got all the stuff here. Going to change around our loadout in a bit, but for the moment we're just going to grab all the torps that we can carry, like so. It's going to put us a little bit over budget, so we'll drop it down to, I think, 32 is a good number. There we are. Can also change out the cannon here on the nose. I don't feel like going the C90. I think the C56 will do us better in general. Just nice to have that. Bloop, bloop, and then bloop and bloop. Let's see, so we fire packages of 8 at a time, so we might have to even then trim these down a little bit more. Just gonna ask them to wait for 1 second while I finalize my fleet here. Gonna give it some HE shells and some AP shells. And same on this side as well. Let's just make these, I guess, 100 of each. I'll go and round it down. Oop. Yeah. A little bit of live fleet editing at the last second. That's probably enough ammo. I just have to adjust my cost accordingly. Let's drop our torpedoes down to, say, 24. And then, yeah, that gets us thoroughly under the budget. So, might be able to have more. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, so these fire groups of 8. Can I do 32 on these or not? I feel like I can do that if I just trim out, like, say, the rapid locker. Have to remove these, and then take, I guess, like, 2 less chaff. That works. There we go. All right, Acello and Sons. Yippee! All right. Here's the plan. So the plan is I've got an Acello command ship here. I could design this thing a little better with a golf ball jammer, but instead we're just going to go with the hard kill potential. I've got 2 Pavis, 4 Auroras, a bunch of big gun. We've got some smaller caliber guns onto our ships here. So the idea is that this is a little simple 3-ship torpedo delivery system. I'm going to try and move towards the enemy pretty much with my command ship and its 2 escorts. And hopefully my combination of firepower with the missiles and guns will be enough. That torp monitors? You better believe it is. So, torpedoes are quite good right now. In this case, we have to get within 4.6 kilometers. So it's a fairly close quarters plan. I should be able to, like, drive... Oh. Oops. Ready up, I guess. I guess server said no. We'll just go around again. Interesting. I don't know why it does that. It says 58 minutes on that, so maybe just Nebulous bug. Oh well, happens sometimes to the best of us, I guess. So we'll just load the map up in that. See, vote map, honeycomb. Change it back to the one that it used to be, and we'll go from there. Where's the? Here it is. Acello and Sons. So the idea, anyways. Any luck, we'll get the change over to Honeycomb like we were just on. We just need 1 more vote, and we should get it. Reason being is that I don't, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind Arroyo. In fact, I actually quite like Arroyo. It's just that we decided we wanted to play a Honeycomb, and I think that's what we should go for. Also, I believe that Arroyo on the area officials is still bugged. It's got some weird hitbox issues where the terrain isn't where it actually is supposed to be. Time limit? Why would we need time limit? It's control mode. Strange. I don't know why you would vote for a time limit, because, like, you're already on the clock as soon as the point gets captured. Huh. Oh well. I mean, I guess if they want time limit, that's a thing, so I don't think it's going to change too much, but we'll see. I guess we've committed to having a 45-minute game. Right. Anyways, team's just readying up here. Some of them, I think these are, like, special characters or something, so you can't actually see them, instead of them just having no name at all. We're going to see if the game will load up this time or not. I don't know what My Hands Your Bones is bringing, but looks like we got container... What the heck? A container liner and an Acello. That's a very cheap container liner. That's got to be all saw. Huh. That's going to be interesting. Container liners cost like 1,000 points baseline, so that's very expensive on that hull. And a cello properly kitted comes to like 1,500 or so, give or take. So that's going to be an interesting direct delivery device. I think that I want to play like the top side here. So my idea is that I just kind of push aggressively over here, and then I try and like jump down onto whatever I can. I could also play sneaky going underneath, but I don't expect anything to be hanging out back there. This might not have been the best map to go torpedo rushing on, but other option would be deploying the right side here and try and go towards this rock. You can threaten the D side a little bit there. Yeah. I could also split off my fleet, deploying neutral, and then like decide I want to do an Acello thing up top and kind of work my other stuff down below. Yeah, we're going to see how it goes either way. This is a little bit of a, I want to call it like a silly fleet, but it's got a bit more gimmick to it than some of my more, what do I call them, conventionals? There's just some times where you want to throw 16 torpedoes at somebody and make it their problem. And this fleet does exactly that. See Enterprise over there just constantly flashing the ready thing back and forth. So a little annoying that, just going blink, 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 blink. But whatever. Minor inconveniences. So our plan is going to be try and control the sea point. I'm hoping that that is a rocket shuttle that will go over that way. What does Bones have? Let's see. Got Annihilation under the floor, Bump of the Night. Looks like they got a bunch of little stuff, so. Want a clean, honest fight from us? I don't know about that. I do want to play ANS today because I've played, this will be my third OSP game in a row, and I like playing both factions, kind of mixing it up, keeping it fresh in that. So we'll see where we go from there. Yeah, Hardly over here with the RDLY tag, making the plan, so we look like we're a duo, and just go from there. Just kind of pre-lobby chatter should be deploying it. There we are, they've readied up. So we're going to deploy in, make it look like just Acellos, maybe some like early warning and escorts and stuff. Pretty normal formations. They're just going to see, ooh, 2 Acellos up top. Okay, that's a guy with a double Acello fleet, and maybe somebody else deployed like some early warning radars and bloodhounds and stuff for it. They're not going to expect the torps, I don't think. So we're going to order our ships to go loose formation. That way they don't interfere with each other. I might toy around with the positioning here a little bit, like so. Want them to not get in each other's way. Also want to stay over 250 meters away from allies, because what that means is that we don't get our signature bloomed very big. If you get too close to an allied ship, I believe it's within 250 meters, then you get a signature size increase because you're so close, radar returns just work much better on you. So want to keep ourselves a little bit distant so we aren't bigger than we have to be. Take a look over here. I'm actually going to order my ship to turn off their radar and then just keep my Acello's radar on. Reason being is that, actually I can also, I don't want to set these comms. You know what? Screw it. Let's set the comms as well. So, there we are. Our command ship has radar and comms on. Our escorts have radar and comms set to receive and off and stuff. So this way we are able to kind of keep ourselves stealthy, relatively speaking. These things do still have quite a big signature size, but the important thing is that a pinard will not detect the ship. It'll just show, hey, there's one like big radar thing here, and there's another big radar thing here. So it's going to look like an Acello pair, which is also a fairly common fleet. I commented before that, like, Acello pair, I think you're just missing out on some of the best stuff on OSP side because of just taking the Acellos. And that's, like, things like Jeep shuttles, bulk freighters for their firepower. In this case, my pair of monitors that I decided, you know, I want to throw, like, hang on. This would be 8 here, so that would be, like, 16 torpedoes at once at them. And in total for these, I have... Whew! Okay. When I saw the ammo counter, I thought for a second I forgot to bring torpedoes, and then I looked over and realized it's in the missile counter instead. That was almost a big oops, and I felt my heart drop there for a second. Okay, so we're going to be moving our way forwards here, like so. We've got a Dragonfly drive and a Yard drive on these, so our speeds are actually pretty much identical, which is what originally drew this idea for me. I was thinking, well, I do like something that provides point defense, and these missile ships here, like, they have basically no defense. They've just got a gun on the nose. It's pretty much just a brick as a launch platform, and that's it. So I'm gonna be trying to play off this here. I might end up going over top onto this rock, doing a quick crossover, and we'll see where that takes us. We don't know where the enemy is right now. Our direct delivery container liner kind of coming up here. You can see it's okay, very light on containers. I guess that makes sense because again they had to bring a Acello, which I'm very thankful for them running with me here, because like that's even more auroras and illuminators and stuff. Like they've got jamming, they've got dazzler.
How can we help today, Commander?
So we're going to just try and cruise our way over to his. They haven't taken the C point yet, which makes me think that maybe they don't have anything up here. Oop. That's interesting. What is that?
5x5.
Huh.
Reporting.
Enemy secured
Oh,
zone
okay, that
X.
must be the, That's got to be our gun range, right?
Send your
Yeah,
traffic.
okay, the red line is our gun range. I was wondering why that showed up there clipping through the rocks. So you see they have an offside
5x5.
asset over here. Just going to attack ping this, showing where it is in case we lose the track of it. Gonna call that one out there. So this way we know that there's a shuttle here. Unfortunately, it has been locked onto, so they have something that has actual locks.
Moving out.
Gonna keep myself moving along here. I'm surprised they haven't sent anything up topside. We had the potential to really punish it hard.
Moving
I
out.
don't want to show my torps too early, because
Go
that's
ahead,
also part of the
Commander.
appeal of having the little pop guns here. They think it's something much lighter. It could just be a tug, depending if they get scouting on me or not. It's like, oh, it's just firing 250. Okay, that's an Acello with like
How can we help
2
today,
little tugs on
Commander?
it.
We have
And then I dump
secured
16
zone
torpedoes,
boxes.
and it's a good time. You can see another
Gotcha,
one over
5 by
here, so we're
5.
going to do another attack ping like so. Do. There we are. So that is a battle group, actually, because you can see there's 2 of them.
At the
So
ready, Commander.
I am going to commit to our idea of crossing over like so.
Copy that.
We're just
Moving.
going to hit the thrusters. Bam. So with any luck, they will not be in position to really hit us here. They've still not gotten the C point, so we're just going to do our maneuvering. Going to indicate to my team that I intend to move over here with my move command, because, of course, your move commands, they can be adjusted however you want. Ping tools, it's the simplest form of communication. You don't even have to form a sentence. This is universal. It says, I'm going here. And that's that. You can see a bunch of cheap missiles here called cheap punches. Well, I assume they're cheap punches. You know, it'd be really smart if those were expensive and they named them
Command.
cheap punch. Had insult to injury and all that. All right, anyways. We are going to set our weapons orders to tight so we don't accidentally randomly tag somebody. Let's see, what do we got here?
At
Okay,
the
so that
ready,
is
Commander.
actually a larger threat.
Aye, aye, Commander.
As we can see, they are trading some fire. Yep, big old guns on those. I want to say that that one is a Vauxhall. It looks Vauxhall-ish. Call it like a Seum. Yeah, just given the like orientation and shape of this, like 2 Voxes D. So we are going to go for that.
Go
They
ahead,
haven't gone
Commander.
for the C point, which honestly I'm okay with.
Send your traffic.
This is something I've done before where I neglect to cap a point and instead
Aye, falling in.
just decide, you know, hey, I'm gonna be over here, just like
Moving
doing
into
sneaky thing.
formation.
On the way, Commander.
Yeah. They don't know where we are. They haven't tracked us on Pinard. We're being pretty stealthy here as far as I can tell, adjusting the formation accordingly. I'm going to try and point the nose down and just have our guns preemptively aimed at them.
Beginning the attack.
Our goal is to get within 4.7 to really get the big damage done, so
Enemy is securing
gonna have to
zone
just
Eclipse.
basically burn towards them like so. It's going to be our plan on
Aye,
Dagger.
aye, Commander.
Ooh,
We're
it's
moving.
Axfords. Okay, that changes things. So, this thing has, let's see, rebounds, defenders. Yes, only 1 defender. That is perfectly torpable. All right, so this is a priority target. This thing has rebounds. Okay, this is absolute torp bait. We are going for this thing. So, this is the plan. We are going to go over the rock. We are going to then dive as fast as we can and
Aye,
just
aye.
basically
Full power.
hit it with everything we got.
Send your
Our plan
traffic.
is to hit the smaller one because we want to try and clean up their fleet first and have our nose pointed
Roger
down as
that.
much as we can and then just pretty much go from there. Yeah. So it is going to be a bit of a sprint. We're 7.5 kilometers away right now. We need to be at 4.7, probably more like 4.5 to actually get a torpedo strike off here. So we're going to see if we can't do that. I think that they're going to be reversing. Looks like they've stopped at the very least and are now trying to move laterally. So, yeah. Nice job of Bones over here, just kind of presenting a bit of a target, trading a little bit of fire,
At the
keeping their
ready,
attention.
Commander.
You can see they have some keystones and stuff down here on the A point, so that is going to be a big nasty thing. Ooh, ouch. These bulk freighters in for a bad time. That said, they have T-30s, which their high explosive shot is shredding here. Just gonna call that out because this thing has been
Send your
taken.
traffic.
Well, its threat is basically gone. That said, the flank
Gotcha.
is
5
sprung,
by
and
5.
it is now time for us to go. You can see our ships starting to rotate around the rock here. Hopefully, this one will make it
Standing
over
by.
top and is not going to accidentally smack
At
into
the
something.
ready, Commander.
Lock onto this as best we can, getting our shots in
Go
now.
ahead, Command.
Because we get the flank shot, we definitely want to be
Eyes on target.
like attacking as
Go
well as we
ahead,
can.
Command.
Setting our comms up right. There we go.
Send traffic.
All right. So our goal here is to just completely shred the Vauxhall. That way we've trimmed down the enemy firepower, and then it's just a big old strike onto the Axford, and then we knock it out.
Go ahead,
So,
Command.
there we are. They have no jamming as far as I can tell, and
At the ready,
this
Commander.
should be our victory here. I'm confident I can get them. I'm going to
Moving
instead
out.
adjust my course a little bit here, so that are heading appropriately. We're just firing every shot we can into the flank. This is a big, nasty
Center
overload.
traffic.
They are trying to run from us, and we're not going to let them. So D point is going to be very hot. Just say that.
The enemy is securing zone eclipse.
I'm just going to say that I've got this one pretty much in the bag. I can see that there is instead flankers over here. I am confident with my attack path here, because like I see there's keystones and stuff. We're just going to attack marker them so we know where they are. They're trying to run to their allies. That said, I have a close quarters weapons package and they are not ready for it. Their beamstones are still trying to get into their correct angle here,
At the ready, Commander.
and we should be able to hopefully trim down one of their ships, I think. See them now trying to fire on us. This thing does not have a beam. Instead, it's got 250 on the top and then 450 on the
How
bottom.
do we help today,
So
Commander?
I don't think that they've gotten visual track
Heavy
on us
traffic.
yet, which means that we should be
Aye, aye.
pretty good to do our thing here.
Aye,
yeah.
aye. Full
Gonna
power.
keep burning at best speed. We're not the fastest thing on the block, but hey, we are also able to keep firing as we are going, so we're not required to be in the super close quarters missile strike range. That is just a thing we can do. See them now trying to clean up some of this stuff. These keystones are going to go around. Gonna ask Bones to deal with them as well on the flank here, so just communicate that in a second. I'm just going to go after this as much as I can. I am pushing them back pretty heavily here, and I know there's at least 2 fleets worth of stuff. So, you dive down, and then that's going to pretty much be that. Bones, with any luck, will be doing this thing. Yep, they're firing off their missiles here now, rocket containers and stuff out.
Got
Yeah,
your 5
just
by
going to signal
5.
a move
Spiker,
thing
spiker.
over here-ish. Trying to communicate with the team and do our job. So they have now started actually firing on us, which is rather rude, really. You can see a couple missiles coming in. I'm going to switch battle short on, just that way, if I have to, I can always go pew-pew. The Solomon on the E point. Okay.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
if they're going
Commander.
to send a 3,000-point Solomon over there or something close to it, you know
At
what?
the ready,
We're just going to win
Commander.
without that point. That's fine. Their keystones have decided they want to
5
go
by
around,
5.
so we're going to just play according to
Copy
that.
that.
In this case, Bones thankfully covering my flank here, so when these keystones come around the corner, they are going to get hit by a whole bunch of missiles and stuff. See, rocket containers now spreading out here. I'm not sure if these will get through or not. I think so. Yes, good hits. Nice thing about the rocket container, it acts like a little shotgun burst, so he's firing off a very good strike here. Wham, 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 wham. We call that out. Good rockets. You see they tried to pop decoys, did not in time. Yeah, more rocket strikes going out here. So this should basically just be cleanup for us. We're going to try and get our angles good here.
On the way,
So,
Commander.
continue to burn flank speed at best rate possible, changing our headings accordingly. Nice little relaxing
Got your
game as
5
we
by
just
5.
proceed to push in and basically smack this thing. That said, we are going to swap over to firing armor-piercing rounds because we kind of have to. Where's my cursor? Okay,
Solution
weird,
locked
but
in.
all right. Armor-piercing rounds, yep. Focus
Eyes on
fire on
target.
target. Hold fire, please. Thank you. And just have you cease.
Dialing in.
There we go. A little bit
Gonna be
awkward
done,
sometimes
Commander.
changing ammo types when you don't quite have a good
Copy
lock.
that. Moving.
So we're going to get Zone Dagger here, getting us back into the game. They have made a horrible misplay, and they're going to get
Gotcha.
punished
5
for it
by
in a
5.
second or two. That said, I had to respect the beams, even though I'm certain they are facing the wrong direction here. So me and Bones, we've pinned in the enemy. We're going to slaughter them here. Unfortunately, we do lose a bunch of our stuff over this side. Actually, no, wait, hang on. They're still alive. They just took a bunch of damage there, so our bulk freighters got hit pretty hard, but their beamstones are suffering for it
At the
heavily.
ready, Commander.
And yeah, it should be a easy cap in a second. To
Aye,
keep
aye,
myself
Commander.
moving down here, I
We're
want to
moving.
adjust the
Standing
formation as
by.
well to reflect what I'm trying to do. There we go.
Understood.
And then
Following.
you
Standing
can
by.
go over here like so, dude.
Aye, aye.
And that's how we're going to
Got
play this. So,
Aye, aye, Commander.
all right, chat. Now, I know y'all want to see some torpedo strikes.
Aye, aye.
Don't believe me, I do too. But we just have to finish capping this point, and then it's right around the corner and into Torp Town.
Standing by.
Actually, I'm going to change that formation even more. I'm going to set myself vertically, like so. I go like here, and you are going to go down below like so here. This way, we are able to kind of move around the corner. All right, that's our cue.
Aye, aye,
Floor it.
Commander. We're moving.
So with any luck, we'll be able to get on target and then just
Acknowledged.
pretty much mop up anything that ever existed
Aye, aye,
on this flank.
Commander.
Yeah,
We're moving.
that's the plan anyways.
What can
You're
we
actually
do
going
for you,
to change your
Commander?
formation down to like here.
Understood. Falling in.
Just gonna take a moment here to
Getting along.
let this get in position. I don't want to accidentally torp myself, so that is why we are just going to change ourselves ever so slightly in terms of angle. This thing is able to move itself downwards. This thing's able to stay kind of on the upside. It should be good. So we're going to order the weapons to fire on this thing now. Torps should be good in a second. And
Go ahead,
yeah.
command.
All right, you know what? I think that's good enough. This thing can move like so. You are free to fire. Light them up.
Got you
Okay,
5 by 5.
let's see if we end up...
Rounds incoming.
You know what? I think the Axford needs to go first, because we've already shot the
On the
Vauxhall
way,
quite a bit,
Commander.
so... Move ourselves upwards like this. Okay, hi there,
Got
you.
5 by 5.
Lock on, and
They locked onto us.
fire all drumsticks.
Preparing to launch.
Beep, beep. I said fire all drumsticks.
Missile away.
Light them up. Everything you got. Whoosh. They're gonna adjust accordingly. Oop, yep. That's what I was afraid of happening. Dang it, I'm an idiot. Okay, a little bit of friendly fire. Oopsies. Whoopsies. Okay, don't torp yourself, kids. It is not fun.
Moving into
So we're just
formation.
going to stop flank like that. I'm just making it an even fight then. That's what we're saying. Yep.
Receiving.
Cancel missile launch order there. So a whole bunch of hits on this thing. We're gonna focus fire it down in a second. This thing as well is popping life pod, so it is dead. There we are. That thing is also dead. Excellent. We got him. Good. Aha. Owie. Okay, right. You. Everything on that one. Fire.
Launch confirmed.
I did not realize they turned around. Okay, so
Send traffic.
that is a minor issue that we need to fix. We can fix this,
Commander, they
I
have a
think.
target on us.
Bye.
Please and thank
Yeah,
you.
we see them.
Okay, so I didn't realize that that keystone had turned all the way around and had its beam ready. Credit to them.
Fire,
It said we are able to still keep our formation and stuff because we have auxiliary steerings. Fire torpedoes, please, and thank you.
Orders, Command.
Boop, boop, boop,
Opponent
boop.
lost.
Please, launch. Launch.
Internal damage detected.
Launch! Fire everything!
Preparing to launch.
I don't know why you're not
Send
shooting.
traffic.
What the heck? Oh, you're set to hold. Dang it.
Standing by,
I'm an idiot.
Commander.
That's fine. Okay, launch everything. We're good. Okay, so minor skill issue on my part, but missiles out in the water. We're gonna fix our antenna because that is the most. We actually have a bridge master. We can handle not having an antenna, I think. We'll just fix the gun because that gets us more offensives. And this is gonna be a very interesting time.
Receiving.
Hee.
Standing by, Commander.
Out with
All right, so we're getting our ship kind of fixed back up. We'll need that, and we'll need the antenna. We can live without. We'll get the Aurora as well because that can be useful.
Receiving.
Right. Okay. That is going to be important. We need the antenna because these are CMD. Forgot about that little factor.
Send traffic.
You have working stuff, so if you would like to just,
Modules
I'm just gonna have everyone fire on this thing, please, and thank you. Seize. Anyways, so that's this flank cleaned up nicely. I may have torped myself in my excitement, but this should be pretty much dealt with. All right, cool. This thing is dead. Everyone can cease fire. Excellent.
Receiving.
And there's a firework for our good measure.
Plotted.
Good job, Bones. Yeah, beautiful flank. We found the enemy and we took him out there, so I'm very happy with how that worked. We have a 4-cap. We know they have a battleship, so we are going to go and rotate over towards facing that thing down. And angle myself here. Don't want to burn flank quite yet. I want to take some time to get my systems back up online. These only have 1 restore, and I do want it to be on the antenna, so I'm going to fix that up. And then, yeah, just play according to it.
Send traffic.
Adjusting my fleets accordingly here. What is Bones' ship's name? Paradoxical Thoughts, Annihilation Theory. Those are fun.
Ready.
Bones just doing a little bit of overkill there just for spite. You'll figure it out in a second.
Module.
Yeah, we'll just move ourselves over this way. Once our DC teams are done kind of running around fixing everything, then we will start ordering flank and stuff. I don't want to have a whole bunch of damage components and things. Fixing up all the stuff that still needs fixing. Going on thrusters and things now. We could use some more restores and stuff, but I think we're still good for the moment. It's only a large locker, so it could get knocked out. DC Central is quite nice to have, so is the antenna. Well, whatever. We are going to order our ships to fire on it at this range. That way we're already in range for when we... Well, we're already facing them when we get into range. Yeah, our plan is now just to basically push across and hopefully catch up to them with everything we got.
Aye, aye. Falling in.
All right. You can see our plasma T-30 bulk freighters here taking a lot of damage because it is a battleship, and that is something a little bit too spicy for them to handle in a direct head-on fight without some support. And we're going to go give them that support. We handily won our flank, so in this case we did a 2v1 nice collapse flank overload. Bones did their job. They hung out here. They fought against these guys. We threatened from the top and made them run over here, exposing their flankers, all pinning them into one. We just got a beautiful sandwich there. So,
Send it.
although I was a little bit skill issued and did torp myself, we did get it in the end, so we're just going to head over and try and kill the battleship. I think that's their only real threatening fleet left, because they had beam destroyers over here, they had beam destroyers over here, they had a Axford Vauxhall pair. So, wait, hang on. Those might have been the same fleet of beam destroyers, because they can get them pretty cheap. So, could have been 4 beams, because I saw there was 2 guarding the A-2 on this flank. Let's say that there's at least 1 fleet unaccounted for then. All right, team. You able to move at flank speed now, please, and thank you.
Receiving.
Or should I say please and flank you? Aha! Killed me. Anyways.
Standing by, Commander.
Let's flip ourselves over, take a look now. Yeah, it should be a pretty easy cleanup, but again, I don't know what their last fleet is, so we're going to just play accordingly. This battleship now getting hit by a bunch of plasma and pushed back, as you see, hardly did their exactly what I asked them to. I said, yeah, you can double back over across the sea point and help out here. So, see, that's the Hello. Okay. I don't know what tag these were. See, this one's all cooked. These might have just been like a keystone pair, but I'm assuming there's like a 3rd or 4th in that fleet just with the amount of stuff they have. So,
how can we help today,
gonna be sprinting our way forth here. You are approved for fire. Why are you drifting into the rock? Like, actually, though, why are you drifting into the rock? Please stop that. Thank you. Just movement orders. Just something, I don't know, a little less stupid. There we go. We might poop our snoot here. We do poop our snoot here. That's okay. We're just scraping the front. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Don't worry, Captain. Those scratches will buff out. You're good. Oh, boy. You know what? I'm just letting it happen. Yep. It's fine. We're loose to the rock now. That's one way, like I said, you can adjust your heading and stuff. So, would I recommend doing that? Maybe not. You might void the warranty and stuff, but hey, oh well. Let's just go on target now. We'll eventually adjust our heading and then be able to fire all of our guns. See, how plasmid is this thing? Oop, wrong target. This one. A little bit plasmid on this face. I think that AP can get through the side of it, but it's going to be a little bit tight. We're going to fire high explosive rounds, because hitting the broadside of a of a Solomon like this with a high explosive round in the 450 category is pretty darn good. That said, both of those are just going to whish right by, so never mind. Right, there's still a bunch of missiles and stuff. I want to say that that is like actually a missile platform. It might be a life pod. We're detecting it pretty far out to be a life pod. I don't know. Whatever. We're just gonna burn towards this thing and see what we get. It's really towing the line. Yep.
We are securing zone eclipse.
Go ahead, Command.
Yeah, that thing is, yeah, that's their missile platform. So I don't know what that thing is or what it's going to be doing, but it seems like it's dumping all of its stuff. E-point is going to get clobbered here. Oh, let's go. Yeah. Very nice. So this is the best chaff in the world. No matter what Seeker type, it's like, hey, yeah, EO Seeker confirms that this is in fact a target. Unfortunately, 2 of them do end up hitting our shuttle there, but I think it's still alive. Yeah, it should be. All right, so we're finally getting ourselves onto target. Going to dip the nose down a little bit lower, trying to burn onto our target here. This thing is moving slower because one of the engines is unfortunately knocked out, so its acceleration is not great. We're getting half of the speed that we should normally. I tell them to prioritize fixing that one. I might end up accidentally burning my damage control teams here, so I think I'm actually going to turn off flank on this one. These 2, we just need to prioritize fixing the main engines, and then we should be good. As for you, I need you to get a little bit lower here, so you're going to go underneath, like so.
We have secured zone eclipse.
Yeah, it is a little silly that the ship here that just got completely clobbered is still able to cap. I'm going to comp that. It is a bit silly in that, but this is a bit silly of a game, so. All right, the Mighty Iron Star here is our priority target. I think it is now bow tanking, so we're going to switch over to firing armor-piercing rounds, trying to engage on that thing. We've got our bow angled ever so slightly offside here, just so that our gun hopefully does not get masked. We say as it is actively getting masked. This is what I really don't like about the Ocello. This front mount constantly seems to have an issue where it likes to try and shoot past the little snoot here. I hope that we get the tug treatment done to this. So basically what the tug treatment is, do we have any tugs actually I could show this on? No, it does not look like we do. Okay. Oh, wait, there they are. Yeah, if you look at a tug, originally the tug, over so I can explain. The tug did not have this little raised platform. It was just flat here, and you would always get masking issues with this little control towery thing up front. I'm hoping that on the Ocello, they do the same thing where they just raise the front mounts here ever so slightly so that it doesn't have the masking issue. That or they droop the snoot, but I expect them just to raise the mount ever so slightly would be easier. Alright, so we see them firing their guns at us. We're just going to continue our burn towards them. I doubt that we're going to actually get them in time. It's a 5-cap scenario, and they have like 22 minutes to win it, so I don't think they're going to be clearing out everything we got. We're just trying to get into range now. Because like you can see, I'm pretty close to like pointed towards them, but again, the nose just ends up with masking issues, so... Yeah, the battleship antenna, the battleship antenna is kind of just curious. It's like literally you sneeze at a battleship and the big antenna on top gets knocked out. It's gotten to the point where I know people who bring like 2 or 3 redundant antennas just because it's so bad.
Send traffic.
Okay.
Commander, we've taken too much damage.
Oh,
We have to
hi.
evacuate.
That's a problem. Okay. Ah. I did not realize that was there. Okay, that is going to change things. We are going to quickly reorient ourselves to torpedo that, because that is a issue. Yep. That is a big issue. Okay, cool. Yep. This is fine. Credit to him. I did not see that coming. Here, get set to hold fire orders so that we don't accidentally shoot the rock there. We're just going to be pushing out, trying to hit some stuff here. Gonna fire on whatever this thing is with high explosive. I can actually get into cover a little bit better here. So I'm hoping that that thing is going to show itself and we'll be able to properly engage it. So we are getting jammed currently because it has realized what we are. I probably landed a hit and it's on free fire order and has jammer, so it automatically counter jams me. That said, I'm in a cello with a bullseye, so I'm able to get through and hold that lock. Yeah.
Roger that.
Yum.
The ship's been damaged.
Trying to hit this thing, whatever it is. It looks like it's immobilized. Hi, you. What sees me? I don't like this.
Understood.
We're a little banged up, Commander.
Try and just adjust accordingly. It might be that the keystone that peeks out here is going to hide behind the rock, so that is a problem. We could kind of deal with it, maybe. Yep, so as we said, yep, had a jammer. I landed a single shot on it. That ended up making it automatic return fire.
By, Commander.
If you would kindly please, thank you. Trim down whatever assets they've got. Okay, it sees us still. I think that's the only thing that does. That keystone now has me scared. And I want vengeance. Vengeance for the 3 omen.
Standing by, Commander.
This thing now deciding it wants to run. Unfortunately, yeah, 450, even against a target like this where we're landing really good hits, does not end up... I heard losing modules and I was very nervous. Okay, we're going to stop flanking because our main engines are kind of burning down here. As for you, we're going to fire on you with whatever we got.
Take it to him.
Game's basically over at this point. We're just kind of playing cleanup, having a little bit of spaceship duel. Yeah. Big game-winning move was us like letting them take the D point, push into a bad position, and then spring our ambush. That was kind of what I was talking about last game, where we were trying to guard the E point. In that case, though, the ambush just came a lot later in the game, so because we triggered it much earlier, we're now able to snowball more effectively.
Copy that. Coordinates received.
I'm super paranoid that this thing is going to be out here somewhere. Where are you? Because I know that there is a beam destroyer here now, and it is going to try and hunt me down. That said, if I can torpedo him in time, then I should win that. Come on, you. So Iron Star here, as you can see, very narrow profile at this range, so we're not getting great hits. I don't believe that we have... No, we don't have a gun plotting center, which is another factor. Gun plotting center is kind of required when you're running 450, otherwise you just aren't going to really hit anything, as we can see here. In this case, my plan was... There you are. My plan was to run a much closer quarters fleet, so I didn't bother including one. We're going to just quickly adjust our positioning here. I want to torp this thing super badly, so we're going to instead order torpedo strike on it. Just dump everything, I guess. Actually, hang on.
We're taking damage.
Solution locked in.
Let's see. You. Just boop, 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 boop. Screw it, just fire everything. Yeah, there you go.
Solution locked in.
That'll be good in a second. All right, as for you, you are taking some hits. Unfortunately, losing the reactor there. That's kind of annoying. Is that thing beaming me? That thing might be beaming me. Okay, we're going to just get out of range here, try and drag it forwards, and then see how it goes. All right, also going to set flank speed here so I can get some of this.
Course laid in.
Happens to the best of us there. Got a hot launch.
We've got a
Anyways, we're just going to dive down, and once I get a good angle on this thing, it is going to eat torpedoes. Actually going to literally dive down here because I want to get underneath this rock. It's hiding under. You cannot escape me now.
Standing by.
I'm going to also attack marker ping it just in case I lose track here.
Out with it.
See, a lot of containers. Oh, yep, there's the full saw dump. Oh my god. That's overkill. Look at them, they have weave. Oh.
We have you loud and clear.
It's dead. It's completely dead. It's just gone. There is no ship left here. This is going to critically
Send
bloom in like
traffic.
5 seconds. Anyways, hi there, buddy. Get missiled. Womp womp.
Missile reserves
This
are
is
low.
vengeance for the Omen. Fire!
Our ammo's running
My
out.
turn. Torpulus, let's go. Whee! So these things, they curve a whole lot. Defender's not able to hit any of them. Clonk, clonk. Oh, that's beautiful. That's the kind of missile strikes we're going for this game. We're just gonna clean up with our gun. This thing should be dead. Maybe it's reinforced.
Send traffic.
Womp womp. I'm trying not to be bad-mannered, but at the same time, it is very satisfying to finally get the torp strike we've been looking for all game. I believe we got more missiles coming. Yeah. This thing should be dead. Yep.
Send traffic.
It is, in fact, dead. That'll be that. Marking target as killed. I'm not sure if this was the... I want to say this was the same destroyer fleet that we saw before, so that'd be like 2 pairs of destroyers. I kind of like that, actually. It's like a interesting little hunter-killer grouping thing.
Standing by.
That said, the only thing left is that Solomon, which I doubt we're going to get to this game. But, hey, you know, might as well just try.
Aye, aye.
Be moving ourselves out this way. Yeah.
We have you loud and clear.
Gonna run down the BB with CLN. It was fine. Not sure if it still is fine. Unfortunately, I can't see who has what fleet prefix. I wish they would add that to the player list here, because you can see it in the deploy screen. You just can't see it during the game. Well, I mean, you can click on one of these and see, like, oh, like the dank tag, that's my hands, your
Ready for
bones.
orders.
But you can't see who the enemy team is in that. 16 mins. You can see it up top there. So we're
Standing
going to
by.
try and run this thing out. So this thing is going to withdraw here in a second.
We have you loud and clear.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized now they're talking about the withdrawal timer, so minor oopsie. It's been over for like 3 minutes. It's eventually going to withdraw. I think the withdraw is like 90
Ready.
seconds or so. I don't believe
back
they
to
have any
plotting.
more combat assets, so we're actually going to cease fire here.
Reporting.
Doo-doo.
Course laid in.
Whoops, there goes the shuttle. I guess we lost the shuttle somewhere. Yep, this thing went out. So you can see it now as it flies off into the expanse. That's meant to represent it leaving the battle space. So the battle space is kind of like the area where you fight, and then that would go back out onto the big old Conquest overworld map. So if you're playing Conquest mode, which is a very exciting upcoming game mode thing, kind of a grand strategy campaign,
Movement vector
then
plotted.
you'll have some motivation to actually withdraw ships. I think this is the ship triggering is withdraw now as it goes. So that'll be GG. Yeah, very happy. My team worked well together. We collapsed very well onto the D push. And yeah, that was pretty cool. Hardly managed to cap the points there and do a big old container strike at the end. Fun to see. Credit to this MCAT fleet. Yeah, MarsCat just delivering a whole bunch of damage onto that push there. As for us, we managed to get some hits out. Yeah, Torpulus happened. Or myself that game. So yeah, I'm very happy with how the fleet works. It's a little bit silly, but at the same time, it can be kind of fun. I might swap this down to being 250s just to try and get that extra rate of fire and damage and stuff out. Maybe put a plasma turret on as well. Yeah, there's some fun things. Let's see, where was that fleet? Yeah, okay, so it was 4 beam destroyers run in tandem. I kind of like that. It's just like a concept because you get like 2 beam destroyers together is very potent. You can get some nice overlapping point defense. You can use the Mark 64s. Yeah, I don't hate that as a concept. It might be a little bit light on something like UR. I'm not sure what sacrifices they had to make to get these, because each of these probably costing 750. Yep, just about that. So might need some UR instead. You see they went for, I believe, a flak turret on the bottom and like a turret on the top for the Mark 64 and that. Yeah. Let's see, where was that? Oh, they had 2 battleships. Okay, this one was the one that withdrew. And the Iron Star hadn't withdrawn yet. Okay, so they had double battleships. I think this one was E point and just ended up zoning out because that's okay. Yep, I know exactly what this thing is. This is the haha silly launch platform. I've done this build as a joke before. You get all the size 3 mounts you can. You get 100 missiles, which is cool, but I don't think that it's very efficient. Also, these are like the cheapest direct act you possibly can get. To their credit, they got 13 hits. Just, you see a lot of them defeated by soft kill. Chaff is very popular right now. So is just jamming. A bunch of them also just ended up missing. So kind of funny to see that. I see why this thing withdrew. This is the Surrender CL XL. So, anyways, just going to ready up and hop into another lobby. I think I've got some time left today to play a couple more. But yeah, very happy with how we managed to collapse on the CH-CL pairing here. I do quite like this actually as a like kind of brawling fleet. You've got the guns on both sides, so if you're in close quarters, or you can like try and just like have something to shoot stuff in the back. You've got a very rapid fire gun on top. You've got the Mark 68 on the bottom, able to break damage threshold with the 450s. Yeah. Then down here, you've just got a CL to go with it, some torpedoes and stuff. Want to team up? I'm probably going to be hopping back into lobby in a second, so if you get into the match, sure. I'm just kind of chilling, hanging out, doing my streamer thing here, so yeah. This cat can into missile strikes. Yeah, I don't feel like this is my most refined fleet. I do kind of want to keep this concept going because I do like the torpedo monitors protected by the Ocello. It feels very rewarding when you get that kind of like surprise push around. Then you've got the point defense of the Ocello and the command features of it trying to like coincide with the launch platforms here, so you can always keep a track. Idea being your Ocello burns through, then holds your locks, and then it communicates to your like support launch platforms here and also plays protection. So yeah, we're just gonna hopefully ready up. The man with no name. Just gonna ask them nicely to ready up in that. Yeah. While we're waiting here, chat, I am actually gonna run intermission. I'm readied up, so I'll be hopping back into lobby in a second. I just need to refill my water bottle because I've been drinking water like a mad lad. So I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Yeah. Alrighty, chat, let's get that game audio turned back on. So we ended up hopping back into area official number 2. There's 2 slots open now. I'm gonna play a bit of ANS. I decided I wanted to play my Axford pair, but I'm thinking I might change it up a little bit. So my usual Axford pair is the Axe Evasion and the Axe Fraud, 2 ships that I love because they've got 1, my face on the side, and 2, they're fairly simple to play. You just kind of point your nose towards the enemy, fire a lot of 450, and overall it's just a enjoyable game. You just decide you want to play against the big stuff, and then you're kind of a big centerpiece anchor for the rest of your team to play around. So these things are built pretty tough. We've got a bunch of point defense. We've got a bunch of damage control. Take a look. We've got 7 damage control teams, some coordinators. Power, we've got a bunch of redundancies. We've got like 2, or hang on, where's my power system? There it is. Yeah, we've got like extra reactors and stuff, double drive. So it's a very good build. You've got your interrupt jammer there to counter command seekers. This one has an empty slot on the back, which I just couldn't decide what to do with this. I do mind a little weird where I put the bullseye lock radars on the side here on either one. So that way, if they're running in tandem, I can lock something in either hemisphere. I find this is better because then I can put a defender on the nose and a defender on the sort of like belly here. That way I get better 360 coverage, and I'm always able to shoot stuff down, ideally. I've got some stonewall turrets on here as well because I like running flak. Even though I don't think I need flak right now, I still quite enjoy it. So I'm going to be going with that. Okay. Reveal teams and fleets and whatnot. All right. You see Pyro popping in there. Hardly again on the enemy team. Blobcat with us this time. So we're going to be doing some stuff here on Nyx and see where we go from there. Yeah. Should be a good game. Didn't see exactly what we had, but I feel pretty happy. I'm just going to play the brothers here to get myself warmed up for ANS side, and then maybe swap to something a little more interesting. Not to say that it's a boring fleet or anything like that, but it's very much in tune with the Task Force Oak kind of basic gameplay. So I like to try and keep things a little more interesting. That said, there's nothing wrong with the vanilla ice cream of fleets. In fact, I think the Task Force Oak is probably one of the best fleets in game. This is just my little variant take on it, where I dropped the back guns in favor of bow tanking and just added on a little extra things like the interrupt jammer so I can shoot down or possibly jam incoming command missiles. Yeah, I'm overall pretty happy with it. So we got the Pie of Reckoning as well here. I believe we played with them earlier today, so nice to see a bunch of familiar kind of faces on the Nebulous service tonight. Just going to be readying up. See, they're still working on a couple of their fleets, adjusting some points costs and things. I know sometimes I'll pop my head in and make sure that I've got all my stuff set right, or maybe I'll try out like a little experiment. I think that Neb, you'll do most of your big edits in like the fleet editor outside of the game, and then we get into a game, you kind of see what you're ending up with. Like we've got a bunch of little frigates here. These just probably going to be missile launch platforms and stuff with jamming. Yeah, so probably going to be a strike group there. Got some other things like this. You got a bunch of gun on these with some jammers as well, and a beam destroyer, I assume, to kind of be support modules. See, beams and guns stuff. So, ooh, actually missiles. Ooh, missiles. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's a name. Yeah. I'm not going to look at that. Thank you. Ugh. So that's a, I will say that the launch platform Axford can work pretty well. The idea being that you bring a bunch of missiles. You can get either a pair of VLS-3s, which gets you 32 size 3 missiles, and then you've got a belly beam kind of as backup. Because the beam Axford, I think, is still quite viable. I'm personally more of a fan of gun Axford. I just enjoy playing that playstyle. I've kind of gravitated towards the gun builds in the game because I just seem to enjoy kind of the way they play, how I'm able to kind of hug close to a rock, limit my firing arc, also try and coordinate with other people. Beams and stuff are a little more, I don't know, they require you to be a lot closer and play very much ambush style, which is something I still do, but not quite my style. I just happen to like the big kinetics, which is why I like 450 bulkers, even though they're not in the best state right now. Seems a lot of OSP gunplay relies on the plasma and stuff. I like to see a bit of that. That's it, ANS gunplay. The 450, most of the 450 on ANS side is firing the high explosive rounds. Occasionally, you'll fire the armor-piercing rounds at, say, the nose of an Acello, because you really need to pierce through and get to the backside of that thing. And, well, that's basically it. Occasionally, you might fire AP at a monitor or something, because you really need to reach deep into it. But that said, most of the time, armor-piercing's overkill on the 450 side. All that being said, my plan is to kind of play the aggressive front line, where I am the anchor that my team is then able to rotate and maneuver off of. As you can see, we've got some things like destroyers here with their beams, so this might be a triple beamstone push, which seems pretty good. They could also run these dispersed, deciding to instead use them to guard cap points. The beamstone is a very good tool to cover your points, kind of like a goalie does. I like, in my ANS cap fleets, running at least one beamstone, because it lets me, one, protect a point fairly well. If anything comes towards it within 6 kilometers, I'm able to cook it fairly well. After that, I can just fill out the rest of the fleet with intelligence assets and stuff, like situational awareness frigates. So that's something like a Rains-class frigate with a spyglass radar in it. Or I can have little kind of corvettes running around doing stuff. All that feeds back into the beam destroyer that has an intel center, because it is the smallest platform you can mount intel in. And that is a very good tool to have in your arsenal, because intel is a team-wide buff. Having redundant intel centers isn't exactly great, because, of course, you only get the benefit from one of them. But depending on situation, having a second ship with intel center can also help, depending on what ends up happening, because sometimes your beam destroyer could get a big hit dealt to it early on because of anglings and stuff. So, with that said, kind of being the centerpiece anchor, I think it is going to be my job to try and play middle here and coordinate my fire across. So, I'm just going to set myself up to go down mid. I think actually I'm going to deploy a little bit closer to this side. Call it what I'm doing here. So the other benefit is that by going mid, I'm able to decide which angle I want to push. My opinion for Nix's Eye is that you should decide which side you want to push. Some people will deploy it like wide across here, like because you've got 5 players. Let's say one person's playing support, so they're in the back line. You can then have like 2 people go mid, one here, one here. I say that that is like kind of the default style. The proper way to counter that is to then overload one side, where you decide, okay, we're going to always fight for mid because it's the midpoint. It controls like the entire area here. But if you decide to just cede one side, except for like sending a shuttle or a corvette, and then you stack up like on the D side, so if we put 2 fleets mid and 2 fleets D side, that means they've got a fleet over here, so like 1/5 of their power that goes this side, and they just have nothing to fight. So they have to try and cross over here, and then we're able to overload here, kill off their stuff, and then push into the middle, and then we've just got our big overload. So you basically pick a strong side and a weak side, and then rotate like that. This can get interesting because if the enemy does the same thing, you can end up either hitting each other, like you stack all your stuff to the D side and just have this huge fight here. The rest of the map is just kind of empty space. Or you can end up having all your stack here and all their stack there, and then you just kind of rotate away from each other and don't see anyone for like the first half of the game. So, there's different ways to play it after playing Nix's Eye quite a few times. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily end up going that way every time either. You can see some people do some interesting strats, like completely seeding the middle point and then deciding to stack out on the like wings there. That way they do 2 fleets each, and then they're trying to encompass the enemy fleet that goes middle. So we're just going to do the simple thing here where we put our ships in formation like so. This way I only have to control one of them. Very nice to do. Just going to have it, I'm going to make that a little bit lower. And we'll just burn our way towards there. So the idea is that there's probably going to be something up high. I just find that most of the time they deploy mass drivers or something with long range kind of around there. And they also try and set up on these rocks respectively. So the idea is that we're going to deploy kind of forwards, play low around here. That way we're able to kind of control our fire angles, provide fire towards the D side there. If we have to, we can shoot through the little hole in the B rock, and hopefully it'll work out. Yeah. We're going to have to, of course, adjust our plan because no plan survives contact with the enemy. So you have to adapt and adjust accordingly. Going to set these actually to loose formation. That way they're not slowing each other down. Most of the time, I'm running my ships on loose formation because I want them to be moving in a rough kind of blob. I'm mainly using formations so that I can get the order issued across the entire formation rather than trying to keep a coherent, exact structuring. As you can see here, we've got these 2 assets. So this is kind of interesting. You've got a missile launch platform with an Aurora and a, that's a E-70 interrupt jammer, I believe. So wards against CMD. And then you've got a little thing here with a size 1. It's got defenders, and it's got a blanket, so nice little intelligence asset. I'm kind of curious what the intention for these later on in the game will be. I'm assuming it's got a mixture of size 3s and size 2s, so just nice little missile platform along with some extra point defense turrets. So this could be used to go off and cap a point. Seeing another battle group over here, we got a trio of beamstones. So like we thought earlier, these are going to be each running kind of expensive. That's only 3 beamstones, then where's the rest of your budget? Because normally a beamstone doesn't cost you 1,000 points. I'm kind of curious what they have in these. I don't see any big missiles. Strange. Okay, maybe they have some other asset that I just don't see around the map. Let's see, they're the BRS tag, so... No, maybe that is just 1,000 points worth of beamstone. Interesting. Well, I mean... Not to say that a trio of beamstones couldn't work, it's just those are very expensive. I don't know what they spent all their budget on. So let's see, Blobcat's down here. They've got their beamstone going here. So this thing is going to set up exactly into this rock. It's going to point at the D point. This is what I mean by playing goalie. So if we flip the map over here, right? Like, let's just take a look. So if you set up right here, you can just peek barely out of cover, and then you can shoot anything that's on the D point, because it's within 6 kilometers, and then you can just tuck yourself right back up against this rock. So it's playing very tight to the rocks, which I think is a good way of keeping yourself from getting shot. Over here we have the bullet, magnet, you and your naming conventions. Anyways, beams moving up here as well, so we've got a lot of beam action guarding the D point here. This has a bunch of missiles. I don't know what exact type it has, but you can see they have size 3s across here and here. Anyways, they're going to be moving and just kind of trying to find something to throw missiles at for a bunch of the game, and then probably clean up with the beams. Pretty good strategy, honestly. I do like doing that myself with my beamstones sometimes if I play them aggressively. Get a big old missile strike, and then once something is heavily winged and legged, then you just decide to try and close in on it.
The enemy is securing zone
See
Atlas.
Pi also going low with a bunch of their stuff here. Just interesting little pairings here. I kind of want to talk to them about this combo, because I like the idea of like having some missiles deployed here. ANS missiles are quite good, so we will see if they have like a bunch of hybrids or what. Here we see some incoming missiles here. Probably just a scouting missile sent off towards the 8 point, or maybe a random... Ooh, that's a container. Okay, so that's just a scouting container. The point of this is to just throw it nearby and just have it fly around, see what there is to see. That's probably going to be another one there. Yeah, that's just a act, so that's fine. Not really a big threat. It's probably just going to get killed. Our goal, again, is to threaten low. We're favoring a bit more of this side because these beamstones are moving fairly slow. They're also moving pretty far on the outside. That's just going to be a empty flank as far as I can tell. That is, in fact, a ship here. I don't believe that is a real ship. Yeah, this ship would have detected us.
The enemy secured zone Atlas.
Yeah, that does not make sense. So,
Dialing in.
said we are going to lock onto that. That is, in fact, a real ship. Still, we are going to keep our guns set to hold here. This could be another real ship, or it could just be a decoy container. We saw that they had random things going out. Yeah. So I'm betting that this thing is, in fact, fake. Just given, one, it hasn't detected us on radar. Two, it's just flying out into the middle of nowhere. They're locking onto it now. We could RPF this. I'm just going to go ahead and preemptively say that this thing is, in fact, dead. So I'm not going to bother shooting at it. I'm going to hold a lock on this because this ship was stopped and then is now moving off. This one is going on to the A point. It does not make any sense to do this because they already got the cap, so I'm betting that is, in fact, another decoy container, just given the anglings and stuff that it's doing. We know that they do have containers out there somewhere. That is a ship that's static, so we're actually going to fire on that one in a second. We're going to pre-aim our guns like so and adjust our heading accordingly. They have not seen us yet, which is another big important factor. Ooh, that thing actually has a gun. That's a bulk freighter trying to move backwards here.
Go ahead, command.
Okay, so that is a monitor, and that is a bulk freighter. Ooh, that's the Royal Pumpkin. All right, that is a priority target, so we're going to fire on that thing. The bulk freighter in this case is just worth more points, so by doing damage to it, we're able to inflict a bigger impact upon the enemy. I don't believe that they see us either, so if we just kind of like tuck up close to the rock here, we should be able to get a really good engage on. Need to do that now. See a bunch of stuff coming out. Yep, missiles are out in the water. We have locked onto the target, just letting both of our guns get into position. All right, ready, and you're good to fire, fire, fire. So, gonna actually adjust us accordingly a little bit more this way, trying to counter this. So our goal is to, because we have now gotten a lock here, they didn't see us coming, we're gonna inflict as much damage as possible now, as quickly as can. So we know that is a bulk freighter. There may be another one escorting it as well. See, there's some act with Wake Val on the booze cruise here, so yeah, just call that one out. So, because we have a really good lock here, we are just going to try and deal as much damage as possible. See us hugging very closely to the rock here. Again, they haven't detected us, so I'm betting that this is, in fact, a fake. So we're just going to mark that as killed. That way we don't have to worry about that. I'm betting that that is just a fake one anyways, because, like, it would detect us. Otherwise, they'd have a radar on it. It doesn't make any sense to run them like that, so we have to be sensible in this case. Because we have a very good gun lock here, we are just going to keep our position. That said, I'm also going to dip us ever so slightly lower, because if I stay static, containers are going to eventually migrate their way onto us. Okay, so we see that there's a thing from the same fleet over here. So, believe that that cargo feeder might be a missile launch platform, or it could be a early warning radar. We don't know. We're just going to try and deal as much damage as possible here. We're going to have like another kilometer or so of actual fire that we can get into this thing. I don't want to chase it because we've already dealt enough damage to ward it off. Our team is able to move up and just kind of pressure this side, so we should be good. Yeah, I don't see anything else particularly threatening us. That is an array if I ever saw one, though. Okay, we're going to just marker these targets here. That is a pair of Acellos that are going to be coming our way shortly, so it's our job to engage those once they get into range. I'm going to marker roughly where I thought those were. That looks about right. So, okay. So with that being said, we have warded that thing off. It is now our job to try and engage in the Acellos. If I go around this corner here and try and fight them, I'm going to be exposed to like all of the incoming fire. It's my job to just let my team get the D point and then go from there.
Send your traffic.
Gonna ask them to get that point if we can. We've already like overloaded against the bulk freighter there, so we're gonna be handling that pretty well. There we are. That's our next target here, so we're just going to adjust onto that. I should be able to peek this angle slightly, so we're gonna do just that.
We're moving. Aye, aye.
Just gonna adjust accordingly here. There we are. Setting our flank thrusters so we get moving quickly. Actually, probably want to turn off flank thrusters here because I'm expecting these Acellos. I'm gonna mark, let's see. I'm gonna mark this one as priority, so that way we're gonna shoot at it first. We're gonna load up armor-piercing rounds since I'm expecting to hit them in the snoot.
Aye, aye, Commander.
We might actually end up getting a flank shot here, so we will go with high explosive first. Gonna stop our ships here. Gonna have them move out a little bit like so, and then start dipping back into cover. That way our ships are able to adjust accordingly. These are, okay, so that's an Acello here in the center of this formation, and then they have a bunch of cargo feeders with them. So, knowing what we did last game, where there is an Acello with a bunch of cargo feeders, these could be missile dump platforms, and that concerns me a little bit. So we're just going to fire on what we can here with our range effectively. Adjust our heading like so, and our formation too. Just gonna try and play very close to the rocks here. We have pretty good angle. These things, we are hitting them on the snoot, so we need to swap over to armor-piercing rounds. And yep, there's the return fire. So it is time for us to take cover. We only exposed with one of our ships here, so that's pretty good. Our Axford is taking a couple of hits here, but we're able to repair most of that. Adaptive radar receiver does go out, which is rather unfortunate. This is my parallax one, so I can kind of live without that, but it is rather annoying. Probably have a Bloodhound lock on me from somewhere in that mix. I would be surprised if one of those cargo feeders does not have Bloodhound. So just adjusting our formation according to the sort of position we have here. I could split these off now, but it is quite handy to just have them run the same. Ah, there it is, plasma. Okay, to call that out. So that is a threat that we have to deal with. I'm going to give ground here a little bit. Again, playing sort of an elastic defense, trying to bait my enemy forwards. I know that they want to plasma within 8 kilometers. So by moving backwards here, this angle, I don't think that there's anything that can threaten me from. So I should be able to back up here pretty quickly. Just going to hit the flank thrusters so we can really get ourselves going.
Copy that.
There we are. Gonna, again, update our attack ping in case we get jammed, so we're able to fire on them. Yeah, we can briefly see them here. So that is another thing we need to marker. Like so, about here-ish. Gonna call that out effectively.
We have secured zone boxer.
Alright, we have incoming containers and stuff, but those are Act ARAD Val. Interesting. Don't see that very often. See them now trying to do exactly what we are and get close to the rock. Because I put my reference point here, I don't even need to see the tracks to know about how far away I am from them. So I'm just going to start retreating back this way. As you can see, we have a 3 cap here, so it is up to the enemy team to now do something. The fleet over here, like Pi has some extra assets. Eventually, these beamstones are going to come into the fight, and then they can sweep through here. But there's going to be quite a bit that happens before that. So see them now. Yep, they've already adjusted. I was about to just say something, but they are reading my mind, so good on them. Okay, we can actually get a fireable track here, so we're going to do just that. Fire on you, please. Thank you. So our goal is to just kind of expose enough that we can actually get some shots. The cargo feeders here will most likely have the least damage control of anything, so we'll be able to try and trim down some of their plasma. Plasma inflicts permanent damage against us because it cooks off our armor, and that is bad. I have a spyglass radar in this one with, I believe, 4 track correlators, so we have a very good lock range, as well as the fact that we are just, you know, like kind of keeping our range like this. Just going to try and play here at the range game. I know I am faster than cargo feeders. I'm just going to turn off my flank so I don't burn my thrusters up. I know I'm faster than them, and I'm staying out of their range. You can see them now trying to fire on me, so I'm going to adjust my positioning a little bit. I make it so those shots will not hit after all. We are just outside of effective combat range there because we drifted a little bit. I want to try and stay locked onto something here. So, in this case, my maximum lock range is 9.5 kilometers. They're close enough that I can actually get a lock with the parallax at this range, which normally I wouldn't expect to do, but hey, here we are. So we're just barely towing the line with our range. Those Acellos have now decided they want to come out and play, so we're going to, again, adjust ourselves a little bit here, diving down. So because they are trying to push out against us, so that's just a chaff checker. We're going to shoot down that container, no problem. We are then going to fire armor-piercing rounds onto these Acellos like so. There we are. Pew, 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 pew. So in this case, they have got a bullseye lock as well. We need to break off from the incoming stuff there because we do not want to face off against their entire team's tonnage. Tonnage in terminology, stuff coming from me playing a whole bunch of Mech Warrior, so that's the phrase we use there.
On the way,
In this case, gonna again be trying to just push back ever so slightly. I do have confidence in the range game, so I'm actually going to continue pulling back in this case, because they have to be at 9 kilometers to get a really good lock, versus my spyglass track correlator is really good up to 11 kilometers. We're just going to be trying to hold them back here. They're doing a 6,000 point push against us, and we're just going to try and hold them back like so. As you can see, we have set up heavily on the D point here. We know that there was a bulk freighter that we warded off that way. It could have gone anywhere, so my team needs to just kind of hold their position here. Because I am now baiting them backwards, they are still like firing against me, but they know they have to try and push across this angle, and that's a lot of open space. Plus, we have a flank coming in now, and Pi is doing nasty things into their backline, scouting them out and keeping an eye on them. So we're handling things pretty well. There could be like a backline asset up here. Given that they have random containers just kind of like firing off here, I'm suspecting they might have a container liner. Well, they definitely have a container liner. We saw a dozen containers come out earlier, but anyways, let's just adjust our heading more accurately. See, so we did lose the berthing down here, but that's not important. Adaptive radar and radar panels, those could be important, but we are hanging out and chilling, maxing, relaxing, all cool, doing our thing. Just need to get in range this. So actually, we're staying out of range, which is what we wanted to do. So again, random decoy container clipper here. Just going to mark that as killed. It is not an issue. Just going to keep firing against this thing. Our tracks are not ideal, but we are also trading fire respectively well. So we're going to switch over to this one. It looks a little bit better. Track quality is 10 versus this one is 5. So yeah, this is our better target of choice. So we're going to keep firing on you. Pew pew.
Negative, too far.
In this case, we have managed to bait them back pretty well. Going to disable flank because I don't want to burn up my thrusters very much. Just, you know, only use flank when you have to. I am one who normally ends up hitting the flank button and then forgetting to turn it off. Oh, so we can see there's a bulk freighter over here. Going to give it another attack ping. Yeah, we should be able to make that move there, because if you consider, right, like where the enemy fleet is here. Let's see. So I'm just going to use a move marker to show this, right? So if I'm the enemy fleet here, right, consider my engagement ranges. Like this is 10 kilometer range here, so that's like their maximum effective. You can kind of like zoom along here and get there. And because you can see now, they're going to be outside of the enemy's effective range. If the enemy wants to close in, they're going to have to drive towards the D point, and I'm going to be in position to punish them for doing that. So it's just setting yourself up in a winning position like we are doing so. My accuracy here, a little bit poor. That said, you can see some plasma coming in here now, so that's a issue. That fleet has closed in with us, so we are going to, again, give ground. Elastic defense is a terminology I think they use for World War I. This thing has a single plasma turret on it, and these are quite close to me now, so I need to do another attack ping here. Give me reference. Yeah, these, they want to get close enough to me so that they can fire a whole bunch of plasma and cook off my armor, and I really don't want that, so I'm going to hit my thrusters, absolutely reverse thrust with everything I got. Wish I could... I don't think that's worth repairing right now with a restore. But we're just going to fire what shots we can against this thing. We see that they are pushing forward aggressively. The cargo feeder is trying to split off and do the same. We just need to get out of here, like, ASAP and give ground. Because if I have the enemy, like, spend all this time chasing me, I am damage over time. They are damage in burst. They want to unload all of that plasma into me and just cook off my armor. And I really don't want that. So staying at maximum range means plasma is less effective. It cools down as it flies. And you can also see it's kind of like moving off there. Going to adjust our heading again a little bit here just to accommodate for that. So we're firing most of our armor piercing rounds here. In terms of AP, we're pretty much used up on that, but hey, we've put some damage into 3 SLOs at the very least, so they will be hurting a little bit on their thrusters there. We're just going to keep ourselves moving downwards like so. Unfortunately, I do not have any jamming, so this is going to hurt in a bit. That said, we're going to change over to a target which we're more effective against. High explosive rounds going to go out on this one. You can see the plasma, again, flying across the expanse of space. It is cooking off some of our armor here. That sucks, unfortunately. Not really much we can do about it, but by keeping range, we're able to stay out of the possible follow-up of their T-30 guns, which is what I'm suspecting them to have. Just given the kind of, like, payload we're seeing here, I'm betting that spinal plasma gun and T-30s on the top and bottom, so that's very nasty close quarters damage. Big old frontline fleet there. By continuing our retreat like so, we're not moving the fastest, but we are able to still kind of keep ourselves going. I'm going to prioritize repairing these reverse thrusters as much as I can, because I really need to keep myself moving. Trying to move backwards at the very least anyways. Not having the bestest of times with it, so
Copy that.
Keep it going like this. In this case, we're, again, trying to get shots on what we can. We can see them now deciding, yep, they want to push. So, again, I'm just going to give ground, draw out the enemy And then once they have been drawn out into a poor position, my team is ready over here to hopefully engage on them. You see them now trying to go after that bulk freighter, which I believe ran... No, that's a different one. All right. So we are getting ourselves in a pretty advantageous position. We're even capping the E point behind them. A little shuttle here, I believe, is about to go down. Alarm sounds? Oh, it's eating a whole bunch of RPF, so either way, that's good. Yeah. My goal right now is to just keep myself moving, keep myself out of trouble, and just try and push back. Yeah. That's kind of what we're going to keep doing. So it may look like I am just running away, but the point is I am drawing my enemy into a poor position. We're actually going to stop running here because they have not chosen to pursue us. That is the wise course of action on their part, so good for them. We are delivering pretty good damage here. Oh, there goes the plasma again. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Why did you suddenly burst fire your plasma? You shouldn't have range, I don't think.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
Like, that's gonna not hit, I don't think, right? Or... Yeah, okay, so it is like a kilometer short. I was right. It's like 8.2 kilometer range. So maybe they just issued a ghost fire order like I like to and just have their thing set to hold fire. So in this case, we're going to quickly move ourselves up just a little more. I am actually going to repair that radar panel after all. I was debating about it, and I thought, you know, I could rely on Bullseye, but I am kind of using the 9.5 range of parallax locks to my advantage here. Getting some good hits into the one cargo feeder. I'm going to mark it as priority so I know which one I've been shooting. See, there are Arcello's just kind of hanging out back there. A whole bunch of missile strike coming out now as we see, okay, yeah, a bunch of shuttles have joined up with this. So this battle group should be able to counter... Ooh, no, those are containers. Oh, that's nasty. Uh-oh. Cargo feeder in normal skirm always have missiles every time. Yeah, they're a good missile platform. Also, hi, Emmy. Nice to see you again. Last game, I played paracargo feeders with MLS-3s, quartet of them. So that meant that I was able to dump 16 torpedoes at someone, which is why I try and keep my range here. In this case, the Tongs decided to just sit under incoming fire, and I'm hoping to eventually punch it down. We're just going to try and toe the line here a little bit more. Playing with our engagement ranges as best as possible. If I can just get like a little closer, I'll hit that 9.5 meter mark, or 9.5 kilometer mark. Let's just see, move marker-wise. Yep, so we are in range now to get an attack on them. I'm also going to put an attack marker here as my reference point. That way I know about the ranges that I'm engaging at. Just going to keep myself moving ever so slightly further forwards. Again, just trying to play the absolute range game. I have range advantage over them. I can hit them. They can't hit me. They're just sitting here withering fire instead of taking cover like behind the rock here. So, I mean, if they're making a mistake, I'm absolutely going to capitalize on it like that. You can see a cello. Heads up. 276. So that is going to be the enemy being forced to make a misplay. We're going to slide ourselves over here so we can get a better angle on that. Yeah, with any luck, our team will be able to rotate and kill that. So the Blobcat here with the destroyer, they have a beam set and ready if they want to just engage that. So they've got a, they got Vauxhall working on this.
At the ready, Commander.
Just gonna quickly call it to the team because there might be a lot of stuff happening right now. Again, we're gonna be continuing to fire here. Actually gonna hold fire because the ranges that we're at are pretty good. So let's see. You are barely over the rock. Gonna lock onto you if we can. I think we have enough range, maybe. Gonna holler at the team. Quickly fire on that thing. Everybody turn and burn. So yeah, now they are actually getting into range. Unfortunately, they did not have it preset in heading. I realized it a little too late, but with handy teamwork here, I'm gonna call out to my team. We're gonna make that play happen. Decided not to fire without a lock because I want to maximize the efficiency of my ammo. In this case, I now have that shot. Saw a beam cooking off there, so you can see down here the fleet here from the Mighty Pumpkin just cooking off stuff into this Acello. So yeah, this thing is getting toasted. Don't hear the alarms yet, but it is a very big amount of damage into this thing. Yeah, look at that beam just like cooking all the way down the spine. They might not have an FPA, in which case I don't think they can kill this, but same time, we are doing pretty well. This cargo fleet here has just been stuck against this rock along with their other stuff, so we are doing pretty good shredding them. This Acello here, although it does mean that we will lose the point briefly, this beam is about to get into range and then absolutely toast this thing. Let's see this thing fire in a second. Come on, fire. Fire the beam. Fire the beams! It's just barely drifting past, unfortunately. You can see it now adjusting course to get back on a point. Once this thing finally finishes rotating, there it is. That's the beam cook that we want to see. Yep, just right into the midsection where the CIC normally ends up being in the stack here. Absolutely just cooking through all of the systems. Yeah, that battle short just flicked on. Yep, it's just going to walk its way across the front side now where the reinforced drives are. Yeah, that thing is toasted.
How can we help today, Commander?
Once the beam finishes cycling, we'll be able to continue our attack. As you can see, they're now moving a little bit forwards there. So,
On the way, Commander. Send your traffic.
Yeah, you can see them now. They are getting close enough to my range, so I want to still play kind of drawing them out in a way here. They're deciding to move up, and that's going to be what we do. So one of them is dead here by the looks. I see escape pods. I don't see which one, though. I did render one of them harmless. This thing is, yep, that is in fact dead. Going to mark that as killed, so that is one of those things down. Let's see. Over here now, this one is going to be toasted in a second once it finally gets through. Torpedoes trying to fire out very close range. Ooh, barely missing there. That's a close one. Oof. Might be coming around again. Yeah, it's a command-guided torp. You can see it try and do the loop around. So now they have cleared the D point. This thing is going to get cleaned up shortly. My job is to make sure that I keep firing on my targets here. Again, I'm playing just incredibly long-distance fire support in this case. I was the front line, and I adjusted according to the enemy front line. I was overtunned, so I just pulled myself back, draw the enemy into the support position, because they've been stuck here pretty much the entire game. They've not managed to actually get their plasma off on the targets they wanted, like my ships or these support assets here. We also called for the push over here. This ship is dead. Gonna mark that as killed. Just kind of playing battlefield commander role because my fleet is fairly easy to play, and I have the ability to kind of like look around the map and provide situational awareness. So we can see here has an early warning radar and a bloodhound. Okay, so it's an intelligence asset. Ooh, and it just ate a missile. So this is probably what's been keeping me spotted for a while, and because it's now been taken out, it no longer is able to provide a lock for its team. So
go ahead, Command.
See here, just constantly peppering this thing. Killing these probably not going to happen anytime soon. We've used up a lot of our ammo. You see 26% of our AP left, 43% of our HE. So yeah, most of our ammo being expended into cargo feeders that aren't exactly a threat right now, but we do want to knock them out either way. That thing's outside of our engagement range. Yeah, just playing this very defensively and overall working pretty well. This Ocello, not really a threat. It might come back, but by the time that this beamstone finishes rotating, it's just going to cook into it and kill it. So this flank nicely secured. Like I said, stacking a flank overload and then going mid is pretty good. We did have a beam flank go off there, so that might have been more investment, but they didn't have anything go B-side either, so we were just able to keep them kind of caged in the middle section here, and because we knew how to play our engagement range, like, if I wanted to be reckless, I would have like pushed around the corner and said, yeah, I'm a frontline fleet, I can pick a fight with anyone, but instead we manage our engagement range effectively. This thing is just eating shots here and just not dying, which is kind of annoying. Do wish that I had a missile for that or something. In this case, we see a little investment by our cap fleet here, nicely capturing the A point, and we're just going to try and see if we can't get a kill this game. I'm pretty much just farming damage at this point. There is a bulk freighter down there that is actually real, I think. Tell you what, because I'm not feeling too threatened, I think I'm just going to hit the flank thrusters. I consider this pretty much won since we have gotten a 5 cap, and I don't see them getting anything back in the game. Their team just unfortunately dragged forwards here by good planning, baiting them forwards, making them try and chase after my assets that they can't catch. Then the nice ambush over here on this flank, being able to clean things up as they are all kind of trying to collapse over. Plus, then we hit them from another angle here, so just a triple pincer maneuver, draw your enemy forward, slam them in from the flanks as the jaws shut. Just very good stuff. Shout out to my teammates for just kind of making that happen. I pretty much just ended up sitting here and shooting a cargo feeder the entire game.
Got you 5 by 5.
Big old container strike coming in here. Might end up getting some hits here. I don't know the seeker heads, so we will see. If these are Wake Validator, they are certainly going to go after that destroyer. That said, they look like they're just going into the rock, so maybe just a bad pathing location. One of them, at the very least, going after a chaff pod here, I think. The Lax Drew over here providing some point defense. That container's not a good strike, unfortunately. That bulk freighter is something that we do want to shoot at because that is actually a threat. So you know what? I have played passive long enough this game. I am convinced that we have this in the bag. Okay, yes, thank you, Windows, for scaring the crap out of me. Apparently I don't have viruses. Yay, yippee. All right, so there's a shuttle going on to the A point. Not much we can really do about that. That's a cleanup job for another person on my team. I'm going to mark this as priority and then just kind of engage on it. Yeah. This is the ideal target. We want to be hunting bulk freighters and stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping that didn't come through as loud as it was for me. Because otherwise, I'm sure everyone just like took a moment and looked over and it's like, huh, what is my Windows telling me about? Yeah, harmless. And this one, again, it's not really moving. So it's probably alive on a technicality. I just never managed to actually hit the reinforced components at 0. So that's the one downside of the 450 here that I'm running. I only have 1, 2, 3 ammo elevators in this one. Because we have to get the track correlators. As for this one, we have 1 ammo elevator in the chin, 2 3 ammo elevators up here, so it's not the maximum fire rate build that I've done before. I do like getting bulk freighters, or not bulk freighters, getting Axfords with like 5 ammo elevators. Bulk freighters get like 3 ammo elevators and 2 rabbit cradles. That gets you a lot of DPS, but in this case, we forwent a bunch of our DPS in exchange for just other supporting assets.
Command.
You have to play within your budgets, so... In this case, the Cultist over here, SSN, is getting peppered. You can see it taking a whole bunch of hits on the side. 450 HE is the ideal weapon to use against this. I take 250 HE as well, but that requires you to get a little closer, and bulk freighters are a lot more threatening in that 8-kilometer bracket than they are at the 11-kilometer line, like we're engaging at. That said, we are just, burning towards this thing because I'm pretty sure its systems are knocked out.
At the ready, Commander.
Candy corn over here is still alive, so we'll have to clean that up. We're just waiting for the timer to tick down as we have a 5 cap and are not going to give up a point here. So this is a little point defense shuttle. I think Pyrops told me about this one before. It's a nice little way of bringing more PD in your fleet. It doesn't have a radar because you want to run the Grazer, and you've got then 2 Bastions. So nice little attachment onto, say, a bulk freighter, which I think she runs the... I want to say it was the giant pumpkin or something. I saw it earlier. I want to say it's like something pumpkin because it's a Halloween themed fleet. Because this is the Friendly Ghost, and then there's the, where is it? The Princess Candy Corn and stuff.
At the ready, Commander.
Anyways, firing for effect. Gonna turn off flank because we don't really need to cook our thrusters anymore, and I'll just let the DC teams have a nice little relaxing 5-minute break. That thing might actually be dead. Hold fire. If this thing pops another... Yep, that is life pods. We have confirmed we have actually gotten a kill this match. Huzzah! Alright, let's try and focus something else.
Engaging.
Gonna adjust fire. That thing is actually firing, is it not?
Take him out.
No, it is whatever that is. That is going to be a priority. That might actually be the bulk freighter I was talking about. We'll identify it shortly. Gonna fire on targets here. Pew pew. So I'm going to try and kill off that thing because that is providing intel and locks and stuff, and I am being tracked. These cargo feeders haven't really shot. Yep. You see here, they have their little T-30 guns firing off, so I was correct in my assumptions. They did have 100 mil, and by staying over 7.2 kilometers away, I am able to properly avoid getting shot by that.
We're moving.
Yep. Calling the GG, so we're going to throw in a GG as well for them. Yep. Yeah. I'm quite happy with how we managed to do this. My teammates did the correct thing of just kind of playing around the flanks here, threatening from multiple angles. I was able to draw them into the middle section of the map, and we collapsed from multiple sides here. Beamstones showed up and I think did some work. I never got a good sense of what they... Okay, so they're just facing the wrong way. Probably just didn't set heading command or adjusted it to shoot beams. Yep, they got their B point here with our little cap fleet. We moved over and engaged effectively, and yeah, we did our thing. It was good. Not sure why I'm losing lock on this thing. I must just have a angling issue, yeah. An angling issue to go along with my skill issue for most of these games, but we're able to play kind of effectively here. Again, cargo feeders just seem like they take like fire forever and just never die, because I've been shooting them like pretty much the entire map, and I'm still pretty sure that... okay, this one's evacuated. I think they surrendered that instead of actually having it killed. Yeah, you can see these things pockmarketed all across the side. We just never ended up getting the kill. Yeah. Anyways, that's how you do 450 Axfords on Nyx. You pick your engagement range, try and keep the enemy at it. Let's take a look. So in terms of damage, we did respectable damage, about 13k each, call it that. Yep. Throwing a GG here since we are talking about that. As you can see, they had a couple of bulk freighters here, which we were just able to collapse on and kill. Hardly had these Acellos that they had to try and do something with, and we managed to draw them out into a situation where they had to make a move, and unfortunately, they just didn't have a good angle because we didn't give them one. So, yeah. Edgelord trying to get a bunch of container strikes there. Again, they just never had a good opportunity because we didn't want to present them. So, see here a bunch of little shuttles and stuff. This was kind of enemy's cap fleet. So, a lot of them focus on a frontline fight fleet, and we just never gave them that frontline fight. So, yeah. I'm pretty happy about that one. I think I'm going to ready up and go for another one. I want to say I've got like maybe one more game left in me today. So, let's hope it's another good one. I want to play another ANS round. We'll go from that. Oh yeah, we can see what that bulk freighter was called. It was the Royal Pumpkin. That was it. So we had a player named Pumpkin, and we had the Royal Pumpkin over here. Okay, very pumpkin-y. Let's see, yeah. So a bunch of these. Okay, so they had hybrids and torpedoes. Okay, that's an interesting kind of combo there. I quite like that. I might steal this idea because you get a bunch of defenses through the little like Corvette here you can send off. And then the frigate here can stay with it, and it provides missile support. So that's a cool little like pairing there. You just get 3 of these little like frigates and stuff. And you pair them up with 3 of these little corvettes, and you've just got basically 3 assets to manage the entire game. So you're able to kind of keep your eyes around the battle space. In this case, I was able to kind of call targets out and see stuff because I was not under threat. A lot of my micro was just spent on keeping my distance and heading and stuff. So if that lets you kind of take the battlefield commander role, if you're playing something else like this, like let's say you've got a whole bunch of shuttles and a command ship and you need to like manage all this stuff, like you gotta track your early warning radar, it's very helpful to have a teammate do a ping and call it and say, hey, this thing's going for the D point, attack this one. So yeah. If you want to get better at Neb, situational awareness is probably the best part you can do. Just taking the time to figure out, okay, what is my fleet doing right now? Don't over micro, which would be like trying to adjust your heading every 5 seconds or so. You just need it to be good enough at the time. You just keep your defense order issued. You take a look around the battle space, and you start thinking to yourself, okay, what could like threaten me really well in this position? What is a big problem? Because when they push forward, all they saw at that time, I think, was my pair of Axfords just firing shots. Like I peek the corner, I get their attention by firing rounds, and then I just pull them back, and they followed right after me, right into the trap that we'd kind of laid. So. Yeah. No. All right. Let's see, what map do we get this time? We are on the Rift. Okay, it's the one with the funny golf balls and stuff, so. I think I'll play something on ANS side again. It's funny, mentioned her, and I've got a fleet here, which is, this is a meme fleet, like, just straight up, it's a meme fleet. I put Prowler drives on destroyers and threw all the Gales on it that I could, and it kind of works like that, so. Do some CLs and stuff. Got the fast attack femboys, 3 of them here. Got the fast attack split, Dr. Vivi and Gamma Railgun respectively. We can load that one up and see how that goes. I am going to run an ad here as we do our little on the hour or between games intermission thing. So you need to take a little snack break now. Now is your time. And yeah, we'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Yeah. Alright, chat, we are back. So, I'm gonna hop in now. We are on Yukon instead. We changed the map up, decided we didn't want to play Rift. Pyrope has joined us on our team instead of being on the villains, whoever we were facing. I kind of like the lore for the game, where it's like the Alliance is like, it's there, but it's like heavily flawed, bogged down by a bunch of bureaucracy, so the OSPN just kind of got sick of it, and then they founded their own thing, but they're not exactly the good guys either, because they've got a bunch of kind of differing opinions there. Some people are trying to like exploit it, so I'd like settings where it's like you get both factions and it's not clear exactly who is the good guy. You kind of like have muddiness to it. It's like you can understand both sides approach things and sort of their justification for why they're acting the way they are. It makes for very good lore. That said, I am also a fan of certain settings that just say, nope, these are just straight up the evil guys. They are the evil, like oppressive hell faction. They are here to kidnap and enslave and destroy the entire world kind of thing. That's nice too if you just want to play superheroes. So, in any case, I think we'll be running our fast attack split fleet. So, yeah. Legend of Galactic Heroes did that concept well. I still need to get around to watching that. I've seen bits of Legend of Galactic Heroes. I just haven't actually sat down and done a full watch through of that. I've been recently binging a bunch of Stargate SG-1 and really enjoying that because in that show, you get something like the Gould, who, for the first couple seasons, as I understand it, are just like flat out kind of evil. And then you find out there's a Gould sub-faction that's like kind of not evil, but like also questionable in their motives. And then it's kind of developing from there. I'm just getting started on this third season now, so I'm having a lot of fun with it. Apparently there's 8 seasons that I've got to get through, so that'll be a good thing for me to just kind of binge watch in my off time. I'm kind of a big fan of the 90s era Star Trek. Like, my favorite Star Trek is Deep Space Nine, I'd say. I do like Next Generation and the original series and that. I've watched a bit of Voyager here and there, but I really like Deep Space Nine, and Stargate SG-1 kind of tickles sort of similar vibes to that, where you've got a bit of it, it's like, okay, here's the static environment, like you've got our world and our characters and stuff, but at the same time, it's also a little bit Next Generation feeling where, you know, you're going out, meeting and exploring new people, new hazard things happen. Yeah. I don't know, I just really like 90s sci-fi, because I think a bunch of 90s and 80s sci-fi stuff was carried by the writing, because nowadays you can do a lot more stuff with special effects and get away with things like that. So in a certain way, you don't have to have as good writing, versus something where you're limited by your technology. You are like, okay, we have to have a good script and a compelling story, because otherwise people are going to look at this and just see kind of like, well, cheesy Flash Gordon cartoon where your costume's like, you can tell it's a guy in a suit who's like doing the big like Godzilla stomping style thing. But if the show has good writing, you still just go along with it. You're like, you know what? Fine, whatever. He looks like an alien. Sure, it's a guy with a mask, or he's got like a weird like dotted pattern painted onto him or something. But it's still good enough writing, and it's enough of a character that it makes up for it. Whereas I feel like too much stuff for a bunch of modern sci-fis is relying just on the sort of visual flash of it, rather than having a good script. And it can... There's oceans of bad sci-fi out there, and a bunch of it can get made into shows or stuff that just doesn't quite work. One example I'd use would be Star Trek Discovery, I think it was, where a lot of that, it's very flashy, looks very pretty, you can have a lot of stuff there, but in terms of writing, the show's just not that great. You can compare it with something that still has a little bit of flash, but is also well written. Like, again, talking Star Trek, we've got Strange New Worlds, which is a series I am very much looking forward to the third season of. It's very in keeping with the kind of like good writing of older Star Trek and respecting the source material, but also being very interesting in that vein. So, yeah. I'm a big fan of good writing wherever it is, because I think that if you're going to do some writing, you should try and focus on making something that's like interesting and compelling, even if your visuals aren't properly supported by it. Like, you can have some shows that are just, you know, like not the prettiest to look at, but at the same time, the writing holds up for it. Take, for example, let's say Red vs. Blue, right? That is a show about guys who are using Halo to just make it look like you have a bunch of dudes talking. And that show is carried entirely by the writing, because what's the visuals? It's a couple dudes in Mjolnir armor, like bobbing their heads up and down. Later on, sure, you get some animated fight scene stuff, but the show is primarily carried by its writing. You've got a good story. Here's the medium through which you're going to convey it. SG-1, Go to Another World, turns out it's a Canadian forest. Yes, it is kind of fun knowing a bit of theater, like set design stuff, where you're able to look at it and say, oh, okay, this is the same set, but they've redone it this way, or they went to this forest and instead shot it over here. Or it's like, hey, here's the Stargate, it just happens to be we're in the same location that has this kind of like quarry cliffside, and we're just doing a slightly different shoot angle, so it looks like it's a different place. And that, like, I'm not saying it's like groundbreaking, like everything is unique all the time kind of deal, and you need to like not replicate your sets at all, but you can still suspend your disbelief because you're like, okay, they've gone to a new planet. This is a different place. They're in the desert this time or something, even though it ends up being just like, you know, slightly outside of, I don't know, Los Angeles or something. Yeah. All right. Just waiting for Pyro to finish up adjusting their fleet. I'm thinking I'm going to do a fast attack split style. So my idea for this fleet is that I've got a gun CL here. This is the Doc Bivy, so shout out to her. See her on Friday in that. It's got defenders, a little chaff box, and just 5 250 guns, so it's able to spit out a lot of lead. It's then supported by a little Ewar Corvette. This is the unattended child that's running with it. It's got a hang-up, a bullseye, and 2 blanket jammers. The idea being that I have, I've also had to strip out the radar on this, so it relies on the main ship's radar. So the idea is that this is just a supplementary package, kind of like how we saw last game, where there is the little sprinter going along with the frigate. You were able to get a bunch of supporting assets there. Same kind of concept here. These can operate together or independently. This way, I've got the option to threaten 2 angles or just 1. The Ewar package here is very good. I don't believe that 2 blankets will completely hide a CL under intense, search radar and stuff. But it should be enough that I'm able to at least break locks of stuff incoming and still provide jamming. Plus, because I've got them mounted on the wings, if I just need to point jammers at one direction, say because there's like a incoming missile, I'm like, okay, point at that one, jam that thing, yeah. And then just on the belly of it, I've got the hang-up jammer and the bullseye so that I can get a 9-kilometer lock and then engage at 8 kilometers effectively. And then the hang-up jammer is because I want to try and isolate a target. Hang-up jammers are very effective, and I highly recommend bringing them in your comp if you can fit them, because the OSP does not have very good antennas. And if you can isolate and deafen one of their ships, then you can very easily pick it off, because it will not be able to fight back effectively. So, I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm going to say Toku have a full list of where filming location and some more base on which city that the show is produced from. Yeah, I think that's interesting too. Like, I love seeing some shows that are filmed in, say, New York or something, where they just conveniently have a time travel episode that takes them into, I don't know, the middle of Manhattan. Star Trek Strange New Worlds, it's shot in Toronto, to my knowledge, so they had an episode where they went back in time and, surprise, they're in Toronto. So, I kind of like how they do a little bit of the, it's sort of fourth wall break, but it's also just, convenient, like, hey, we're back here now. I think Deep Space Nine did a time travel episode where they went to Los Angeles. I think that's where they were shooting from as well. So I do like a little bit of the kind of addressing, yeah, we know this is a show, but it's it's good writing. It's a fun thing. You can get away with a little bit of kind of the not exactly a fourth wall break, but just kind of a nod towards yeah, we're doing this here. You might be able to see us having done a shoot here or piece that together. So that's nice to see. Just waiting for the last of the fleet editing to go through here. Probably just adjusting ammo counts or shaft box or something, but we'll be patient, people. There we are. Yep, just as I say that, ready up, engage. So our goal is to ideally threaten 2 angles, because I can play 2 different angles with this fleet. That said, if it comes down to it, we might just group ourselves up together and then try and overwhelm a singular target. The idea behind this is to isolate and eliminate, which is kind of what my playstyle has apparently emerged to be. I had somebody say that the other day. I'm like, I guess I do kind of do that. So with this fleet, we're able to point 4 blanket jammers and 2 hang-ups at something which should be enough to, pretty much within 10 kilometers, isolate a target. I kind of want to deploy on the B to D line here. At the same time, I do like playing the 3-point side. So Yukon has this big iceberg that kind of goes down the middle. It's the wall that you rotate over or under, depending on what you're doing. It's very common for people to park a beam destroyer here to watch the B point, or a beam destroyer here to watch the A point. BSG has so many good moments, need to rewatch the show. Yeah, the BSG is great. The first 2 seasons are incredibly strong. I feel like it got a little bit stretched out in seasons 3 and 4, because I think that they just, I don't know, I felt like they were stretching their writing a little bit, and maybe it was just meant to be 2, possibly 3 seasons. Either way, I need to decide which angle to go through here. I think that I might just go for a single lane push, because my fleet's concept is to try and, I think my fleet's concept is to try and isolate and eliminate. I'm expecting there to only be a little bit over here, because my fleet is very fast as well. If I take this line and I kind of try and go to these asteroids across here, I should be able to threaten the D point if I also go high like that. Could ask, do we have a B capper? Because that way, if somebody caps the B point, I can instead deploy higher and then send my fleet over here, and then I can project my force across accordingly. I could also go downwards and then try and get them from below. Just adjust that. Just gonna thank you, Blobcat. They're gonna cap the B point. That frees me up, which means that, because I could cap the B point and then go up here, it would take more time and I want to try and get here quickly. That way I'm able to try and like position and threaten. The enemy team will be deploying here. I might be able to catch some skirmishing going across here. And then if I need to, I can rotate down and like possibly go underneath here to threaten the E point. I can guard this point. I can double back and guard the B point. So it's just planning my initial rollout and then how I'm going to adjust from there. Because, again, you don't know exactly what the enemy is going to do. You just have to set yourself up in a position where you can be flexible and then adjust from it. So, dropping in on Yukon here now in the Jarkormund sector, the isolated ice cluster. So isolation is the name of the game. We don't see any enemy thruster flares because there's a big rock in the way, but instead, we're just going to set up our fleets to go there. So we're going to have them go boop and boop.
Gotcha.
As for
5
you,
by 5.
a similar
On the
idea.
way,
Going to have you go boop and boop. Set ourselves to hold fire here. The idea being that because we have dual-purpose guns are both a blessing and a curse. They're a blessing because you can use them to shoot down incoming fire automatically. Like, say, a bunch of size 2 missiles fly my way. My RPF rounds can trim some of that. But at the same time, if they just randomly fire at a missile that's, like, say, 8 kilometers just winging off, like, into the expanse somewhere else, that ends up giving me away on my location. And then people realize where I am, and then they can punish that. So,
Forming up.
I use the term punish quite a bit. It's kind of a holdover from like fighting games and stuff. So the idea being that your enemy's going to do something, you're going to react, and depending like who makes the mistakes and stuff, it's then how do I like properly punish what the enemy's trying to do and react to it. So, which fictional leader would you follow into battle? We were talking about Battlestar Galactica, so Captain or Admiral Adama, depending on when you talk like in the setting of that. He seems like a pretty good guy in that.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Sure. Trying to think. Which fictional
underway,
leader?
Commander.
Well, I will say the Master Chief, although I'm probably going to end up a mass casualty at that point, so that is another option. Good old Mr. Chief from John Halo's side of the universe. Say some things about 40k, but I mean 40k again, you're just going to end up like being expendable. But I mean, Caiaphas Cain seems like a pretty cool guy, even though he has the worst luck in the galaxy there. Just going to adjust my formations ever so slightly more here, trying to keep these things close, but not too close. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't really see myself ever like following someone into battle. I just don't see that really happening because I am a silly internet cat boy, and I don't think that I would be. I mean, like, I'm sure I could do it. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, I am a human, and I have my long, lengthy limbs that I can then walk over places with, and then I guess I could swing a sword or fire a gun or something. But I don't know. I'm not really going out picking a fight. Instead, I'm just here. I play the video games, and I have fun with it.
Send your traffic. Aye, aye. Full
Whee.
power.
We're ready when you are.
Goal here,
Commander.
we're going to adjust slightly.
Aye,
Just
aye.
imagining Neko in Vietnam. Yes,
Standing by.
Viet Neko. That's a thing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
5 by 5.
Welcome to the rice fields.
What can we do for you, Commander?
At
See,
the ready, Commander.
I'm much different because you see, as a cat boy, it is within my prerogative to place pipe bombs
Gotcha.
places.
5 by
So
5.
just might end up doing that a little
Copy
bit.
that. Moving.
All right, so they have not gotten the D point quite yet.
Understood.
So they should still be on there. Gonna just angle myself
Aye, aye.
down facing that way because again, I don't know what they have there. I haven't been able to scout them out yet. Just gotta burn through here, see if we get a lock. Unfortunately, we do not, so I'm betting that they're just hiding behind that rock there. Or they are very small, and we just can't quite catch them on burn through anyways. Yeah, they are. All right, so we're going to just signal our attack marker here. There we are.
Awaiting
A
orders,
lot of conquest streams in the update, is it? Yes. So I will say this. I have applied to be a conquest tester. I don't know if they will let me in or not. It's entirely up to the devs to decide that. We're going to slow down
What
here a
can
little
we do
bit.
for you,
I do
Commander?
hope that when, like, sort of open early access, if that happens for Conquest comes out, I will be able to stream it and kind of do some highlights there because I want to make more Nebulous content, but I just am limited by the technology and
What can
means
we
at
do
my
for you,
disposal.
Commander?
And by which I mean I just have not gotten around to
on
doing
our
a bunch
way.
of video editing stuff that I probably should
the
learn
way,
how to
Commander.
handle. So I'll have to do that at some point. Yeah, I really hope to stream Conquest when it comes out and then kind of do some like highlight showcases of the stuff because it looks like quite a cool mode and I'm going to show off the different aspects of it.
Understood.
No promises about that happening, but if it does, I will be very pleased.
Ready whenever you
Making sure
are.
these are not holding heading. Okay, so we know that they have a asset on the
Aye,
D point.
Commander.
Okay, they have not
Moving out.
scouted us out here. So here's what we're going to do.
Commander.
We are going to keep one of our assets hidden. It's going to be there if we need it, but we're going to just expose with another one. I know roughly where their ship was, and I've got an 8-kilometer range here. So
Affirmative.
I can keep them jammed and isolated, but I'm not going to show all of my stuff, because if I show that I have 2 light cruisers over here, that's going to be a bigger issue. See, this is what we're going for here. Early warning, jamming,
Electronic
fire.
warfare activated.
We're going to fire on this thing.
Initiating
So yeah.
attack. We're underway.
You are good to go. Okay, yep. Deploy all jamming in this cone, please. Thank you.
Beginning
Going to
jam.
burn through, and then you are going to lock on here. Okay, so we can't quite see what they are, unfortunately.
Initiating target lock.
Trying to see if we can't lock either of these. Nope, unfortunately we cannot. So, knowing that, we are just going to retreat back. You can see them firing some guns. Oop, okay, there we go. Lock UR onto this thing and fire guns, please. Thank you.
Sensors are jammed.
Crap. Need to fire on the track there instead. There we are.
Aye, aye, Commander.
And we found out that we could not actually get a good lock on them, so we're not going to try and pick that fight. Instead, I'm just going to use what I know from that and make a decision accordingly. We're going to mark an attack ping over here. So I know that the enemy is there, and I want to attack from more than one angle, ideally. I could put everything in one fire group and try and trade fire here, but given the size of these shots, I think that might be an Acello that's firing against us. We're getting burned through swept here, so that is a thing. Let's see. That means that they have something on the offside, so we're going to instead try jamming over this direction here. Wop, wop. Early warning, wop wop. So, unfortunately, we don't see anything. We're just going to cease fire and cool down our jammers a little bit. Don't want to overuse it. So, we know the enemy is here. We're going to look at what is our team doing and how can we properly accommodate. See, Blobcat is moving a beam destroyer over here. So, the enemy is welcome to try and adjust to my position, and I'm going to set up just to allow them to do that, basically. I'm going to be going high here instead. So, yeah, with beams and stuff, looks like they killed something here. Let's see, does this thing have beams or this? No, it's a CL. Okay. I'm not sure what got beamed in that case, but they do have the 8 points, so initiative falls to us. We need to make a play. In this case, I'm going to play around Blobcat moving their beam destroyer here. This is going to be our flank and kill asset. We are going to be the front line that will distract them effectively. As it currently stands, though, I believe that it is in our best interest to group our formation up now. So we're going to select you and then have you group off of the Duck Vivi here. Setting up about like, that looks... Yeah, we'll have you be off like that. There we go. And you are going to do a similar thing, except you're going to be on this side over here-ish. That should be a relatively good formation. So now we are down to a single ship in terms of our command, so we're able to quickly issue orders. Just going to, oop, womp womp. Okay, we're going to clonk into each other here. That's a minor skill issue. Nope, don't mind me, just gonna pivot. Pivot. All right, so once we're done skill issuing ourselves and our ships playing their little scratch the paint game, we're going to go ahead and see. Okay, will you just kindly, thank you. Okay, just move around each other, please. Thank you. Yep. So these will eventually sort themselves out. Just need to make it happen. Yeah. All right, so that formation should work. We have assets kind of where we want them, sort of. You're gonna be a little bit off to the side as well, like so. There we go. All right. And then you can be a little bit down to the back. There we are. So now that we have solved that skill issue, we are going to reposition ourselves accordingly once we have fixed this.
We're en route.
You need to be, let's see, about 300-ish meters ideally. That is good there. All right, cool. So that is our plan. We're going to just realign ourselves. We know it's an Acello over here. I can win a fight against an Acello, but the question is it worth winning that fight against the Acello, or should I be threatening somewhere else? I have the option to push over here. We also have the opportunity to have, like, our guy Bullet Magnet over here go and do something there. So I'm just going to call that out to my team. I'm going to say Sea Sword is actual. So in this case, we have managed to make a play here where they've gotten the E point. So that means that we don't actually have to do anything. Again, Nebulous kind of works in turns like this, where you do something, then the enemy does something, you just kind of play reactively. Sometimes simultaneous stuff can happen. In this case, Blobcat is moving themselves over. They have an idea where the enemy fleet is going to be, so they're able to keep this ship kind of down low and hidden. We are currently in the winning position, so we're just going to wait for them to do something, and then we can punish their mistakes. And basically, they're going to have to do something, and then we adjust to that. So, in this case, Pirate Fleet down here, I believe it is anyways, yeah. So they've got a bunch of EWAR, they are trading gunshots here, keeping the enemy hemmed in here, so we know that there is a enemy fleet, like, around here, so we're going to marker ping that, like so. So that's one, that's two. We don't know where where other enemy assets are, so we're going to play accordingly. That said, I am going to start maneuvering myself up and around like this because I have sat here static a little too long and they saw me. So that's going to be a thing we have to adjust for. I could also dip down and try and charge along the rock. I don't know what else was with that Acello. I know there is a Acello, and that is my information at this time. So we have to just kind of play around that. See, if I stayed here static, that would mean that they would have a rough semblance. Like, see how I've already done these attack pings? I know roughly where the enemy is. If the enemy knows where you are, you can do two things. Either you can rely on them knowing where you are, and then have them try and rotate around you, and then you have a counterplay set up, or you can move. So, we are going to elect to move, like so.
Understood.
In this case,
We're en
we see
route.
a attacking asset coming up here. I don't know what that is, so I am going to get in range
Aye,
to
aye,
punish that.
Commander.
In this case, we're going to change our formation around.
How can we help
So
today,
number
Commander?
3, the Gamma, is going to stay in sort of a line
Forward.
formation here. You are going to adjust to be like about back here-ish.
Aye, aye. Forming
You're
up.
going to be about back over here-ish. There we are.
Forming up.
So we're going to set up our formation like so.
We're on our
That way we are in position before we peek the rock. That is
Standing
another
by.
Acello. We're going to mark that as priority. 5391 Acello. So that is going to be a threat. Now, because of the position it's going at here, so this thing is making a play over towards us. So it is
What
going
can
to
we
be
do
there.
for you, Commander?
Bullet Magnet is going to be over here. They're going to start engaging. And then we're just going to be
Receiving.
in pretty much perfect position to attack it.
Aye,
So
aye, Commander.
we're going to set ourselves to firing armor-piercing rounds.
Understood.
We're going to set
Engaging
ourselves
the
to hold
enemy.
fire order. And then we are
Receiving.
going to set ourselves to have a big electronic warfare
Electronic
package going.
warfare activated. We're
And
ready
because
for
I have the time
deployment.
ahead of me, I'm just going to hold up here for a quick
Receiving.
second as Edge tag. So I believe that's Microsoft Edgelords.
Receiving.
I didn't see what fleet prefix the other one was, so we're just going to have to wait on that.
Awaiting orders,
Now we're just going to wait for our fleet to get into position, and then we're going to properly spring our ambush once we are ready. Again, we don't want to ambush this thing
Moving out,
too soon.
Commander.
Okay, see it? It is now moving forward. It is expecting for this to be an easy shot there. You can see some of the stuff that they have as well. So there's another blob,
What can we
which
do
we are
for
going
you,
to attack or ping.
Commander?
That is going to be basically the third fleet we've spotted this game. I'm assuming that that Acello is the same. Might not be. Either way, it is now within our kind of kill shot range, so we're going to have everything lock onto it. And then, yeah, basically once we peek over this rock, it is go time. Yeah, that's the plan. And have ourselves just peek over ever so slightly so we get a firing angle. Don't want to overexpose here since there could be other assets up top that we don't know about. We know there is a fleet in that direction. This looks like another pair of ships, so if we had decided to push over here, it could have been
We're ready
bad.
when you are, Commander.
Just gonna call out my shots now, and yeah, that'll be that. Electronic warfare, stand by to fire.
Jamming the enemy.
We're going to allow our jammers to do their
What can we
thing,
do
so
for you,
these
Commander?
should heavily jam the enemy. There we are.
Receiving.
Gonna have you locked on.
Understood.
Three
Engaging the
lock,
Acquiring
4 lock,
fire
2 lock, 1 lock.
Attempting
Everything going to be
target
firing on that,
Target
and yeah, that is the
acquired.
game plan. So we're going
Aye,
to stop our
Commander.
flanking maneuver
Moving
there.
out.
We're going to move laterally like
We're on
so.
our way.
That way we keep ourselves in motion. We have isolated the enemy. They have taken hits now, and they're going to be punished.
We're ready when you are, Commander.
So see a big rocket volley going off down there. That's going to hurt a lot against that Axford, unless it has
What can we do for
PD.
you,
Oh,
Commander?
ouch.
Awaiting
Still,
orders,
Axfords are
Commander.
tough. They can take a hit. This thing is going to be heavily peppered now. Our goal is to move around its flank side
underway,
here.
Commander.
So we're able to get that. You can see they have another
Standing
asset up
by.
here. This was providing them sort of awareness and lock. So our goal now is to just isolate and kill this thing.
Standing by.
We have a little bit of time left in our jammers. They can't really get a good track on us because,
What can we
again,
do
they're
for
getting
you,
hit by 4
Commander?
blanket jammers. There's
Copy
not much
that,
you can really do in
Commander.
this situation except try and run. We're going to order our flank to be engaged as we're going to try and shoot it. As you can see now, he's trying to adjust to us, but this means that we are in perfect position to now 2v1 this.
Awaiting
So,
orders,
like I said,
Commander.
you want to put your enemy in a position where
ready
they're at
when
a
you are,
disadvantage,
Commander.
because either your enemy will make a
Standing
mistake
by.
or you will force them to make a
Aye,
mistake.
aye, Commander.
In this case, they are trying to shoot at us, but unfortunately, that
We're
means
under
they're
attack,
pointed this
Commander.
way, which means half their point defense is not going to be angled towards these incoming. And there's a good chance that I also might have hit his
Receiving.
point defense here.
Aye, aye,
Plus, we
Commander.
are also,
Moving
just,
out.
colossally jamming this thing, so whoop whoop.
Aye, aye,
We're going to start
Commander.
our push over now. You can see a whole bunch of missiles going in here. It's absolutely clobbering it.
Standing by.
Order the locks as best as we can.
Aye, aye, Commander.
So
Moving
we are
out.
getting engaged by another asset
Standing
over
by.
here, which is now trying to keep its range. So, in this case, we're going to marker that as attack. Blobcat should be in range to
We're
beam
ready
that thing in a
when you are,
second. I'm pretty
Commander.
sure, right? Yep, there's the kill. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, beautiful
We're ready when
collapse.
you are,
Love to see it.
Commander.
That is our job. Anyways, this is now our next target, so we're going to order our jammers to instead fire on that. We're going to be
We'll
short
get it
briefly
done,
to try and cancel his lock. We're going to assume that
What can we
Blobcat
do
has
for you,
successfully
Commander?
killed off that Acello here. Might not be in range for a kill shot. We can just fly over and kill it, though. That said, I think it is in our best interest now to dive, since we've just gone over the rock, and we are going to go after these things, yeah.
Copy that, Commander.
We're going to have number 4 is going to lock onto this, and you're going to start shooting armor-piercing rounds because you are in range. And there we go.
At the
Same
ready,
with number 3.
Commander.
Yep. So we're going to adjust accordingly. This thing, yeah, it's royally toasted. Good job. Yeah. See, this is the beauty of teamwork. We set ourselves up. We thought, okay, what is the enemy going to do? They moved forward aggressively. We were waiting, and we were aware of what they had. I scouted that out. I called to my team saying, hey, let's focus fire this thing. It then got immobilized. Our destroyer here, like I expected to go across an Acello there. but instead another one presented itself. So we took the opportunity and cooked it. Yeah, it's pretty well toasted.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Just gonna tell them to hit it again in a second. So in this case, we are isolating this thing as best we can. We're gonna turn off battle short on you because we are currently suffering on that. Also gonna turn off battle short here. We're gonna let them get a couple shots in. So as we see, Edge has 2 of these. We're gonna actually just switch every lock over here that we can, except for number. No, it's got a lock on that already, so we don't need that. I don't want to burn up my stuff if I don't have to, so we're just gonna fire on this as much as we can and dive for the point here, getting ourselves even further ahead. So we've already put ourselves up 1,500 points in this case. Yep. Just gonna tell them they can save their missiles and stuff. We just have to make sure this thing is actually dead. So yeah, there's the beam going in for second volley.
We're ready when you
Okay.
are, Commander.
In that case, we unfortunately lose the track, but we're still making it go here. Oop, big sippy time. Okay, so yeah, during last break, I got myself a thermos of coffee, and it should be cool enough I can take a little sippy. That's lovely. It's not quite the biggest sippy in the world, but, you know, we are going to go for a little sippy here. Tell you what, our thrusters and stuff, we do have radar drives, so these do like to cook off pretty well. Still, that said, big old missile hits here. Yeah, beams right into the backside. They're trying to rotate around and hit us, but they're getting cooked right in the drive, so that thing is just going to end up sitting there for pretty much the rest of the game.
Awaiting orders,
Yeah.
Commander.
I'm actually going to do a thing here where I fire high explosive shells in my reverse
Engaging
arc.
the enemy.
I should be able to get a hit like that, I think, with 1 or 2 guns. At the very least, our topside guns can do it. We're just trying to break the damage threshold on this thing. I don't believe we'll be able to break the actual drive, but just putting in some more rounds to kill it should work.
Receiving. What can we do for you, Commander?
So as you can see now, we've done a bit of a trade here. So in this case, they brought a bunch of their assets over to kill our ships here. That said, they have lost quite a few cargo feeders here. This one looks like it was damaged, right? I think. Smoking at the very least. So yeah, it took some hits there. They've rotated a bunch of their stuff. That said, they're losing. All right, there's our target here. We're going to fire on this thing with everything we got.
Electronic warfare
Hit him.
activated.
We are securing zone A.
Understood. Locking on.
Just going to switch all of our stuff over now because they know that we are here. They're going to try and fire off rocket containers and stuff. Yep, so we're going to have to rely on our point defense here and missiles. Go, 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 go. Come on, please dodge. Ooh, narrowly. Okay, cool. So we're going to change our, well, we're going to adjust anyways to encounter this new threat. We're firing off all of our guns against it. Edge has brought in some rocket containers, which are a nasty thing we don't want to see because they are very good at overwhelming defenders. In this case, we're firing a whole bunch of stuff here. Let's see, 8 point. We should have that one pretty handily. So I'm just going to win against these Ooh, crap. Surprise from the backside. Okay, that's different. Yeah. Keep firing all of our GOMS jammers on targets. Ooh, hi there. Okay, so that... here's the trap that they've sprung. Okay, so we're going to instead focus fire on doing this. Loop. There we are. In this case, I know exactly what you are. I've run this build before, and I am a little bit scared now. Because this is... This might actually be one of my builds. Crap. So that thing is a plasma burper. We know exactly what it does and what it brings, so it's going to mean that we no longer have armor on the Gamma, unfortunately. We need to heavily move ourselves now. That said, most of their damage seems to be coming from this one. We're going to fire off of whatever shots we can get into it, because that should knock out most of its plasma turrets. We got plasma cooked on one ship, but the other one is still able to fire. That Ocello up there is a problem, but hey, we will deal with what we can at the time. We're going to order our ships to battle short. As for you, I don't believe that we have anything over there that we need to get hit by. Yeah, they cannot see us currently, so that is a big advantage of our electronic warfare package right now. Pew, 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 pew. Unfortunately, this thing is still able to fire. I was hoping to deal more damage and knock out more of its guns. They're heavily plasma stripping, so the ship just does not have armor anymore. We're going to try and fix whatever we can in this case, prioritizing these reinforced components to try and get them to take extra hits. With the CIC, large locker's going to go down. Yeah, their main damage dealer is this one instead, so we're going to focus that one down. With any luck, I will be able to stop it before it switches its plasma onto another target. That's the plan anyways. I'm actually kind of surprised it managed to hit. It must have its own independent pinpoint, because normally it shouldn't be able to hit me here. Just going to try and put damage between us and it, setting flank at maximum speed, like so. Good do.
Understood.
Good
We're
do.
en route.
So yeah, they're now counter jamming me in turn, which is kind of rude. I can't really do enough damage to actually kill that one off, so I'm just going to try and stop the plasma while I can. Plasma instead deciding to fire over on Xenophobe here, so we have to think of this as a multiplicative effort. We can instead fire our shots here on whatever we got. Everything fire, fire, fire. Just keep jamming. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just lock everything on and run. We've gotten the point, so it's now on them to come after us. We're just going to burn through with our radars here. Yep, so we can see the rockets, submunitions go off there. We're going to pop more chaff. They've already fired off at a target there. So yeah, the Gamma is just pretty well crippled. We're going to try and keep it with us and basically just have it hold the point since it is still technically armed. There's that CIC and reactor and stuff. So yeah, we're going to have it stay here, just try and play defensive for our fleet and pretty much go off from there. So they did very well. They set up an ambush. We blundered into it a bit, but at the same time, most of their stuff is heavily crippled here now. We're just going to basically burn up our corvettes here, unfortunately, trying to keep these jammers going.
Damage control. We've lost a component.
Okay, so number 4, you're also going to turn off that and try and get your blanket jammers brought back up online. Yeah, we're just going to fire on this thing while we can. So this is a nice little 2-ship fleet. They've got a plasma bulker, which is just belching those big old purple rounds at us, which we have to try and dodulous here as best we can. By staying at range, we're able to evade some of them. So with that said, they are still going to be hitting with quite a few of these. We need to quickly adjust ourselves accordingly, trying to keep that range advantage. So we're just barely out of range in this case. Most of those shots end up flying by. We do get a couple hits into us. That said, they did the ambush. That is good. I did this exact same thing on pillars a little while ago. And because they weren't able to really kill us in time, they did heavily cripple us. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is 1,000 points of ship here that I just don't have combat effective right now, and I'm trying to keep alive desperately. But with that said, it is now up to them to try and counter our next move, which will be to basically... You're still alive.
What can we do for you,
Jerk.
Commander?
All right, so we're going to just play range then.
We're taking
Because I know that they are a
fire,
close-range
Commander.
fleet, we are just going to move back a little ways and
What can we do
try
for you,
and
Commander?
just fire EWAR on this thing, please.
Sorry, not
Thank you.
possible.
Aye,
All right.
aye, Commander.
I'm going to cancel our flank speed since we don't need to go super quick anymore.
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out.
1,
Dialing
2,
in,
3,
Commander.
and 4. Lock on with anything you got, s'il vous plaît. There we are. So, ideally, this thing now being jammed, it shouldn't be able to see us, I don't think, although I'm kind of curious
What
how
can
it
we do
does.
for you, Commander?
Okay, so they have a offside asset there, which is that other Ocello.
Party up.
We're en route.
Have to deal with that in a second. Just gonna pepper this thing with whatever we got. As you can see down on the E flank, even though Pyrup said she was dead, she is still holding on there, and we are roaring ahead on cap. So they might end up winning militarily here, but in terms of the cap point game, it's going to take a lot for them to get back in it. Here we see a nice beam pushing over here, a bullet magnet coming over the top. We're just going to ask them to do a move order over here. Come join the fun, Magnet. So yeah, we did our frontline job there. We're now going to have our allies switch out, so we're going to start playing more backline range. They're going to be the one doing the aggressive frontlining stuff. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. So this thing getting toasted here. I'm actually very surprised that the Ocello is still alive. I'm going to assume this had a Citadel CIC because I would have expected with the amount of fire we put into it that it would have broken on a reinforced. But
Receiving.
either way, the Gamma is just going to be hanging out here. It is still technically alive, although that's kind of pushing the bounds of technicalities. In this case, it is able to contest the point, which is quite funny. So we'll just keep it hanging out there, max and relax and all cool. That unfortunately, Blobcat's Xenophobe destroyer here is getting cooked off by the stuff that we put distance between. So let's take a look, see at what we got here. I can signal these things with attack marker pings, like so. This way, even though I don't have track on them right now because of antenna issue, that's why I don't get a track. I was like, I'm missing something here. So yeah, the little antenna. Unfortunately, because I have the other turned off, I didn't see that I was antennaed. So that is an issue. Also going to fix this front thruster because it's very important for our thrusting. Like you can see, we're down to, like, that thing is worth 13% of our total thrust power. So I want that thing back up online. Just going to keep peppering this. Again, I'm assuming this is a Citadel command ship, so can't really do much in this case. T-30s, very effective against light ships like this. That said, still roaring ahead on caps. They are winning militarily, but we don't need to win on military to win this game. We are already getting enough caps and stuff in that it is fine. Actually going to cease fire on these because I don't think I'll need them. I'm going to switch you to be number 3. Number 4 can be the Gamma because it's just basically dead. Okay, we're just going to try and bow tank as many hits here as possible. That's our plan. We've got priority set on both of these. I don't believe they can knock it out very effectively unless they get a whole bunch of HE rounds in. Okay, there we go. Now they finally get the HE rounds in. Plasma, I don't think had quite enough damage to break it, but case, just gonna keep peppering this affectionately. Yeah, we're gonna basically try and play our range game here. Draw kiting them with whatever we got. Plasma can hit us at 8 kilometers. Their T-30s need 7.2 kilometers. Knowing your effective engagement ranges can change a lot. We're just gonna basically try and keep this thing going. Yeah, you can see down here, they're trying to get the E point, and they're just not having it. Apparently, these things are built tough, so they just can't actually hit that break point to kill it. Yes, moving around in abouts here. See, they have a Container Decoy Sullivan. That's a really funny name. Credit to you, Edge. That's hilarious. I'm actually kind of surprised that Edge managed to fit 2 Acellos and a little tug into that fleet. So, how is that axe still alive? Yep, there you go. Turns out you can just have an Axford sit here and tank, like, what's this? Like an Acello and 2, let's see, that would be like monitors, tugboats and stuff. I need to see this thing's damage control board at the end of the game, because that's gotta be, like, completely toasted. All right, we're going to be moving our way over here now, kind of going off of the enemy's position. Going to give an attack marker like such. We know roughly what we're dealing with. We're going to be playing the range game as well here, so firing into this thing because we have the ammo. Might as well rack out what we got. So we know that this thing is the, ooh, it's not T-30s, it's C-30s. Okay, that's interesting. It's broadside guns instead, so those are a little more fragile. Or are they actually? I think they might be about the same health as the T-30s, so I'll have to double check. Yeah, it has a respectable amount of firepower there. This is the Plasma Burper. You can see I have basically this exact same design in my fleet. Only difference is that I don't have the... it doesn't have a pinpoint lock. So we saw that briefly. It's got a C-53 turret on top so that it's able to lock things. And by lock things, I mean basically you use that as your aiming platform. Right, so we're instead going to fire on you. There we are. So that's our little goodbye message from the Gamma Railgun. Lovely, get toasted.
What can we do
So yeah,
for you,
now we are
Commander?
just going to swap over to you and basically fire everything we got.
Negative. We're ready whenever you are.
We are able to keep ourselves here, and because they don't really have a cross-fix, effectively, this should mean that we can just kind of isolate and deal some damage to that thing. Yeah.
We have secured zone.
On our way.
Plasma burpers, as I call them like that, are very effective at stripping off armor because you get 64 shots of plasma out before the enemy can really do anything. And then another, like, I want to say 45 seconds later, you can get a second volley. So as long as you get that first volley and take off most of the armor on a ship, it has really paid for itself. A lot of Alliance ships rely heavily on their armor versus something like a bulk freighter, which is more focused on its damage control and components' health. So in this case, we're just trying to play our range game here. I'm actually going to shoot at the little guy here. So we'll lock on with you. Oop, your hang-up jammer is down. I have a restore, but I don't think that I'll need that right now.
We're ready whenever you are.
In this case, we're just going to try and focus fire here. Keeping our fleet kind of loosely positioned around itself here. Just kind of playing cleanup. Game should be over in a second. We just want to RPF this thing down because that is what gave us the pinpoint lock. Nice little EWAR combo. So you get a jammer, you get a pinpoint, and you get a dazzler on that. So it pairs up nicely with this thing. Also provides it with some opportunities for get down Mr. President runs where that just means you put like your lighter asset in front of your ship. All the missiles incoming will go into that thing. Oh, there goes another drive jet. Where's that? Ooh, hey, we finally killed that thing. Huzzah! I didn't know if that Acello was going to die this game. GG, well played, everyone. So yeah, that's showing how we can isolate and eliminate. That Acello played right into our hands. It went forward without having scouted us. So that's why you really do need to have scouts and check under different areas. So yeah. We managed to get some good stuff down there. Yep. Unfortunately, the Gamma did go down, but the VV was able to get about 13k. Our EWAR Corvettes did exactly their jobs. Pyro just held the ground on the other cap there, denying them the ability to get that. And we just had beam destroyers lurking around, able to clean up stuff. So yeah, I'm very happy with how that worked. Looks like Bullet Magnet ended up getting shredded. I didn't see what actually got them, but yeah. Good plays from them. They had a monitor blob that was going across there. We just managed to bait them into a position where they were not at an advantage, and we were able to kind of get a leg up. So in this case, we see, yep, a whole bunch of the HE shots, HEHC being very effective. The Plasma Burp in this style, just super good at stripping something out. You can follow up with 100 mil incredibly well. They had a bunch of other little assets around the place. Let's take a look at these things. So yeah, this one did end up going down right at the last second, so I didn't get a chance to see the internals. What's this, the Inu Girl Orange. Still see it had some stuff left there, but was mostly inoperative. I guess it probably had a magazine and still the bottom gun, but we managed to deal with those pretty well. This thing is... Yeah, these are a little bit cheaper in terms of Acellos. I wonder what sacrifices had to be made for those. It felt like they had Citadel, because you just never could kill that. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Respect to the enemy team. They played well as they could. We just happened to set up a play that ended up paying off in that case. They had a nice counter rotate. Like, literally, when I pushed onto the point there, that was my blunder. I did not think to send a single asset. Like, I should have, with the benefit of hindsight, realized that there might be something else guarding that point and just sent, like, one of my corvettes to cap it instead. That way, I'd have my ships at standoff range, so when this, like, surprise package came around the corner, I'd be able to properly engage it instead of getting shredded like I did with one of my CLs. So, yeah. That's going to be all for me today. That's about 4 hours of nebulusing, and I feel like I need to go get something to eat. So I'm going to call it here. We're going to find somebody to raid. Thanks for everyone tuning in. I've been NekoboyBlue, the local variety catboy who likes playing funny spaceship game and other sci-fi titles. Oh, big sippy time? Okay, I'm going to take another little big sippy for you. I'll take another one. So yeah, if you like the content you've seen here, you can follow my Twitch, get notifications when I go live. I have a Twitter that I post stuff to every once in a while, including my schedules and when I'm actually going live for things like that, so you can see me there. You can follow me. It helps me a lot with kind of growth and outreach and messing around with people and lets me do the stuff that I like here. So yeah, that's my socials. I've got a YouTube channel I really need to upload stuff to, as I've been telling myself that for about as long as I can remember. And yeah, we're going to see who's live on Twitch and see if we can't hand you off to somebody cool. Yeah. All right, let's take a look around, see who is doing what. Let's see. All right. Got some friends doing stuff. All right, tell you what. It's been a little while since I've raided my friend Platinum Egg, so we're gonna go say hi to her. She's a little gremlin that likes to steal cheese from me, so we're gonna just go ahead and say hi. She's just starting up her stream, I think, and I think she's showing off her cat, so we're gonna go ahead and raid into her, and yeah. Basically, if you like what you see, I'm planning on playing some more Nebulous on Wednesday. Should hopefully be back on schedule there and not succumb to the nap like I did. And yeah, Everspace will be tomorrow around 5 o'clock Eastern time, or your regional equivalent thing. So yeah, I'll see y'all then. Go say hi to Meg for me. Bye!